Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first episode. Well, if it's going to finish here, the video that someone made for me, Mr. Ryan Hacker of the podcast Pub Time. Let's see. Hi, Stephanie. Hello. Okay, just going to see if this video will fully play here. What's up, Gene? What's up? Yeah, still kind of waiting on my folks that were going to be in on this, but it's okay. I'll just leave this logo up for a little bit until maybe we have some people show up. Can't wait. Okay, appreciate that. So I'm finally getting some comments through there. Those might be old. Oh, I see. 701. Good. If anybody wants to come up, they are welcome to. I can send out the link. Today is going to be a little bit of a mixed episode. You might have seen the title already, but it's also going to be a big episode to get this show off the ground and talk about what's really what the whole point is. It's not just, PTSD is not the point of the show. So I'm hoping that some of the other people in my boxes would show up soon. They'll be here shortly, I'm sure. Thanks, Gene. I sent it out several minutes ago. Not everybody's on time for things. Let's see. Nope, one person looked at it at least. Oh, maybe two people. Two people have looked at it. Very good. It's okay. It's going to be exciting. It's it's going to be a few hours of sort of deliberating and talking about each one of our personal lived experiences and sort of coming back and forth. Oh, here we go. Contestant number 1 on the show. Hello, we got Miss Jules LeMasters from Smoke Buddies, Illinois. It's a iOS app. I was actually meaning to tell you should put on iOS.
Yes, I will
next time. Because it's also a Facebook group, but that's it's the point is for the app. So cool. I'm happy you showed up. There's a few others. There are 2 others that are supposed to come on at some point. Hi, Kat. Hello.
I was running.
Let me play you this. It's okay. You're the first latest one here.
Because well, I might have to run away for a second, but I can be on for now. But my snake decided to lay eggs today, and I didn't even know that she could breed anymore. So I'm shopping and talking right now.
Okay, that seems kind of urgent for sure.
Like, why? I didn't want this.
Trent found it. Good job, Trent. Yeah, I'm not sharing it out. I mean, I guess I should share it to at least one group, but I can do that at some point. But yeah, so Jules, no big deal. If you want to take care of that, you can come back. I'll still be hanging out, or maybe I'll just take care of the couple minutes of information I had, and then we'll just be done.
I don't know.
No, I'm sure Trista and Ima will probably be showing up here shortly.
I got made fun of by Ima for only smoking for 4 minutes, but that's the only time I had for the video. I'm like, I only got 4 minutes.
That's okay. That's all right. There's nothing wrong with that. Hello, Elisa. Hello. So check this out, Jules. Look at this real quick one more time. I'll play it again for you. If it'll play. Can I play it here? Play. That's weird. Huh. It's okay. Let's see. Here we go. Watch. Here you go. Check it out.
Oh, I like that.
This doesn't want to play that well for some
Right,
reason.
because I'm not on Wi-Fi right now.
No, it's not you. It's definitely maybe I'm overloading my computer. No, that can't be right.
Could be me. I don't know, but I think that's cool.
It's okay.
I think it's cool.
Hello, Trent.
Why don't they have Snake Betty? Usually have it right there. I told you I'm gonna have to go peeking.
Okay. Well, go ahead and take care of that, Jules. I'll go ahead with my thing. I do have a couple of videos to play. Nothing too big, but something that I thought we would all get a kick out of. But I'm going to try to wait until somebody else comes in at least.
But like I said, I'll be home in probably like 10 minutes.
Okay. No, that's more than fine.
All right. I will be right back.
Thanks.
I want to save these snake eggs. I don't know what I'm doing, but we're going to do it.
It's okay. This is a show that's meant to be about the people. It's not about me. It's not about my specific take. It's about all our takes. It's a combination of things. Oh, yeah, got some swag there, huh?
All right, I'll be back.
Okay, we'll see you. It's no rush. Everybody that's hanging out, I appreciate it, but I will. I didn't mute myself, did I? Can everybody still hear me? No, that should be good. Thanks, Kat. Does it play very well for you guys? Did it play smoothly on your end? Because it did not play smoothly on my side. Testing. Can you guys hear me? Oh, it did not. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alexandria. So, okay. Yeah, I didn't have a ton. I have a nice little slideshow here that's it's gonna be funny. You guys will like it, I'm sure. Trent, it wasn't like earlier. Okay, well, we'll work on that, figure it out. I mean, it's maybe it just needs to be reformatted. I can do that. No big deal. So I actually have the upgraded version now, StreamYard, so we can actually add quite a few people in here. Hopefully we will have that need. Okay, so no responses from the people in the boxes. Jules came. I appreciate that, Jules. You got the snake problem. That's big. But anyway, the reason that they're important is because everybody's lived experience is what's really making this possible, or makes this worth listening to. It's not going to be dry and boring about like statistics. We might bring up some statistics, I mean, here and there, but it's mostly going to be about like real like feelings and thoughts, and maybe give you perspective on specifically on this episode PTSD, and those maybe within the first responders, and anything within public service as far as any kind of danger goes. Military definitely falls in there, and that's clearly where I came from. But there's a lot of people within that category. Let's see here if we can get some people in our boxes. Wait, it's not funny. So yeah, I mean, this is an adult show, so we're gonna have there's gonna be some emotions flying. It's gonna get crazy, but I'm gonna keep things moving forward and at least somewhat coherent at times. So we'll see what happens. But this is just the first episode. This episode is going to be the first in a series for PTSD. It's not going to be every episode. It's going to be every few episodes. We'll do another one from a different angle, whether that be children, or spousal issues, family issues. I mean, any, car accidents. I mean, anything along the lines of PTSD and where that can come from. So we'll try to generalize each episode into a specific category and see how that goes. The ones in between that, we'll try to lighten it up and make it somewhat more interesting. Trent, I'll be counting on you. Hopefully you'll go find us some old pictures or something and set up something for what we talked about. I think that would be a fun episode just for you know, a little bit of a relief anyway. But you know, I have a lot of categories and episodes that I've already thought about doing, so we'll see how it goes. But oh, hello, Kasia. Yeah, so if I can't get people in the boxes, then I guess the whole idea is going to be moot, huh? That's okay. Everybody, I mean, look, I mean, a lot of you guys have know me from live streaming on Facebook for certain groups, and I think almost everybody has a connection with somebody who is a veteran, or you know, in their family or friends or themselves. Let's see. So, I mean, you know, feel free to pop up. Maybe I should go ahead and pin it to the chat. Let's see. I wasn't trying to, you know, get a flood of people coming up and down, but this should help things move along. I'm not going to just let every single person in, but and especially, listen, guys, this is not the same thing as my normal lives where people jump in and out and hang out and talk and say their piece. This is going to be more. You know, I don't want you just to come in for no reason. I want you to come in with something to say about the topic at least. Let me see if I can pin this here. Paste. And pin. It's my very first viewing with you, but may I add you? What do you mean, add me? Friend request, maybe not, but just go ahead and, you know, you can follow me for now. You're welcome to send me a friend request. I'll look at it when I get time. Come on, people on the boxes. You all, you all own the clock. Yeah, everybody. Yeah, I'm not gonna disparagingly. Everyone seemed like they were ready, but see how it goes. We can just do this. Here we go. Yeah, like that. So about my experience, and that's why I'm starting it this way. It's not because it's Memorial Day weekend, although it happens to make sense. I actually thought of doing this because the first episode would be easiest to make it about my journey or my, you know, cause, I guess, or something that's near to myself. So in that case, I can come up with material easily, and also um, it's easiest to talk about myself first, and then maybe other people will make their own episodes about whatever it is, you know, different causes they champion, whatever it is. So let's see, you know, waiting for some responses here. Oh, I think I got a response. Oh wow, that's everybody's having emergencies at the last second. She will probably talk about it in a minute. Okay, there we go. One person. As this goes on, we'll, you know, I plan to revisit topics, and we will probably get more and more people in the boxes. You know, everybody's got their own angle, and it's going to be up to that diversity to give us a little bit of insight on some of this stuff. I could ramble on and on about my situation, but that's not going to. Oh, hello, and we have a new person in the box. Trista, or Trisket Biscuit is what she's going by here. Okay. You know, it's whatever you like to do.
The general nickname.
Okay. Well, you know, whichever, in the future you could put whatever you want up there if you want one of your accounts, because Trista here does a lot of things on TikTok and Facebook and probably a bunch of other sites, and you want to introduce yourself to the people? Yeah, mostly our friends in here, but we're going to upload this to YouTube and other such sites in the future.
Well, my name's Trista. I'm 32. I'm in Niagara Falls, Canada. I do special effects makeup. I don't know what else to say.
That's okay. I'm realizing I didn't really introduce myself all that much either. Might as well. My name is Waylon. It's Waylon the Indoor Farmer, because that's my YouTube channel for my individual show that I do on Sundays. But my name is Waylon Maccabee. I am a veteran. It happens to be Memorial Day week. I did not, it's funny, I didn't think about that until after I came up with the topic. I swear, I promise. But I am 38 years old. I live in Illinois. I'm an Illinois Boys member. A lot of these folks in the chat know me. I appreciate all the support tonight, you guys. They are all from various groups on Facebook that I live stream from. So feel free to follow me on there, Waylon Maccabee. I have a firsthand experience tonight, and that's why the episode is about what it is. But Trista also has some experience with the military. So we will go over that at some point here. But let me see. I have this video, Trista. It's really, you're gonna laugh your butt off, honestly. But I would love to get maybe some of our other boxes in here filled. I saw my message, did not respond. Jules will be back in a few minutes, so we can wait for that. But let me just go over what this show is about. I mean, we're going to go over hard topics. We're going to talk about things that maybe are uncomfortable, but these are things that are important to like culture and current, I don't know, the current atmosphere, I guess, in the country and in the world and as a whole, because this show's not limited to America. We're going to be getting people from anywhere and everywhere that have something to say on the subject, and it should be fun. That's what I want to see. I want to see that convergence of people's thoughts all over the world on topics that may or may not be easy to talk about. I'm hoping not to devolve into like politics every time or something stupid like that, but I'll try to keep it. I'll try to keep it straight. I'll try to keep us coherent, at least when we all start to get excited. That should happen. Hopefully, that's the idea. Screen full.
Well, once it's that initial getting the ball rolling of everything, and everybody's like, I'm not really sure what's going on.
Right. Yeah, and they'll see how it goes. Go ahead.
I just remembered I wanted to share out to a bunch of groups, and Braden was thinking about coming in and popping in.
I wasn't sure if you meant today or not. He's welcome if you want to get a hold of him. That's fine. It's funny. I almost want to see if Alexandria wants to come up because she has a firsthand experience of me. So I have a firsthand experience of PTSD, and then she has a firsthand experience of me. That's funny. But that's no big deal. Oh, just so people know also, and I need to post about this, but if you join this, you don't have to put your name down. It's free, and also you don't even have to be seen. You can shut your camera off and you can get on and just talk about whatever it is. If somebody would like to do that at some point, that's more than welcome. I mean, I get that it's easier to talk than to type in the chat, and you may not want to be seen. So, there is that. So, go ahead.
I was going to say something.
That's okay.
Yeah. I don't have other than through my dad, I don't really have all too much.
No, that's fine. That's what I want.
Stuff in terms of like the Army and stuff like that. But myself, I was diagnosed with PTSD and Stockholm syndrome, which is not really well known from what I understand.
Right. It's something that I've heard of, but I probably couldn't put my finger on.
You know how you remember Charles Manson and stuff like that?
Yeah.
So all of the females that were like madly in love with him and all of his daughters and wives, they all suffered from Stockholm syndrome.
Where you fall in love with someone even though they mistreat you?
Basically, it becomes like, it's more than just, oh, he loves me. That's the end of my life. This is where my life is going to be. Like, you're sure this is that person, and every bit of their anger is because of something you've done, and you can manipulate things in your head to, like, if a physical altercation happened, you can manipulate things in your head to a point where you don't remember that altercation, and you could be hooked up to a lie detector test and you would pass the lie detector saying, no, nothing ever happened, because you truly, genuinely believe that this person's safe.
Right. I actually, knowing a little bit about your history, I actually thought about doing an entire episode on, I don't know if spousal abuse would be the title, but just something along those lines. I mean, because that's definitely PTSD. There's so many times, so many stories I've heard, even with my own mother, where a man can attack a woman and still get away with it in a lot of ways and sneak around and do things. And let's be real. Women can do certain things back. There's lots of ways that people can hurt each other. So, but that's
Nobody's immune to domestic violence.
Exactly. And that domestic violence, that's good. Yeah. So, and that's why I thought that could be a whole episode, and I like that you have experience in both, which gives you perspective for sure. But your perspective on growing up, and your dad's still alive.
Yeah.
So, I mean, with tact, of course, you could tell me if maybe there's anything that you said, but you don't have to do it at this moment. I was trying to go through my whole thing before I made anyone else go through theirs. But let me just say a couple more things. I spent 10 years in the Army. I was separated from the reserves from cannabis use. And that's a big thing I wanted to talk about today because, and speaking of which, I kind of want to share this out to my old Army unit. It's kind of makes me nervous to do that. Let's see here. I mean, I'm part of the group, but I kind of maybe assume that like rejection, maybe.
Well, it's always that initial, like, are they going to accept it or not? But at the same time, you're doing amazing things. So, and it's only going to get bigger and better.
I appreciate that. Let's see. I got to put a title down for them. That's okay. I'll just put it that way. There we go. Cool. All right. Yeah, we'll see what happens, but that's okay. They don't really need to join. I've already had some not respond from me on other things. So there we go. Playing too many here. Okay. I could hear myself for a minute. Hey, so did you see? Oh, you already saw that, but the intro that I had put up, it doesn't want to play very clearly, so I'm gonna have to fix that. But back to me, 10 years in the Army. I would have stayed in. Guys. If they could just leave me alone and have my Mary Jane, I'd be fine with that, and I would have been just fine. But I get it. I get the performance difference, but everybody performs differently on different things. Caffeine, and a huge thing, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, but a huge thing in the military is alcohol. It's almost a prerequisite. And I'm sure you might have stories of this, but there's even as the further back you go, as far as generations and age and in the military, it gets worse. But in my unit, it was perfectly acceptable. If you were a full-blown alcoholic. I mean, maybe I'm exaggerating, but you would definitely could come in hungover any day and not have an issue. So there was a whole double standard about it. I want to try to not sound so bitter about it because that was my direct situation. But I think a lot of people, they actually, some places they medicate veterans with marijuana. I mean, I have a medical card because of that, but it's not from the VA or anything like that.
Yeah.
VA being the Veterans Administration. I should remember that if this goes worldwide at all, and I know we have some newfies and some Canadians here. So I have to be more specific on some of the terminology. But the Veterans Administration, they've been, we'll say, not a great track record lately. So it spent, after the war, yeah, a little bit of cannabis in between the drill weekends was what all I needed. I didn't need alcohol, but anyway, I get separated and I still have my benefits. I'm still a veteran. I spent a whole year in an active duty scenario in a war zone, so they can't mess with that. It's nothing that they would want to, I guess, but just going 2 days a week, or I'm sorry, 2 days a month, is really tough. When all you want is like a puff here and there. Of course, maybe I do more now because I can, but so. Anyway, that's my little bitter story. I mean, oh, hey, hello, we have another people in a box.
I don't know if you have the comments up there.
Go ahead. I'm not trying to. Go ahead.
Said, "This is the fight dealing with the change, with change and stoner stigma." Alicia said, "If they don't understand, that's not your fault. Each to their own." And then Kat put a long one in about domestic violence, partner violence.
I know. I was going to get to that when I can, Kat.
Go for it.
Here we go. This is easier. Putting it up actually makes things a lot easier.
Yeah.
So we have another person in our box here. I was just explaining, a little bit of my background. We've had Trista introduce herself. Why don't you introduce yourself? Whatever you like to say. You don't even need to say anything if you don't want to. Say, I'm the guy. That's the guy. Done with that.
I'm the guy. That's the guy.
Hey, okay. I'll come up with something better to make you say next time. Okay.
Damn, I thought that was.
I wish I didn't jump in the middle.
No, it's not that big of a deal because I see this show as it's going to be a 2-hour, 3-hour podcast. People can come and go as long as I have a few people in my boxes, guys. Like if I'm if I'm all solo on this, it may end up being the person in the box, in the boat. All right. But no, I appreciate you guys stopping by. 3 volunteers is better than none. And I think this is going to help other people to maybe open up and jump in. Because this isn't, it's not NBC or, Fox News. Like this is going to be chill and relax. And that's the point. Like we don't want to be stiff about these subjects. We want to be, there's got to be some humor involved, right? Jules should be back here shortly, I hope, because the humor is coming, you guys.
Wow, I'm not even funny.
It's a little bit self deprecating, I guess, but you guys will laugh. And I'm and it's funny. You might be able to tell I'm figuring out my voice on the show too. It feels different to me as well, going from just the live streams to this, because I'm not trying to just throw out the goofy stuff yet, but it'll come. We're gonna have some fun episodes. We're gonna have some weird episodes. There's gonna be interesting topics. It's not gonna be random topics. It's usually gonna be something that's near and dear to somebody's heart. So like somebody who's gonna be on the episode is gonna have a topic that they want to discuss, and then we'll work it around that. So that's the idea. But let's see. We'll read a couple comments till Jules gets here. Be you. You are them. They should be your family. Yes, Elisa, I appreciate that. We got Hippie Girl Jess with the big one here. My heart goes out to you and all too. To you all too. I also have PTSD from an abusive husband, and 4 years later, still can talk about it, or still can't talk about it. Well, you're kind of talking about it now, or not have an attack when talking about it even. Thank you all for sharing. No, I appreciate that, Hippie Girl Jess, because I know everybody has something in their life that causes trauma. This just happens to be the big one for me. Yeah, thanks, Hugh. I don't know if I should.
I think one of the great things that this show is going to do for people is make them feel validated in where they are in life, what they're struggling with. It's, everybody always says, you're not alone, you're not alone. You can hear that cliche line over 1 million times, and it still's not going to have the same effect as seeing other people talk about things from an emotional experience, from a, personal standpoint or whatever. And then you realize, okay, like I did feel the same, or I did feel something similar, and I am valid in saying that I do have trauma and I do have PTSD, because for myself, it took me so many years to understand that what I went through wasn't stupid. It wasn't small. It wasn't something I did. It was something that happened to me. And unfortunately, now I have to deal with the consequences from that. But I didn't make that choice. And there was so long where, you know, somebody would say, oh, you have PTSD, or I'd talk to a doctor and they'd be like, yeah, you have it. And I didn't believe them because I felt like my stuff wasn't valid. My story wasn't bad enough to say that I was struggling with that.
That is exactly how I felt. And I would like to actually, I'm not sure. Did you say you had some veterans in your family, or?
Yeah. That's one of the things.
You don't have to go through it just yet, but I just wondered if you did. I just want to make sure, because I don't want to jump your gun yet, but you can go ahead if you like.
Well, on to what she was saying a little bit, that's one of the things about something like this makes it so great, because a lot of people like that aren't comfortable enough to have that voice and that validation, and just seeing somebody else get up on here and say their story or their experience or their advice can give them that much more to even have their comfort raised, to be able to have their own voice or even help them in some way.
If you can't have a voice for yourself, have a voice for others.
My dad was in the Navy, so I'm a military brat. I've been all over when I was a baby. But and my stepdad was a Marine, and they both suffer from PTSD.
So, and it ranges so much. That's why I was hoping we can get a lot of views on it, because someone's PTSD, like for me, is not the same as someone who, you know, there's very clear PTSD from the military, like a missing limb. That's probably, you know, without a doubt, that's going to be one of your symptoms, one of your the thing on your list, you know, PTSD from that. That's a clear, obvious thing. You know, with me, it's not so clear looking at me. So that's why, like you said, Trista, it took me a lot longer to even think, well, you know, I'm not worth the time to even go through that process to try to do this and that, when I actually had, you know, a lot of things on my list, but they only eventually went through with the one. A little bit hard to deny the one that I got. So Acacia, military brat family. Acacia, you should come up. You know, you could come up. You could just take your camera away. What do you call it? Faceless. Military family here, Heather. Okay.
My dad actually just got recently diagnosed as high-end spectrum on it, like for autism.
Really?
And his PTSD overlapped with that now. Like, just going to Alicia's comment there, he was just going through everyday life, just thinking things were fine and normal. And like as a kid, you know, I did the same. I always wondered why my dad was so angry. But growing up, you realize, like, fuck, that wasn't a normal life. That wasn't a normal feeling. And then once he got diagnosed with autism, a lot more things started to make sense. And like now he can go to therapy for that as well as his PTSD.
At what age did he get diagnosed with autism?
He just got diagnosed probably 3 or 4 years ago, and he is, I want to say 51 now.
Oh, roughly, yeah. It's incredible, because I don't know if I'm the only one that's thought this, but I've had thoughts before, like maybe I'm high spectrum, you know. Sometimes that's a fantasy though, because you're thinking I might have superpowers. I'm a savant, you know. I'm a genius. No, that's not exactly what that means. But that must have been crazy for him to find that out at such a late age. I mean, with PTSD, you think, well, everything's probably the PTSD. You kind of assume, right? But then
he was very much in denial of the PTSD, because for him, he had that mentality where, like, if he had PTSD, that would make him weak. So he was very much in denial over it.
I felt the same way.
It wasn't really until he got to like his 40s that he finally accepted it and started getting help for it.
Yeah, I mean, it took me about no, I don't think so. Sorry. It took me about 10 years to even decide to go through that process to try to claim anything because I didn't feel like I was worth it. I didn't feel like I had anything wrong with me that was worth it. I thought, well, I can work, I should be fine. But it wasn't a physical, I had physical issues, but nothing that kept me from working. I mean, I've had surgery through the VA. They've botched it. One surgery was 3 surgeries and they still didn't get it right, and I tried claiming all that stuff. So, because I wanted to hold them accountable. So the VA in America, or in the US is, you got to hold them to account. Otherwise they've had a bad rep, I guess, or a bad record, I should say.
Yeah.
So it didn't work out that way, but at least, I did get the PTSD diagnosis or disability for that. And I'm thankful because it at least allows me to move forward with my plans. And we'll get to that because I didn't have plans. I was depressed. I was suicidal. I didn't commit. I didn't try anything. Let's put it that way. I don't think so. Maybe small things, who knows? But yeah, I mean, I was going through a pretty rough time in my life because of this and struggling until the case finished. And it was almost like this weight lifted off my shoulder. It wasn't because of the money. The money was a big part of it because I had been living in this depressed state where I needed the money to catch up, back to where I could feel comfortable again, not to blow on fun things, but to catch my life back up. So yeah, it takes a while to get back out of that. Once you do, we can talk later about what I think helps that. I don't think being happy or getting things or getting money it helps that. I think it's having an idea for the future, having a goal, a long-term goal for the future that's bigger than yourself. And I think go ahead.
I feel like in moments like that, it's not so much the money that feels good. It's some sort of physical validation, something that you can see, touch, move around, and do something with. Like you can go buy something.
It represents, it represents security.
It's not the money itself. It's just the knowledge. Like I'm gonna be okay. I can pay these bills. That's a little bit of stress off my shoulders, and you don't have to worry about like where your next meal is and stuff like that. So I definitely understand how it's not a materialistic aspect, but it's still valid. It definitely it's like having your first paycheck, like I finally have done something. I've worked and it's showing. It's showing.
It represents security and stability, right? Ima. Can I call you Ima? Mr. Ima Burns. Who do you know who did you say you knew that was a veteran?
My dad and stepdad both are.
So you get it from different angles because as a person with PTSD, I have to be conscious when I go to even talk about dating somebody that I have to make sure they know this, they know, the situation, because I'm not the kind of PTSD where I mean, I get angry, but I don't go and like hurt things or hit anyone. I'm more of the opposite, where the PTSD, where I didn't think I had value. There's a difference there between the guys who had to like kill someone with their bare hands, or I guess that's graphic, but my point. Like that's a different PTSD than just feeling like you're worthless. I did go through plenty of attacks and different things that could cause PTSD, but it was more of the feeling of like, oh, they're done with you.
My dad and stepdad's kind of two different. They're two different stories, but my dad was more of the being abroad and away from homeland and family and coming back after so many years and having put in all that time to come back to having practically nothing. You know what I mean? And my stepdad, he went to Desert Storm and was in the bad part of it and he came back and suffered with alcoholism and PTSD and all types of stuff from that. So it was two very different, you know what I mean? And as far as like growing up in the household from being in a military family, because my grandfather was, uncles, all that. My dad, it wasn't the household, it was the moving around. And my stepdad, I grew up in the household with somebody that was suffering from that and being raised from that angle. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I think with as far as PTSD, as far as the military is concerned, it's something that's consistently talked about here recently, but still not really much being done about it. You know what I mean?
I see in the chat, you see how Heather says 22 a day, hashtag 22 a day. Do you know how many years that's been going on? That number can't be accurate anymore, you know?
And like, and what you were saying as far as their surgeries and things like that, dude, that's one of the things that if we don't start really uniting and making changes, it's law. It's law. The majority of our money goes towards the military, but it doesn't go towards our vets. It goes towards funding that machine to continue to be well oiled and continue doing what it's doing. You know what I mean?
It does, and again, just like our medical system in general, you have the same downfall, which is they want to treat the symptom, not the disease. They don't want to. They're more interested in just putting band-aids on whatever it is you have going on. Okay, Chris, if you can hear me, bud, I want to make sure that you know this is a little bit different than what we normally do. I think Chris is actually a veteran himself, so we're going to let Mr. Bighorn Genetics in on the scene. Hi, Chris. Give Keisha, hang out in the pit there for a minute. We're going to let Chris introduce himself, and then we'll pull you up. Well, sorry, do you want me to call you Mr. Bighorn, or is Chris okay?
No, it's fine.
I can't hear you that well, though, to be honest. It's kind of cutting out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go get on the computer. It's easier.
Sure. I'd appreciate that, bud. Thank you for stopping in. We'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, we have another person in the box here. Hello, Asia. Hello. So Chris is going to be back, but I want to, if you are wanting to, you can go ahead and introduce yourself, or you can be like Mr. Ima Burns, a mystery among mysteries.
My name's Keisha. I live in Washington.
State.
My dad, Washington State, yes, Washington State.
U.S.
My dad was in the Air Force for 20 years.
20 years. Oof.
Yeah. My mom made him. So it's one of those, you know, you're going to make it.
Wow. Okay. So the wife was pushing him to get through. I mean, that's good though. It's good to have support.
It was tough. I don't think he would have mentally gone through the whole 20 years without her help. But
that is huge. So having that perspective, and maybe Ima, you had the similar where your mom and possibly Trista, will ask all of you guys, but having someone at home that supports you when you come home, or supports you while you're gone and to get home is huge. I don't want to throw all my peoples under the bus specifically, but I didn't have I wouldn't say I had the greatest, you know. My mom supported me while I was gone. She would send me things and stuff, and that's great. But when I get home, you know, you're basically expected to, okay, well, you're a man. You can take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. But have you guys ever heard of the term? It's called institutionalized. It's kind of what prisoners go through, and sorry, I want to let it go out. And so I felt institutionalized because while you're over there, You don't really have much mail unless you have friends at home. You don't have to deal with your bills. You don't have to mow your lawn. You don't have, there's almost no adulting. It's all, I don't want to say kid stuff. It's very serious, but it's also fun in a way, it's all right, let's go. It's, it's all hyped up type stuff. It's not that boring adult, adulting back home. But
I think it's kind of similar. It's very similar as far as the aspect of all the psychological trauma, the same thing you go through as far as the separation from your family, the lack of intimacy, the lack of human connection. And it's the same. I mean, I'm not trying to get on no gender stuff, but males being separated from the opposite sex or their sexual partner or having that intimacy, that has a psychological impact on you. We're humans. We want that connection to other people. We want that. And so the same thing goes through the military that are away from home that long. And as far as like mail and getting things, people try, but life is hard, and out of sight is out of mind. And we all suffer from that. You know what I mean? So that's put onto a whole nother level when you're that far away.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It definitely is. And that was part of it. But the other part of it though is that if you have and this is part of my let's see if I can find it real quick. I made some bullet points. My computer's not really loving me right now. Too much. Actually, in fact, I can do this. Okay, so anyway, one of the bullet points was, know who your veteran family members are and friends, because half of the battle is that you might think, oh, I knew, yeah, he was in the Army, right? Well, but you don't think about that in a ongoing sense, like go see how they are or whatever. And I'm guilty of that. I have nephews and I have people who were in the military and they seem fine. Facebook, it looks like they're doing well, a family and all that, but are they? So it's not on the veteran to tell his family to coddle him, or her. It's not that they want coddled. They want to see that someone cares. And I'm sure that's the same way with a lot of people who have trauma. You don't want to be like smothered. You don't want to be like, but you want to be acknowledged. And I wasn't going to go around asking for that. I'm not asking for that now. I mean, I'm not, I was an average soldier, with, maybe above average looks, but but no, nothing special here. I drove trucks. I drove heavy wheeled vehicles. I drove we drove we hauled fuel, so it was a little bit crazy. You got 7,500 gallons of bomb behind you while you're driving. So
that was dangerous stuff, though.
Yeah, I mean, we drove missions when nobody else would, because the routes were labeled in colors and they was labeled black, which means not safe to travel on. And PC not responding. Okay, let's just close something so that I don't have to shut down the live. There we go. Everything's okay. You guys hear me? Okay. Okay. Good. Now, I really did have a cool little picture set up with some bullet points. If I can find it. So yeah, we drove 18-wheelers. I drove Humvees. I drove 5.5, 5-ton trucks. A lot of different trucks, and that means war is a lot different behind the wheel of the vehicle instead of like in the trenches, you might imagine. This last war. Okay, let me say this. I guess I didn't say it already. I was in Iraq. Was the place that I served, and it's not. Okay, here we go. It's not that it was easier driving. It was actually very weird because I didn't have a target. If I was shooting, it was out to just out because somebody was shooting at us. So you shoot and drive, you know, so you're just still driving. You know, as a driver, I'd have my weapon, you know, pointed out the window, and like there's nothing to shoot at. So at times it wasn't that, but very weird dynamic, we should say. Oh, we have Jules in the box. Let me pull something up real quick. Share. So we don't ramble. I'm going to let Jules introduce herself real quick, and then I'm going to show us this little slideshow. We can all have a laugh, lighten the mood a little bit. Here we go. This should put up my bullet points. And I guess you can see pictures at the bottom. That's okay. Figure this out. Wait, where'd Jules go? Oh, she left. It's okay. And I'm out. So yeah, these are just some, you know, light bullets that we're going to try to cover today. You know, friends, knowing who they are is important, because it's not just once a year on Veterans Day that matters, you know. And I'm not saying to go and like bug them, because you see one of my bullet points. Try not to bother them with the small things. That's the thing about when you come home and you're institutionalized. All those little things, they seem like petty nonsense because you've been in war. So that's sort of like desensitizing in my view, because you have this view of like the highest, most exciting type of traumatic thing a human can do, which is like when a team of guys ready to kill another team of guys, you know. So when you come back and you know, I was accused of not having emotions a lot of times with girlfriends if they wanted to get into a fight or if they wanted to break up. And I was like, okay, you know, like they'd be like, well, you're not gonna, no, because that's not, you know, it's a small thing. You know, I'm not gonna sit there and worry about that. So back to our boxes here. I think I can just click this.
You said on there too, it said on there about inviting them, even if they don't go.
Okay, so this is my little clip. These are just a few pictures. Sorry, I give me a second. Well, it's only a few minutes here. So that, oh, hold up, pause it. Sorry, it's a little bit choppy. I want to pause it right where you can see. This is me here. So that's not funny, but we'll keep moving. This is before we knew anything. We were just getting there, didn't have a clue. Oh man. This is us on nights, you know, a lot of night missions, then day missions, flipping back and forth. So your schedule's all jacked up. Look at this guy. Can't wake up. Wake up, guy. Oh my gosh, look at this guy. What has he got going on with his lip? So look at this lip. Jeez. Oh, this was they gave us these ninja costumes, you know. I was oh my gosh, I didn't know. I don't think I knew about this one. See the wall though, like pictures of Maxim magazine. That's all the soldiers. That's what we did. All the magazines. That headlight, you guys, was the best investment I made going overseas. I tell you what, having a hands-free flashlight. Yeah, my daughter on one wall, all the Maxim girls on the other wall. This is where my hat shrank, you know, in the laundry. It's rough. I'm not sure I covered up enough of his face. Maybe I should have covered up more. So yeah, this is the Marines. We worked with Marines. We hauled fuel to all over Iraq. I saw the whole thing. I saw Kuwait. This is all the gear that they were supposed to be wearing all the time.
Jules is asking if you can see her.
Jules, I saw you earlier, and I do not see you anymore. Oh, so I'll pause it here because this was they would sell like dried goat liver on the side of the roads. Actually, I'm kidding. This is just a big piece of beef jerky. It was in a bag. Kind of looks like Gene Simmons' tongue, though. Anybody? Jules, let me see if I can get rid of something, and that might help be able to pull you up. Let's see. I think this might help. Remove that. Oh, I see Chris. So how come I can't? Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. All right. Here's Jules while I'm looking like Gene Simmons. Hello, Jules.
Hello.
Jules, do you think that looks like Gene Simmons?
No.
Okay. Well, we're gonna Jules, Chris, give me a moment. Let's let Jules introduce herself real quick.
Oh, hello.
You can whatever you like to say. You don't have to say anything.
But hello, I am Smoke Buddies Illinois representative. What's up? Got my addicted shirt on. What's up? Because I'm addicted to green.
Kind of looks like Adidas. Is that what the?
It actually is Adidas. Addicted on it. Got it off Amazon. It's a cool shirt. You should go buy it. All I'm saying is cool. I don't know. And I'm like the coolest, hippest, awesomest person to ever.
Well, that's a mouthful. I think I'll have to make you say that each time. So okay, well,
I'm the coolest person ever, and I don't only rep now. I will say my name is Jules, but on the Smoke Buddies app, I go by Martha Queen. So you guys have to go by my weed name, and that is Martha Queen.
Martha Queen, huh? Okay.
And I'm a queen. That's why they called me it. It's a drag queen thing. They named me that because literally I have kids and I cook all the time and shit. So they were like, "Girl, you are Martha and a queen." And I was like, "Oh shit, okay, Martha Queen, it is then." Hey.
You're bringing all the cred to the show. I don't want to say street cred because I feel like that could be insulting. I don't know.
It kind of,
the cred.
Whatever.
That's okay. So okay, let's bring Chris up here, Mr. Bighorn Genetics himself.
Every time
the comments will be read, and he will post up the comments up on the screen. We're not trying to ignore anybody.
I'm trying to get there, buddy. Joey, the clock man. Well, see, by that name, it'd be tough.
I didn't serve in Iraq, but I had 2 brothers and an uncle and my dad, and all had.
Yeah, you do look way different.
I might have gained a few pounds, guys.
You gained a few pounds.
Chris, give us a little. Give us a little background about you.
A little bit of facial hair, a little bit of
Oregon. You're still excited about Mel Younger. I'll send you some pictures later if you like. So, Chris,
I'm just.
What is your experience with veterans? Do you have any veterans?
My dad's
police,
a veteran.
Firefighters. Okay.
Yeah, my dad's a veteran, U.S. Navy for 28 years, retired Master Chief.
That's big.
Dang.
Master Chief. Yeah.
Master Chief.
Yeah, I was E4, and then they demoted me to E3, and then they demoted me to E2, and then they demoted me to E1, and then they kicked me out finally after 4 years. Guys, I tried. Listen, 4 years of I failed 4 drug tests in 4 years. You can imagine how much I had to try.
Our country.
The last one I failed was for not even if you guys know what marijuana is, it's a hitter, not even 2 little teeny puffs. That's all it was. But yet, if you go in there after drinking all night long, you're perfectly fine. So I'm not bitter at all. Let's go back to the video, everybody.
Oh wait.
You're still there.
Away. Still there. Can I ask a question before we that topic? Does anyone own snakes on here?
This is not snake talk, Jules.
I understand, but I have like 7 eggs in downstairs. I don't know what to do. And Google
snake eggs. Wow, that is crazy.
Google assisted not me.
Get a hold of Jake Strickfadden. He is a reptile guy, and he might be able to help you.
That's all I need to
I
know.
thought you were going to say Jake the Snake.
Get a hold of Jake the Snake. He'll be able to take him off your hands.
Oh, shit.
Now we can go back on the topic. My bad.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. This is a long form show. This is not a let's rush through it. You know what time? It's 8 o'clock. We've been on an hour, guys. No big deal. This is good stuff. I still have lots of funny here. It's going to be really good. I should have put music behind this one, but I didn't. Look at this hairstyle. I look like Eddie Guerrero in this picture.
Shit.
You look like trouble. I swear to God, you look like you did some stuff.
This was my roommate, and this is his girlfriend that he met over there.
Yeah, he definitely was not.
Oh, yeah, you two look like a happy couple.
Oops. I didn't mean to. Did it come off of everybody's face? No?
No, just that one.
I don't want anyone getting mad at me. I think the one that it came off of, I think he might be.
Dude, you
no
look
longer with us.
so weird.
Do I look weird there?
Because you
That
ain't got
guy.
beard. It's
Still
strange.
wet behind the ears.
Like, oh
But
my
look how tan I am, though. Ooh,
Come on,
so tan.
get in here.
Hey, can somebody
Get in here.
get my booty? Thank you. I require
Sergeant Kerr right there, you guys. He's no longer with us. Sergeant Kerr.
That's how I
you,
feel.
buddy.
Same weight too. I feel like you're the same weight. You just got a beard.
He's no longer with us, you guys. He was a great man. Oh, already saw that one.
It's okay. You'll be fine. You'll be okay.
Yeah, alcohol is a depressant for sure.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little Haji kid I was talking to that day.
Alcohol.
They're locals in the area that would be nice enough that we could interact with. You know, well, hopefully one day it's a much better place. But
I still haven't seen the 1,000-yard stare.
Look at that guy. He's cute, huh?
All right. It looks like you might.
That's where we slept most of the time on missions. You know.
That was very
I missed that
nice
boonie
of you.
cap. I lost that boonie cap, or I gave it to somebody. I remember what I did. I like that boonie cap. This is what I did when I wasn't on mission. See, I got blankets on? Because we had air conditioners like cranked in the room, and the windows out.
Back to that picture. I was looking at the posters on the wall.
No, those are just Max. Girls will max them. Don't worry. This was the first time I ever had a rare steak. Not rare. It was a medium rare. So good. And
Get in here. Are those goat steaks?
Nope, those were steaks that came from. Oh, this is me. Had a little growth going on.
Dude,
don't worry, it cleared up, you guys.
Don't ever shave.
Goat steak is pretty good.
I was 21 years old there.
Don't ever shave. Like, don't ever. You look weird without a beard. Don't ever not have
one. 21.
What?
Okay, you guys. I got to warn you. This next part does have to do with, buddy rescues and different special ways to help your buddies. Okay, it's nothing unusual. It's These are 4 friends of mine. These were look how tall they all were.
I was gonna say
we were just helping each other, just kind of, we were like in case of emergencies, we were figuring out how, like if I could lift up the big guy,
Stop, drop, and roll. All right.
Those are the greatest pictures I've seen. Those last 2 were the greatest ones of the whole bunch.
So this is from Kathy Schmidt. Shout out to Kathy. Thank you very much for sending me these. She sent this is across from her house. I can't remember where she lives, but that's not the point. But there's some cool pictures here from this memorial. I guess that's the same picture there, huh? Hey. I like those statues are really cool. I've never, that's the thing about, I don't know about other veterans, but I don't feel the need or the urge to go visit memorials.
Yeah,
like that. Dad was like that. He didn't want to go visit memorials at all. I think it reminded him too much of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way my old man is. He doesn't want to go and visit them either. It reminds him too much of friends he's lost, too much of what he's been through. It's more of a depression when you go and do the visitations and stuff like that. It just brings you down.
It really does.
Well, and it's low key. It's a reminder of cowardice and deeds not done, and I could have done more. The whole
my dad. My grandfather. He was in which war was it? Because he got a Purple Heart. I want to say World War II because I didn't get to meet the guy.
Yeah,
but, he had a Purple Heart, and my mom would always have like it on the wall and stuff like that. But he was in the Air Force. That's all I know.
Yeah.
So that's the thing though, is when you come back, you feel like you didn't do enough or you could have done more, and then you don't want to go revisit that. For me, I had this is really weird because I'm not particularly religious. As a kid, I've been to several different churches. I've been to Baptist, I've been to Catholic, I've been to Protestant, I've been to several different ones. I think it's interesting to get perspective, but when I was overseas for several months, every time I personally went on a mission, nothing would happen. Like very minimum, nothing. And in my head, I was like, well, I'd like to see this and that, and I want to do this, and I want to make these, sacrifices, and I want to, fight and all that. And so it actually wore on me in a way where it's like, well, what the fuck, am I going to see anything, Yeah. But really, a lot of guys would kill to have had the ability to. Oh well, there's literally people were saying there's a guardian angel on your shoulder, and it actually comes to fruition today because I now have a purpose and a calling and things that I think have to do with some of that, reasons why I'm here. But anyway, it's different for every soldier. It's different for every person, and that's why I put first responders, because not just police. Every person that's put in a traumatic situation against other people, not just dangerous, like not underwater welding or it's dangerous, but a situation where you might be confronted by another person. And yes, like maybe you could argue like a gas station attendant could have someone rob them, but I mean someone whose job is it to go to those situations, or even people in hospitals in the ER, because a lot of times you would have gunshot victims just dropped off, and I had experience as security at a hospital. I never thought I was going to get into law enforcement after the military. I thought that's not for me, but it's not law enforcement. It's kind of in between. Well, I'm helping people, but you would not believe the amount of people look at you with like you're a cop, or even think that or actually just think you're a cop because I had a badge. I had a white shirt with a badge. I'm like, no cops wear that. It's like a fire marshal or something. But people who don't know any better, they think you're a cop. And I even remember a time being on the elevator where a lady says, "Don't talk to that cop," to her kid.
I don't think you guys are.
Well, but that's what made me think about this, and that's why I want to transition to first responders and police specifically, because imagine, and I got a taste of this in security, especially from the employees in security. Like they don't like you because you're writing them tickets. They're parking the wrong thing, trying to get close to the spot. So they still look at you like, and so I pointed about this, and specifically on police now. is that imagine having a job where you go around every day and get dirty ass looks from everybody you see, or shifty looks, or people looking away, or people running away, or people driving, avoiding you in general, or people just hating you or yelling. All the negativity. Can you imagine the negativity? So when you think, oh, that cop was a dick, well, let me tell you what. I can imagine why. Maybe he's always been that way or whatever. But I can also imagine that turning you into a dick over time. Feeling that adversarial feeling all day. So personally, I don't know any cops, but I do wave at them when I drive by. Nod, wave, whatever it is, because you never know when that little kindness that day. I've said this before, but like that little kindness take the edge off, and maybe maybe that next guy he gives a break to, maybe the next person like he's not going to be so angry with or whatever. Check out some comments here. We had a guy, militia, a guy in a replica cop car dressed as a cop shoot 22 people here in Nova Scotia, Canada last year. Yeah, see, that seems like an obvious one that you think would have happened already, but that's pretty crazy for sure. But I don't know what you guys think about it. I mean, yeah, maybe it's best to not have a long conversation with police on a daily basis, but it doesn't mean that you can't smile and, hey, bro, like I'm mad. Go ahead.
There's no hiding, everything we're not going to discuss on here as far as corruption and all that stuff. But at the end of the day, everyone should treat everyone else with kindness, regardless.
Yeah.
Regardless, you're putting out positivity. That's what we all should do. You know what I mean?
Say that every day.
And as far as like what you were saying about first responders, it's a lot different when it's part of your job to either take or save lives. It's a lot different. You know what I mean?
It is different, but this is the thing: whether or not you volunteer for something, having that human-to-human confrontation is not. It's hard on your psyche whether you think you're prepared for it or not. Whether you
and I definitely, I'm not gonna speak in depth about it, but I'm definitely an individual that can definitely be on the other side of that argument when it comes to law enforcement. But I definitely understand they do go through that daily. You know what I mean? And that definitely has a huge negative effect. Would have a negative effect on anybody.
Exactly. We'll come back to the constant adversarialness from the public that they generally feel, and then you have that corrupt cop maybe on this force, and maybe he's got the bug in his ear, but that maybe that good cop that is good cop, but he keeps getting shit on by the public and constantly. A couple of years go by. Hey, come on now, you're gonna join us, right? You're gonna join us. Well, maybe he breaks down eventually. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna try to give everybody a pass, but you can just say. Take every policeman and woman in the U.S. and put them in a room. You're going to have the same percentage of good and bad that you have in general society. It's the people. Like there's
Well, okay. So here's my perspective on all of it because like my brother is a cop. Okay, and like I have family that come from a big military and cop family, I should say. I don't even know why I come from I'm like the criminal thing. But anyway, beside the point. Beside the point of all that, I feel like honestly, when it comes to first responders or any military or anything like that, there is corruption. There's going to be corruption in politics and government all the time. But I feel like the real reason why first responders and people are looked at weirdly or don't talk to the cops, it has a lot to do with the media. The agenda puts a police officer, if one police officer does it, then all of them do it. Instead of just singling that one police officer for doing something wrong, it's like their agenda is to make a cop look bad or a military guy look bad, and instead of saying no, this is what this guy was going through, PTSD, this guy had this issue, this guy had that, they'll ignore all that and just be like, whatever. And the only reason why I said it is like my brother being a cop, he tells me every day, cops, we should have therapy. We should have therapy on a regular basis. We should be able to talk to counselors on a regular basis because a lot of the judgment is and stereotyping is from seeing effed up, like fucked up shit every day. He's like, when I see he said, and it doesn't matter what color. He's like, it really doesn't. People think all cops are racist, and it's like, he's not true. Because he'll go, I have PTSD every night. He goes, I have to deal with a white guy beating up his Hispanic girlfriend and kid, and then I have to go down on the south end and investigate a murder. So he's like, I want to be able to have resources to talk to people. And his biggest complaint was, in the cop, being a cop, they don't have those resources. They don't give you resources. They expect
like therapy or
like therapy, to help them, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, just to really like take what they're seeing, because like what you're saying, like you were in the military. Anybody that goes to the military, or anybody that like, is a first responder, a hospital doctor, a nurse, anybody, a firefighter, anybody that is a situation where they are saving someone else's life or having to put in that situation, the biggest thing is they ignore what they see. They feel like, oh, well, you chose that profession, you should be able to deal with it. No, it's like they forget that, no, you guys still have feelings. You still have to process what you guys are seeing over Iraq. If you're a cop, you have to, because like my brother was,
everybody's different on that, for sure.
I think it really stems from like the just in generalized blanket concept of mental health in general is not taken seriously by any means. When they say that I have mental health issues, everybody, it thinks of the most dramatic, like just schizophrenia or bipolar or something they've seen in a movie somewhere that's been dramatized. Nobody actually thinks about the big things, the small things, the functioning, the non-functioning.
Exactly.
Nobody thinks about the fact that those people have to get up every day knowing that that might be the last fucking day they walk this earth. And the first person that they run into is going to call them a fucking pig or call them names and disrespect them. And like Waylon said earlier, like, I'm huge on the whole concept of smile when people walk by. I don't care who you are, if you look grumpy or whatever, that one little smile does amazing things. They don't even realize it at the time. I've had situations where I just had an absolute shit day and I was really upset about everything and just, a petty bitch. And I remember I went into the drive-thru and the first person that I saw, the girl at the window, smiled at me and she was like, I hope you have a really good day. And I was like, totally average, totally normal interaction. But it gave me that little bit of a smile. And I went up to the next window and I paid for the next 2 cars behind me because it made me feel so much better. And I was like, you know what? She didn't have to do that, but she did. And it was so selfless and so small, but it had a big impact on me.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. Because I that's why I always tell people to ignore other people too. Because like at the end of the day, everyone's going to talk about you. So it's like, just like spread, like I always say, spread kindness, kill it with kindness. I'm like, screw arguing with people, screw, the toxicity.
Sound like me.
With kindness. Because it's like, at the end of the day, you're going to have people talk about you and all that stuff. You're going to have people look at you funny. You're going to have people judge you. Hell, I get judged, I have a mental health issues that people like look at me, they're like whatever, but like I was never in the military, but I suffer from PTSD,
right? And I don't know if you heard that, Jules, but we're definitely gonna make full episodes on other ones too.
I'm just saying, like, I totally understand the PTSD because like,
what's that noise?
Who's got the car horn going off?
But anyway, but no, I'm just saying, like, I totally get the PTSD shit. I totally get the shit.
Well, but to your point, though, and by the way, guys, any of you guys that need to take a break, oh, that's fireworks, that you can do it like what she did. You can mute and take your camera down. But back to that, though. But when you said kill them with kindness, this is the thing about, at least with me, and I think a lot of veterans I could probably speak for. And real quickly, I want to say hi to Joe. I hope he didn't leave already, but he was trying to say hi to me. I did serve with him overseas. Actually, there was a picture of him on that the slide. I don't know if you saw that or not, Joe. But anyway, I don't want to be coddled. I don't want to be treated like I'm less than, and no one does, right?
I get
so,
the
right, but my thing is, when someone thinks that you're broken in any way, sometimes they'll treat you with kid gloves or whatever.
Yeah.
But as a veteran, that's my perspective, is that you want to be treated like useful. You want to be treated like a whole person still.
Yeah, and that's the problem when you guys come back from, because my ex went to Afghanistan, Iraq, served 20 years in the Marines. So like I always do the my dad was part of the Marine veteran biker gang club or whatever in Peoria. Park Club. He was a chaplain for it. But my ex was part of it too. And one thing that he said that he did not like when he came back, everybody was like treating him like he was this like 12-year-old kid that didn't know.
He was going to go postal any second.
Go postal and all that. And he's like, all I wanted to do was try to go back to normal fucking life. And when he told me that, I was like, I'm not going to treat you, like, because I around. I can't baby you because I'm just not the babying type. But I understood where he was coming from. And I'm like, I don't even know why people would look at you like that. And like people look at me like that because they automatically look at media and they think what they see in the media is what I went through. It's like I have PTSD for other reasons. It's not because of the war. It's more than that. And he want to be treated as a human being. Now he like lives in Montana and he's like growing bees and shit and smoking weed and living in peace and harmony, like off the grid, because he just got tired of, trying to please people and, trying to get normalcy. And he was like, fuck it, I'm going off the grid. So I think
I'm interested in this perspective of you guys who have family members or fathers that were in the military, because typically that's one of the problems I had coming back, is because my family didn't know how to treat me. They didn't know that I had an issue, and I wasn't going to tell them, hey, like I told my daughter years later that I medicate, and that at times you may have seen me when I didn't have the money to buy any, and I was not happy or I was angry, and I explained it to her. But at the time, like somebody said earlier, I'm not sure who said it, but you think, well, why is he always angry? Why is my dad angry? Of course, some dads are just angry, alcohol or whatever. But for me, it was, I was still trying to grasp my loss of self-worth. That's right. I always say that. I can't remember this time for some reason. But yeah, I was still grasping that. I was still trying to find my way, and I didn't have custody of my daughter, and there was that whole battle. I came home and I was taken to court because I don't want to get too deep, and I'm not trying to drag her mom through the mud, but it's like she thought I should pay more than I paid. It's like, come on now, it's like all this needless stuff that was just dragging me further and further into this hole. And I mean, it was 10 years, that I spent trying to figure out what the hell. And that's my daughter's like main, adolescence. But she's 19. She'll be 20 here shortly.
Oh, mine turned 20 last year. She'll be 21 this year.
21. Go ahead, KJ.
With my dad and stuff, he came back. He definitely had anger issues and stuff. He definitely suffered from that. And I mean, I moved out when I was 15, but that's just because
were you forced, or just because you needed to get away?
It was me and my dad didn't get along at all. So
but
I don't know if this is true or not. I'll ask you, Waylon, but when you were saying earlier about that institutionalized, when you came back, was it that same? I feel like they also veterans need that same time to integrate back into society and have that decompression time and that period of time where you're gonna be messed up no matter what.
We had 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Actually, a couple months. It was a couple months before we had to return back to duty. That wasn't a couple months before you had to pay your bills. That wasn't a couple months before. I think there was some. I think a lot of it was postponed, actually. So I think we had a couple months off, to be honest. But
that's not enough time.
No.
All right.
Because I kind of feel like too. For me, it was double-sided because it was that integration back into society, but where I knew I was messed up, and then I thought I was all right like 4 or 5 months later, because I even acknowledged I was messed up and needed that time to integrate back into, society. But 6 months later, thinking I'm all right, and then something comes up that brings something up back, and you realize, fuck, I'm not all right.
No,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, like I specifically, my, I don't know if you want to call it my PTSD, but the biggest thing that really hits me when you want to call it, when you talk about flashbacks or whatnot, no, there was no mediator, Alicia. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by that. I just was left to my own devices. I didn't have to pay bills, but for a couple months, but
mediator is somebody that they were supposed to assign you to help connect you back to the resources and stuff, and
there are resources. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of veteran resources, guys, but nobody's. There's a huge disconnect when you don't have to be at a certain place in the morning, and or otherwise you're going to get your ass reamed, or like all these consequences when you get just dropped outside the military. All of a sudden, you're not all that worried about looking for resources to make yourself feel better. You're thinking all sorts of other bad thoughts. And
I was saying like what my brother said, when you first come home, all you think about is, and he put it said, all I could think was, how am I gonna fit in society?
I'm on video.
Bye, Kasia.
Bye.
How my
Have a good night.
Thanks for coming on.
See.
Oh yeah, good night. I didn't even know it was. But yeah, like
what's going on?
Yeah, my brother was like that.
I hope Kasia got to say what she wanted to say. I feel bad. But let me just finish by saying the one thing that that I see when I close my eyes. And then we can watch another video clip that might get some tear jerking going on in here. You guys might see it. Huh? No? Okay. Well, you'll like it. I promise. But no. So while I was over there, there was a Marine base about 3 hours west that needed more drivers. So they would resource drivers from our unit, and we made a deal with them, and we would send guys over there, and they would rotate out every couple weeks or whatever. And I ended up staying over there like one of the longest, a month or more, forget how long, but basically working with Marines and helping them drive and haul supplies out to their little forward outpost bases. And this was the first time I had to go off base at nighttime. They had a call that a convoy, which is a string of vehicles, was attacked and on their way into the base. And so they had to leave an entire fuel tanker full of jet fuel back there. And so we were tasked with this Marine unit to go and get it, try to recover it. And the roads outside this base were very skinny, 1-lane roads. And I'm talking, there was like a foot drop from the road to the sand. So if your wheel slipped off at all, anyway, the point is we're going down the road. We get to a 2-lane highway, and then we see this is the first time I'm off base at nighttime in Iraq, which is an incredible experience because there's no trees. The land is flat. I mean, not everywhere, but most of the time there's desert and it's flat land, and your headlights, they just go out and they just disappear. Like the light there's nothing for your light to bounce off of. So here in most places you have trees, you have reflectors, you have signs, you have buildings. There's nothing. So like it's weird. Like all you can see is the street in front of you. So all these things I remember this because it was the first time I noticed all this stuff. And we drove on this little bobtail truck, which is a semi without a tanker. And we were just going to hook up and see if we could hook up to the tanker and pull it. And with the Marines were kind of underfunded, and they may still be underfunded for Marines, but they did not have radios. So we didn't even have radios. First time I was off base with people I don't really know other than my co-driver, which is a guy who was actually one of those big guys that I was helping up off the ground earlier. But anyway, this is the funny part. So we're driving down the road and we see a civilian truck, and this at this time, and this changed throughout the whole year. At this time, we were not supposed to bother them. They were supposed to be able to drive no problem. And the truck drives right past us. It's 2 lanes, right? And at the most perfect timing you've ever seen in your life, the back door swings open, and the back doors on these trucks are up and down, not side to side, but like this. And this back door, steel door, it swings across, and it clears the truck hood, and it slams into my windshield and my truck. Now, mind you, this is a 932 A2s. They might be World War.
Those are Vietnam era.
Vietnam. Okay, yeah. So they're old. Anyway,
yeah.
So
60s, 70s.
It was a rag top, Chris. It was a soft top.
Yeah,
it was a skeletal structure, like was all it was in glass, and then a soft top. And so my entire windshield was gone. My entire mirror was gone. The whole top had tipped like a box, like a tipped over box, you know?
Yeah.
But we were still okay, except I'm driving 60 miles an hour with wind just rushing right at me in the windshield. Yeah. And there was a little piece of glass there, and I was still kind of using that to drive. And it was so loud. I look over at my co-driver, and he's a couple feet away from me, and it's so loud that we couldn't even
couldn't talk to each other.
Yeah, sorry, Joey. It's been a while, bro. It's been a while. I used to know these things, but anyway, so I look over at him, and I'm just like, so I look over at him. like what can you do? Like there was no sign language and there was no radio. So we get to the spot, right? And so back up a second. This is why now if I close my eyes, I can see a giant steel door in my face.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Luckily it didn't take my head off, right? I mean, it should have.
Yeah, it should have.
Yeah, I got
they were designed to stay together, not break away like today's vehicles.
Right. But I might have skimmed the hood and maybe slowed down. But anyway, I saw the vehicle afterwards. It was towed back. But anyway, I had a picture somewhere. I couldn't find it. A lot of those pictures I had while I was overseas, a bunch of guys, and I think Joey might have been one of those guys that went around to all the guys in the unit and collected up all their data, like pictures, video, anything from overseas, and then also music and movies and porn and every fucking thing that there was, and they collected up from everybody there, and then they would give copies out to everybody, and then you could have I had 9,000 pictures and video clips from overseas. But most of them are corrupted because they were been on hard drives and moved around, and I didn't keep them there's money you can pay some places to keep data fresh or whatever.
Funny girls.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Comments. Okay, so there's a comment. I hope I'm saying Alicia. Is that her name? Alicia?
Yep.
Okay, so she said that parole officers help criminals get back into society. Okay, now.
Right.
Felon. I will be honest. I'm a felon, technically. And I'm with I did a federal crime. I had a parole officer, and here's the thing: parole officers, it depends on who you have, because my parole officer just went, when can I drop and where was I living?
They're talking about like a person that's like a parole officer that's not really a parole officer, but to help you get back into society when you come back.
I feel like certain states maybe have that. I was that. I did not have any type of, resources where I could go and try to get help. The only reason I had was like welfare. I just got out. Like, I need
Yeah, I know
housing.
a lot of them do.
I need card. I need this. I need that, because they didn't really guide you. So I feel like in certain areas, yeah, you probably do get help, but in certain areas you don't. And I will say, veterans do have help too. But like my ex, he didn't have any type of guidance person to help him in society after he.
I will say, one of the big things that I find is a huge problem, both for veterans, just for, you know, the average homeless person or anybody that's struggling in life. I think that while yes, there are, you know, in some areas a good amount of resources, no one is ever told about the resources. Like, I'll say from you know, a single mom perspective, there's been times where I didn't know where the next meal was going to come from, and I had no idea. I'm sitting here in absolute tears because I don't get paid for another 2 weeks or so, and I have no idea what I'm going to do because I have no idea about the resources that are available. And then when I finally did talk to somebody, like a fellow mom who had also gone through the same struggles, she was like, no, honey, and gave me like a whole list of multiple things that were readily available at any point in time. But no one ever fucking told us about it. Nobody ever tells people that are struggling there is help. And when there is help available, obviously there's some that don't have help available, but you know, when it's there, no one ever tells anybody about it. No one ever acknowledges, hey, here's something that might potentially help you.
Yeah, they actually don't even realize too that like, and like this Illinois, they have a veterans resource like type of center or whatever, but it's in Chicago. And a lot of people don't understand that that's there because nobody tells them, but it's a place. I'll have to like get the information, but it's an actual like rehab center in Chicago for just veterans to help them.
All the places we have here for veterans are literally, they're just little bars.
Yeah.
You can go talk to a worker
and type things.
in a bar.
No, what we have here to help veterans get back in the society and everything is pill pushers. That's all we have. Is pill pushers, not people that really want to sit down and help. We have people that just want to sit there and push that pencil and write a prescription and say, here you go, this will help you, and send you right out the door.
It's really
That's
funny
what we have.
that it's really funny that like they do that with you guys. Mental health community.
We don't have people that really understand and care and want
like,
to help.
Care at all. Like I do, you know,
Joey's got the disc.
Like 3 times a week I do therapy. I have a counselor, a psychotherapist, psychologist. I speak to all of them, and every time I speak to them, it's the same. Are you doing okay? I'm like, yeah, I guess. Are you experiencing anything? Are you suicidal? No, not really. Are the meds okay? I'm like, yeah, I've been on them for a long time, so they're okay. Well, is there anything else you want to tell me? I'm like, not right now. But they don't ever ask, are you sure?
Yeah.
Here it's a stigma. Like if you say that you're mentally ill or you say that you need help or you've had suicidal, you have to bounce around your words. Like I myself, when I had suicidal tendencies, that's exactly what they were. I was very aware of what they were. I knew better than to act on them, but I still had the full capability of wanting to do that with the access to it.
You can roll better
and
than that.
Here, if you even so much as mention it, you're being locked up. But then you're being locked up and then they throw you back out on the street. Like one of my neighbors, her son went to voluntarily lock himself up because he was also a vet. And he went to go for help and they wouldn't even accept him in, let him go. And God rest his soul, he got hit by a train because he walked on the train tracks on purpose.
Yeah.
You know,
and like it disgusts me how low key everybody treats things, subtly everybody treats things, and they don't realize the impact. Like it's not, you know, you see people walking around with a smile on their face or whatever. That doesn't mean that they don't go home and have the most intense flashbacks, depression, severe anxiety, PTSD, all of that. They're struggling in silence because it's so shameful to admit that you need help.
Well,
it's disgusting.
I think too, though, on the healthcare perspective, one of the biggest problems on the healthcare perspective too, with, you know, trying to voluntarily admit yourself into a facility is we don't have enough facilities for mental health patients to be admitted to. So if they are at full capacity and you're suicidal, like they don't want to turn you away, they have to. Because like I've been in the mental ward 4 times, and like the 4 times the 3 times I voluntarily put myself in there. The last time I actually acted on the suicidal tendencies, took the bottle of pills, and was in ICU for 2 days. And that's why I tell people, don't ever try to kill yourself. Just go get help. I don't care if you have to go to a church and talk to a pastor. I don't care if you have to talk to your neighbor. I don't care if you have to go to the bar and talk to a bartender. Just go talk to someone. Talk to the damn librarian. I don't care. Just go talk to someone. Because when I was in the mental ward all 4 times, the biggest complaint at the facility I was at, every one of the nurses, even the psychiatrist, I wish we had enough room. I wish we had enough beds. You know, you're one of the lucky ones, because if you weren't in the ICU and if you didn't act upon it, we would have had to take out, because we didn't really have the capacity to hold you. It's like so much behind it. We need to back the mental health facility.
Well, and the VA system was the same, similar, because.
But make it not back in the day. Like, we don't need any botulisms or anything like that. We just bigger facilities so people can go get help. Because I first to admit, when I am fucked up, I go to the hospital every time now, because I don't do anything stupid after what I did. So it's like one of those things, I go. But if they reject me, the second place I go, and I'm not religious, I go to a Catholic church. All because I know I can tell the priest in a confessional what the hell I'm thinking, and he can give me some type of direction not to do it. And it's so weird to do that, because like I said, I got doctors I talk to, but I feel like talking to normal people or people that are the same, or even like I said, going to that priest that I go to every while just to say what I have to feel, it helps. Because sometimes you have to work on yourself, because we don't have those resources. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing though, go ahead, Tristan.
Well, I was going to share like a personal kind of long story. So my kid's dad dealt with a lot of mental health issues that were undiagnosed for a very, very long time. His mom on a daily basis would take 34 pills in the morning. She was schizophrenic, bipolar. Like, if she didn't take them, she would have been crazy. So he had a lot of undiagnosed things that were kind of genetic and, fell down the line. And he never really got any help. And unfortunately, instead of getting help, he decided that he wanted to numb things with, drugs and alcohol and things like that. And unfortunately, that ended up taking over him in a sense where he wasn't there for the kids and things like that. So fast forward, when he passed away, the situation in which he passed away, John was always, he had attempted his life before. But it was always if there was somebody there that could intervene, or somebody there that would help or stop him or something. And so when he had passed, I think that was the same mentality he had. He talked about the kids, myself, and stuff like that, and then left the house party. And I think he was under the impression that somebody would have taken him seriously and followed him. Unfortunately, nobody did. And he did end up taking his life that night. So ever since then, I really, I've taken a lot of mental health seriously, especially when it comes to my kids, because I know that they've been through a lot. And the last thing I want is for them to grow up and wonder, why didn't my mom do more to help me? And I take it so seriously to the point where I might get a lot of backlash for saying this, but understand that I've literally been doing this myself since my kids were born, trying to figure out what to do. I've had to take my 2 oldest kids to the mental health ward twice. My older son, who is on the spectrum and suffers with ODD, I had to take him to the adult mental health ward here. They took everything very seriously, the circumstances and situations that happened. Unfortunately, they literally just gave us some pills, told us they put in some referrals. We didn't hear anything from them for almost a year. A year passes, and then I had to take my daughter and my son back. So we took them over to the McMaster Children's Mental Health Hospital. And when we were talking to the girl at the desk, like the triage and stuff, they were saying, yeah, we're going to take them in. Like the circumstances were at a point where I feared my kids. Like they were honestly dangerous. So I took them to the hospital and they all agreed, yes, we're going to admit these kids. Like if you want to stay with them, that's fine. But you know, if you want to go stay at a friend nearby, that's also fine. So we were sitting there in the waiting room, and then we had 3 doctors come in, and they told us that we couldn't be admitted anymore, not because they didn't have room, but because there was a 14-year-old who was having violent tendencies, and his violent tendencies were towards small children. And he had already attempted the life of a nurse that was watching him. So they were, at this point, now starting to turn away even kids that were genuinely sick, sending them to a different hospital. And it was really frustrating because I felt like this is the place where people go bring their kids and where kids go because it's supposed to be adapted for the kids that need that mental health help in the wards. But they ended up turning away so many people, and their exact quote to me was, just go home, give them a couple of Gravol or some melatonin, and let us know if it gets any more dangerous.
You want to know something? There's just something you said that their father suffered from mental health, right? So like my mother is schizoaffective, so she's bipolar and schizophrenic. I am bipolar affective, which just means I'm schizophrenic, but
he was omnipolar.
It was my bipolar 1 out trumps my schizophrenia. So like I got 8 people living in my head right now, but a lot of it's like genetic. Because the only reason why I said that is because because like I have it, my mom has it, her sister has it. Like her sister literally, you know, has a form of bipolar that it's like to the point where she crossed over and she's like me. It's like we get into our own reality and stuff like that. So don't feel ashamed that you did the right thing, because you did. People have to like understand that some mental health is genetic. You know, my mom is still to this day like in denial and won't take it.
I think that's the part that I struggle with the most. So it's like,
no, you want to know something?
I spent a good 10 years with their dad, trying so hard to benefit his mental health, to make him be better, feel better, anything that I could possibly do.
Backlash for this, okay? This whole box filled with.
I got a backpack.
That I
got a backpack that I have to carry one in.
You know what I'm saying? To make myself normal.
Don't take all those at once, Jules. Ima, did you have something?
I can't take them all at once. Like
I thought you had something, man. I'm sorry.
It's like
from earlier.
It's a pain in the ass. But what I'm just saying, don't ever feel like you're a bad mom because you're getting your kids help, or that like you're sitting there taking them to a physician.
I think the part that I struggle with the most is the fact that I was with their dad for 10 years and I felt like I couldn't help him.
You can't help him.
It didn't matter what I did, how long I was invested, or what I gave to him. I couldn't make him any better. I couldn't help him want to be better. And it scares me a lot with the kids because I do see a lot of tendencies from him. But because the only thing he was diagnosed with at the time was omnipolar. So I don't know how extensive it was or anything like that. But I know that there's moments like when my son goes into rage fits, he gets that blacked out eyes, like, and he's only 8. And like, I see those, and he came to me the one day and he was like, Mom, I think my brain is broken. And I asked him what he meant. And he said that his brain tells him things, his brain will do things, it will picture things. And we had a long, extensive talk about it, which kind of, definitely lit a fire under my ass. But then through a whole year, he's 8 now. I've been begging since he was 2 to have him see a pediatrician. And it's only been until 4 days ago that they just started trauma therapy because nobody was taking it seriously. They're children. They're just grieving. It's fine. No, there's a lot going on here to the point where I genuinely was scared of my kids.
I'm going to jump out of here, Waylon.
Okay. Good night, Chris.
Good night.
I got family that showed up. All right. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Have a good one.
But I don't want you to your fault, because people like me that like have actually attempted suicide, there isn't anything like I talked about my side before I did it. Like I talked to a few people. Like I was telling people, like, I just feel like I want to die. I want to kill myself and everything. People told me all the time, don't do it, all this stuff. There's nothing you can do, because mentally it's a psychosis thing. We're not in reality. The reality that we are in a reality that isn't part of the real world. We're in our own, especially when we're schizophrenic. And it sounds like he possibly could be schizophrenic, because that's my biggest issues. I've learned how to control my schizophrenia with a lot of therapy, but because I have to pay, which sucks because my insurance doesn't pay for a lot of it, but I do it because I want to be functional with it. But as long as you're like making sure they see somebody and talk to somebody, get them on the right medication, get them on.
I had to lose my mind on them for them to actually do anything.
You'll be fine. But I don't want you to blame yourself for the man that you loved for 10 years. Why that? Because I'm telling you, and his mom, the kids he loved. I loved my kids to death. You know what I'm saying? But my reality at the time was I just wanted to give up. I was going through cancer. I was working 2 jobs, sick all the time. I'm a single mom with 4 children. I'm dealing with their fathers. I just wanted to be done. I was like, I can't do it anymore. I already have cancer. We're done. People told me every day, you'll get through it. Everything will be fine. And my mom blamed her like it's fault. It's no one's fault for our thoughts. It's just us mentally ill and not having, the medication we need to calm those thoughts.
That's the thing about family, is they start to think that that there's something that they did, or maybe that you don't like them for some reason, being the person that has PTSD.
Right.
Give me a second here. Let me just tell Fonzie down here in the waiting room, Mr. Okay, so Corey, this is not our normal hang out and chill session. Okay, this is I hope you have something to bring to the table here. We're going to give you a shot, and I want to see what your story is. If you have and we're trying to stick to veterans, first responders type of a theme if we can, because there's so many different types of PTSD. So here we are with Mr. Fonzie. Mr. Fonzie, do you want to give us an introduction? Who are you?
Who am I? Everybody knows me.
No, we don't. Corey, this is going to be going on YouTube. This is going to be going to other people. This isn't a.
All right.
I'm
this Corey
is a big Fransky.
Thing. I can tell you some stories about some PSTD too.
Well, PSTD.
Not being in the military or first responders, but from other shit I've dealt with in my life.
Okay, well, I hear that, brother, and we're going to be making more episodes. We're going to do like a what do we call it, Trista? Not social abuse,
domestic violence.
Domestic violence, yeah. We'll go ahead.
Jules. Wait, one on domestic violence too?
We're going to not next week, but we're going to like every couple of episodes. We're going to come back to this series on PTSD, which is so we don't need to beat the dead horse tonight. I mean, I have a couple more videos to show, but so let's try to stick to the topic. And I don't mean to make it sound selfish either, but I'm doing this topic specifically just because I have information and I have firsthand experience. So it's easier for me to set up our first episode. But by all means, guys, get a hold of me if you have a topic idea. But it's not just a topic idea. Hold on, Jules. It has to be something near and dear to you. So, Jules, specifically you could talk about. We could do a mental health episode.
Actually,
we can do.
I would actually rather if you.
You're cutting out. I want to do a microphone episode for you, honestly. Ima, what did you say?
I was telling her to wait.
Sorry, I don't mean to use a finger, guys. I try to use a visual too, so that way, in case we're cutting each other out or something. So no offense there, but I appreciate it, Jules. I know it's annoying, but I couldn't hear half of what you were saying. But I kind of lost track here. Oh, but to the point of these episodes, we're not gonna try to beat the PTSD to death, but we're gonna every few episodes we'll come up with another theme that may have to do with it. So Corey, just tell me real quickly what you think the category would be. Did you have a parents, or was it like a spousal thing? What did you get injured?
Well, as a kid, I was a sick kid. Was in the hospital a lot. Almost died a couple times from pneumonia.
See, now we could spin that a different way. I mean, PTSD for sure, and I guess you can kind of connect that to a lot of things. But we could say, child sickness, and how were you in the hospital a lot? That kind of thing. So you had that experience. So that's a hell of an experience. Like I was really
tubes in my nose, shit down my throat. Fucking.
Yeah, we could definitely work on something for sure. I'd be happy to talk to you about that. I think it sounds like you were definitely traumatized for sure. Did you have to see therapy after that?
Well, I have some issues still from that, but I mean, I've actually here's the thing though. I've overcome most of them. I figured out my own way to overcome most of my issues.
Yeah. Is it the Bud Ice?
No, not the Bud Ice. Actually, come on now. I'm down to 2 a day.
Really?
Nice.
I'm proud of you. You're muted, Jules. I'll mute you. See what you got.
Yeah, I was getting rough there for a while, and I wasn't liking it too much.
I just wanted to make sure you can hear me better.
Oh, that's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
No, what I was gonna say is, if you wanted to do a topic on me, I'd rather talk about domestic abuse, just because of everything that's going on with the Johnny and shit. And I just got some pictures.
Well, hold on though. You have some direct experience in that probably in the past, right?
I have direct experience.
Right, and I know I'm not going to call anybody out, but I know a few others do as well. But I'm thinking that's a great idea. But here's the thing, Jules, there's going to be multiple too. So like you could do that as the first one. And again, like you guys saw what I did. I did a quick little clip with some pictures and maybe a bullet point thing. And I can work with you guys on those kind of things. So we'll work on that. But there's gonna be another one too, and you may not be on every episode, and it's gonna be sort of a rotating cast. So
no, I think that's really cool. Yeah, because I can't be on every episode.
And I'll just tell you guys real quick that my inspiration for this style, and just to try to shout them out, is this YouTube channel over. I'm sure other people do it, but it's called Geeks and Gamers. I don't watch them all the time, but it's an interesting podcast because they'll be on for like 6 hours talking about all sorts of pop culture and video games and weird different things. But they have like 8 to 10 people on the screen, and it somehow works. And I really like that. And I was like, we could do that. We kind of
I've seen that. You can have up to 10 people.
Right. That is thanks to Mr. Ima Byrne right there. Thank you, Ima. Appreciate that.
What up, Ima?
I didn't do anything.
Okay, he doesn't want credit. All right. He pitched in a few bucks.
It was an anonymous donation.
It's more like this. Thanks to the spaceship.
Are you going out, T?
Let's watch something that's gonna drip some tears. Okay.
You're just doing your makeup. I should do my makeup.
I just wanted to see if I could fucking do the cat eye.
Oh, thank you. Okay. All right, are you guys ready?
Mm-hmm. Yes, T.
This guy up in the right-hand corner, specialist Matt Hoppin. Actually, he lost his life overseas. That's me. My first time seeing my daughter after the year. I did see her on like a 2-week break, and do that. She's 20 years old, you guys. That's my mama right there. She might not be happy with me putting her on here, but it's okay, mama. It's good.
Waylon, I don't like you, man.
Is everybody okay? I teared up a little bit, I'll be honest.
I don't even like you, dog. Like, you got me in my feelings and shit. I was talking to Steve. I'm like, Steve, look. He was like holding his daughter. Steve looking at me like, are you okay? I'm like, no, because it's all lovey-dovey and shit. I'm like, thanks a lot, Waylon. I said don't show no lovey-dovey shit, god damn it.
I literally put that together with like 20 minutes to spare.
That was so beautiful. She all was hugging on her daddy and shit. It was all cute.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Anyway. Stop doing that. What's wrong with you?
You know what happened? It's PTSD. We're talking about today, guys. So yeah, that was it.
You got my husband looking at me like I done more than just weed today, because I'm sitting over here going, damn, they look all cute and happy. You know, hugging his daughter and shit. I'm about to go hug my children. I don't even like them today. Damn it, Waylon.
I don't even like them right now.
I don't even like you for that. Why you put those pictures up?
You see how tan I was, though? I mean, come on.
You were tan. You need to go outside.
You're looking like a pimp.
I was going to say, you need to go back outside because you can tan. But I don't like them pictures because they was too cute.
Wow.
It's like I'm gonna go tell my daughters I love them, even though they got on my nerves all day.
I'm trying to find.
If you about to show all these sad pictures, I'm gonna get off because you gonna really make me love my kids, and I'm really like don't want to today.
No, that was it. That was all my pictures. I was trying to find our exit video. But
just I'm telling you, you got me in my feelings.
We still have plenty to talk about. I think I really respect people that put themselves in harm's way. I couldn't be a combat MOS, so I was in a support MOS, which is the military.
Thank you for that compliment.
But,
putting your life in danger and all that, because I've done that multiple times. So thank you for that compliment.
Well, that's why I'm trying to isolate the PTSD as a little bit smaller category, and that's why I almost didn't want to put PTSD in the title, but it's hard not to, because I'm giving my firsthand experience, but that's a totally different experience than, say, domestic violence. And now I can talk about domestic violence too, because I've also had that situation against me. So those type of things could be a huge topic for sure. So I guess if we could start to wrap things up then in that case, if we're pretty much beating the topic to death. But let's see what people have to say here. I mean, there's been a lot of conversation in the chat, and I appreciate that. Oh, by the way, if you guys could go ahead and hit the like button if you don't mind. I mean, I wasn't really harping on it the whole time. I don't want to have to do that, but it would help out. I appreciate it. Or maybe share this out, because I'm not trying to share this to a bunch of groups that may or may not want to see this type of content. I don't know any specific groups that would. I did share it out to my unit, my military unit.
You can share it in Smoke Buddies.
I'll tell you what, my wife would probably really like getting on here too and telling you some stuff.
Yeah, it's definitely cool. Not a limited. It's not a smoker's thing. So I mean,
no,
I'm okay with it if you do during the cast, but
keep it to a minimum.
Well, no, not even that. I put a disclaimer in front of this. I said, this is for mature audiences. Yeah. This is. I also said there may be some adult language, some alcohol, and some smoking, etc. So I'm trying to leave.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I got this as my reception present from my husband.
Nice.
I woke up and he's like, "Look what I got," and I was like, "You love me. You really love me."
So let me ask, Jules. Did you say you had did you say your parent or somebody was a veteran or no?
Yes. So my grandfather is a veteran. My father is a veteran.
So
I have
all of you
4
guys have parents that were
uncles.
veterans. Wow.
I have 4 uncles that were veterans.
You're like, I'm not done.
my godfather, who I love so much,
Jeez.
he's a veteran and he served for 30 years in the Air Force, and he went to Vietnam and a few wars. So
why I ask that is every one of you guys have veteran parent or fathers, right? Or somebody
yes,
in your family. I did not. My dad told me it was going to be the worst mistake I ever made, and I don't think so. I appreciated the time. Things happen, but perspective from you guys, and I'm going to throw it back to Trista here, because I don't remember hearing if you gave this perspective, but did you guys remember having a point in your life where you were like, afraid of your dad specifically, I guess, because that's sort of my scenario, because of his PTSD, but you didn't know that at the time? And then my question is, did you have a point where that clicked as you got older and you were like, oh, there's a lot more going on there and it had nothing to do with me? Or do you still kind of feel, like,
do I go?
I feel like
let's Trista first, and I'm going to go around the room. All 4 of you guys have.
I can have something to say about this too.
You will, and that's why.
But let Trista go.
So my dad did the Canadian Special Forces, demolition and destruction, and he dealt with a lot of mines and bombs and stuff like that. So I think growing up, my dad was extraordinarily aggressive, very easily triggered, and I think my dad was pretty open for a long time that he was upset I wasn't a boy, and I think there was a lot of drive that he was going to have a son that was going to do the same thing and go into the military and be strong and all this. And when he had a daughter, it was hard for him to ever pull himself out of that mindset. So he still drove me to try and do cadets or try and enlist in the military or something. And it just wasn't something that I wanted. And that kind of angered him a little bit more. And I feel like growing up, I felt like a level of resentment from him. Like I was not going to be enough. I wasn't going to be good enough for him. And my dad was extraordinarily aggressive and violent with me for a large portion of my life. And I didn't tell anybody until I was probably about 12 years old. And that's when my parents split and I moved with my mom, and we ended up being in 2 completely different cities, 7 hours apart. And that was about the time that I started realizing maybe it was less about his resentment towards me and it had more to do with what he had gone through and what he had experienced that he could never really talk about. But my dad was also very much in denial constantly. He never thought he had PTSD. He never thought there was anything wrong. He didn't do anything like that.
So he never acknowledged it, which maybe makes it a lot harder for family to acknowledge it. That they say that with addiction, the first step is acknowledging the problem or acknowledging that you have a problem. And for me, I'll throw it to you, Ima, real quick, but I actually went through rehab for marijuana, and that was mandated by the military. And everyone in rehab is like, "What are you doing here? You're here for what? Who told you to do that?" And so it's kind of a joke,
the same thing happened to me.
Yeah. Well, but yeah. So enough about that. Ima, go ahead, buddy. Let me hear it. Did you have
I hate to do this, Waylon, but I gotta go eat.
Go ahead, buddy. You can do that. It's no rush. This is informal, and that's the point. It's not supposed to be too dry, too cookie cutter, suit and tie. You're good.
There's a few things I want to say though, real quick before I get off. Way back to earlier when we were talking about coming back after serving and getting out and stuff like that, and that wearing the uniform, being looked at different from society and all that stuff like that, it does play a huge psychological role on trauma when you come back and you're in society and you are looked at different, and there is nothing for that. And then on to what Julia was talking about the help you get after you get out, and what Trista was talking about too, about the resources and stuff. That's the huge gap that we're actually missing, is the people to connect you to those resources and things that can help you. There's a huge gap in that. And those people got to be people that understand those people that need that help. So
not want to push them off. Yeah, not want to just get,
and there is not that. And I could definitely speak on all that stuff, especially as far as institutionalization goes and things like that. Like, I've literally have written ink on grievances that went to court for lawsuits for prisoners' rights and shit like that. But I don't want to have that hijack the show.
No, we could totally make an episode about that.
But that's a huge thing. And but as far as the help they need during service, like law enforcement, military, and stuff like that, there's things I think should be required before you even go to do something like that. Like law enforcement, there's different schooling that should be done before you even become a police officer, in my opinion.
Some sort of giving resources.
Like, you should know about psychology. You should know about sociology. You should know about philosophy. You should know about these things, because you have to deal with that shit on a daily basis.
You know what
I mean?
Can I say something?
And all this trauma.
You're next.
No, I just want to tell him something. What's fucked up about that, the police don't have to do it, but DNR, to be in conservation, you got to have like 6 or 7 different degrees and different shit like that to be in conservation.
I know, even from both sides, people that have served or been in law enforcement and criminals themselves, they all agree. The ones that are career, that they say after a certain point in time, you shouldn't even do that anymore. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. There should be a limit upon that, because just the time alone, there's so many factors and so much problems and stuff that you shouldn't really work a job like that for 30, 40 years. You know what I mean? And I think that's something that should be talked about a little too, especially in major cities.
Yeah, we can definitely talk about that. I mean, burnout for sure is a thing. I mean, the whole going postal thing was a real thing. But yeah, I mean,
but like that veterans thing dude said earlier, your buddy or whatever, he put in, I never heard of him. The military one resource.
Now,
the military resource.
There are resources for veterans. There's tons, but here's the problem: finding them. And the other problem is, I think we should, to your point, having a expansion on the resources, I think would be having people or liaisons, you might want to call it, reaching out to veterans, not the other way around. Like, you might have a veteran that just wants anyone to call him. Like, somebody call me, make sure, and then he's like ready to take his life.
You're
this phone call. Hey, we just want to check in on you, see how you're doing. Just want to remind you that you have these benefits, and it looks like in the system you haven't even drawn from this and this benefit. Oh, hey, and there's this one. Like somebody calling you like you won the lottery almost. Well, hey, we see these benefits you haven't taken up.
There's already a strong possibility too that you're not even in the right place to even be able to reach out to ask for that help. You know what I mean?
Reach out. No one doesn't mean you won't answer though. Somebody's reaching out, and I'll put this to my brothers in arms. Joey, I think, has actually reached out to me in years past, back when I didn't care to respond. Maybe we'll talk offline, Joe, but the amount of people that I considered brothers that sort of brought me like a bad habit, I'm tainted goods now. He smokes the wacky tobacco. Oh, we lost Trista.
He just said too that those individuals, they are all soldiers with degrees in psychology and all that stuff too.
Who is
that? The military one.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Exactly, and that's but yeah, that's what was I saying? But yeah, so I'm surprised with the amount of family and friends and people that they sort of but this is the thing though, and I don't want to be one-sided about it because everybody has their life, right? So if you're sitting around thinking, well, how come no one's calling me, maybe you're not calling them. Maybe, so there's a two-way street there, but at the same time, this Facebook thing is funny. You can have all these friends on Facebook and never see them. And this goes back to the whole saying hi to people even if they look like they're having a bad day on Facebook. What happens when you send somebody when I hit like on your post on whatever, however dumb it is, or a picture or whatever? When I hit like on your post, in my head, I'm sending you a little hit of dopamine. I'm sending you a little bit of up. I'm sending you a little bit of happy, that day. I don't know how to put it. I'm rambling, but my point is like when you have somebody you friend, you like their stuff not because you really looked into it real hard, but hey, I know this boosts them up. I know this helps them in the algorithm. I know this helps them feel better because they get more likes. I mean, not that that's a good thing either. We can talk about that another time, but go ahead, Ina.
You put up that bullet point thing earlier, and on there it said, I don't know if I'm not wording this quote, it's not quote or whatever, but something like you should invite them over even if they're not going to come. And I was going to say something about that earlier about the coddling them after they come back and all that shit. That's a big point because everybody has that tough guy friend where you buy them the gift and they're like, why the fuck did you buy me that on that tough shit? But inside they're like, oh, he got me a gift. You know what I mean? This is awesome. It's just the fact that you actually reached out, you know what I mean? And asked, you acknowledged their presence. You paid attention to them. You gave them that, you know what I mean? Which is what you, in any positive relationship, there should always be. You know what I mean? You don't have to hover over them. You can just say, hey, you know what I mean? And not give them shit. Oh, come on, come over. Don't do that. Just ask. You know what I mean?
I do. So yeah, let you go eat. You're fine.
Yeah, I gotta get
pretty much
go eat.
Peace out, Ima.
Bye.
Yeah, everybody have a good night.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Oh, Trista's phone died.
Is it my turn to tell my story? And then I'm going to get off too. Because I'm going to go back to what you were talking about with aggression and stuff from the family members.
Yeah. Let's let Jules go and then Corey, and then we'll give it a wrap.
Okay, so my dad wasn't the aggressive one. He was more of the one that wanted to give back, and wanted everybody to just like be in peace, and he just wanted everybody. Now my grandfather, though, on the other hand, he was very strict and different. But the thing about my family, they never we're not a quiet family. Like any type of issue that we have, we always talked about it. So like growing up, I knew that my grandfather's aggression wasn't because he hated us. I knew he had PTSD and other issues, with it.
So you were aware, but it was
I was aware. Like I was always aware. Like that's one thing I love. I can't stand my family, and they know that. But I love my family because when there is an issue, we do not ignore it. We always talk about it. It's never ignored. But my grandfather, we would trigger him sometimes when there were 7 kids, so, and we lived next door. And, my mom biologically, only 4 of us, there's biological, but, she was a foster parent. And I just remember like he hated, he hated us going on his lawn. Like he really hated us going on his grass. And I remember he would get so upset to the point where his aggression would be like, go get a switch off the tree. I'm going to spank you.
Right.
Like that was his aggression. But I also remember after he calmed down, he would always come and apologize and then try to explain to us, like, when I tell you guys something, you guys are triggering me and I'm having flashbacks of certain things. And he would try to explain. So I just feel it was like, I just appreciate that my grandfather was honest. So I knew what was wrong. So I didn't think it was my fault when he did get upset, when he did want to smack us, or if he yelled at us or cussed us out for some reason, because that's how he was. You know, he was the type of guy that I feel like he didn't have control over it, you know,
Sure.
like he didn't do it all the time, but there were certain things that, like, little things that would trigger him, and it would be like, you know, guns blazing. And I remember my grandmother would always be like, you know, you guys, if you guys do this, he wouldn't get so mad. But one thing I
I'm
will
glad
say,
that
he
I tried.
never hit my grandmother. I will say he was never abusive to the grandmother, my grandmother. He never hit her or anything, so I do appreciate that. But he was very aggressive towards the kids. But I kind of appreciate that he was aggressive towards us too, in a way, and pushed us. And he was strict and hard as well, though.
You need
So it was
that
kind
too.
of like it was kind of like, I hate that my grandfather is aggressive, but like he would literally get mad and then cool off and then come and love us. So it was like, okay, I guess we just needed to be disciplined. You know, he always took his PTSD and turned it into a disciplining thing.
That's
And
what I
I
try
just
to do with
always
my son.
appreciated it.
I stop and
Yeah,
I say,
like,
I'm sorry, Daddy, sorry. I didn't mean to get angry, but or I mean, if it's a situation where I feel it's legitimate, I mean, I'm still going to stick to the discipline. But other times, I try to acknowledge, and I also show him way more love than I was ever shown by my dad. But back
yeah, isn't
to
that crazy though? Like,
right,
because it's crazy that you say that, because my grandfather was the veteran, and he helped, raise me in a way, and he had PTSD severely bad, like, night terrors, couldn't sleep type things. There'd be sometimes he'd freak out, and like when we lived in Trevoli for a little bit, we had to leave the farm because he would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night and just look at the cornfields because he would think somebody was there, and he would
mhm.
have a gun. And my grandmother was like, no, we need to move somewhere where he's not so freaked out, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
See, I didn't
it's
get
funny.
angry either, but I got angry, but I didn't. I was more of a brooding, more introspective, more steaming. Like what's wrong with Dad because he's quiet and stuff, and it's because I'm angry because I felt like my family wasn't, or I don't know what acknowledging me or what is it? I don't know how to put it. Maybe
I
it's
understand what
like
you're
you want
saying.
people to read your mind. So you can't
Or just be able to
articulate it
talk to
yourself.
them, or, ask them, like, what's wrong. I will say the person in my family that did the most abuse and has PTSD. And she has PTSD. My mother has PTSD because she witnessed my grandmother being murdered. And in the process of that,
Oh,
um,
sorry, that's not
oh
what I
no,
want.
you're good. In the process, am I still on here? Yeah,
You're
okay.
still, yep.
In the process of her seeing that, my grandfather was actually my uncle, but he raised my mom. So to her, it was mom and dad because they got her young. But my mom was actually more of the abuse one that didn't show love to the kids. Like she would throw shoes, she would hit us with belts, she would. I remember I came home from school, a rumor went out, and she believed it, and she literally took a rod and hit me for like a good 45 minutes.
Yeah, that will definitely be a good
So,
episode because a lot of us have
but that
parental.
was stemmed to PTSD though. Like I know she's not a veteran or anything, but it's like PTSD is that serious, And my mom till
Well,
this
there's
day,
also addiction is runs in genetics, and a lot of times
it
addiction will
is.
cause anger and all sorts of other,
It is.
emotional.
It's
But
just so much. It is so much. But like I said, my grandfather, yes, he just I always called it discipline. He yelled at us, he cussed us out. I will say that his PTSD led him into a life where he couldn't keep a job, like he couldn't work at Caterpillar or anything like that. So he resorted to selling marijuana most of his life. So that's where I learned some things from. I'm just saying. But anyway, I'm just saying, like, his PTSD, like, he could not socially be around people because that's how his PTSD affected him. He's very antisocial. He wanted to be to himself. He wanted to hang out with the grandkids. We were trying not to make him mad as much as we could, but when we did, he did. But he loved us a little bit after, and that was him. That was him. And my brother, he's aggressive too. When he comes, I know when not to talk to him. I haven't talked to him in 3 weeks because if I talk to him, I know I will get cussed out. So I'm letting him chill out. And that's from PTSD too. He went over to, Afghanistan, saw some stuff, witnessed some stuff, and he's on Facebook talking now about how I'm sick of this and that. And I just comment, you'll get through it. And that's all I'm going to say, because it's like, if I reach out, he will be like, why are you calling me? I said what I said, it just, it's whatever, but everybody has problems. But anyway, I'm going to get off of here too and wrap it up and let Corey go.
Corey's going to bring it home for us.
And he's going to bring it home.
Bring it home.
Yes, you're going to bring it home. Make sure everybody follows Smoke Buddies Illinois on Facebook and downloads the Smoke Buddy Illinois app on iOS.
To get to my chair.
On Apple, and join the social media world of weed.
Okay. Too damn dark in my backyard.
Thank you, Waylon, for having me on as well too. And I hope you posted this in Smoke Buddy, so I don't have to post it in Smoke Buddies.
I did not. I could not.
Well, then I will post it in. I will post it.
Yeah, do that. You can do it. I guess do it while I'm still live. Does that make it easier?
I am. Yeah, it is. So I'm going to do that, and everybody have a blessed night. And I'm sorry if I missed the comments. I'm really high. But all right. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you.
Bye. All right. Mr. Corey.
What's up?
I am setting something up here that we can use. Okay. Back to us. All right, Corey. How old are you?
I'm 43.
So we're not that far apart. About 5 years. You're my brother's age. So
what are you older?
Are your parents alive still? If you don't mind me asking? Okay. I'm 48. I'm 38, actually. Kidding.
38?
Yes.
Look good for 38.
Thanks. I just shaved tonight. Probably looks on point right now.
I need to shave.
Well, you didn't know you were going to be on national television, did you?
I don't care.
This isn't the morning show. Morning show is
like my mom always bitches. Why don't you shave? I'm like, because it fucking grows back by the next day.
I guess that's one reason. Yeah. But you said you have your dad or your stepdad was in the military.
My dad was in the military. My uncle was in the military. My other uncle was one of the first Navy SEALs.
Oh.
My grandpa was in Hawaii for Pearl Harbor. Got shot in the jaw by an airplane.
Let me ask you this. Do your relatives who are veterans hang out together, or did they at some point?
Well, most of them are gone by now.
Right.
So I have like 5 or 6 cousins that have been in the military. They hang out together.
So that's what I'm wondering. My family, I have a few who've been in the military, and it seems like we don't talk to each other. And maybe there's other reasons for that. Who knows,
that's the thing, though. I've noticed that even in my hometown, there's people that were actually in the same platoons over in Iraq, and they don't even talk. But then there's a group around us. There's a group of veterans from, I'd say, Vietnam, Desert Storm on up that have like group meetings every 2 weeks.
Right, and there are resources. That was a point of contention earlier. I think it's a misconception that there's no resources, and I guess it depends on where you're at, because Canada.
Well, it depends. Like around our area, there are resources for veterans, but I know other areas
It's like
I know other areas around me don't have it.
Yeah, no, I mean, I guess there's probably some dead areas, or not dead areas, but like,
Yeah.
Areas far away from resources would be a dead area, as a dead zone,
But
I guess.
I've had tons of friends that were in the military. I got a friend, he was in 2 different IED explosions. He's got PSTD and amnesia.
There's, I know a lot of guys.
But it's short-term amnesia. It's not like all the time. Like, you might forget something for 10 minutes and then remember it. Like,
so how young were you when your dad came home from the military?
my dad was never in the military.
Okay, who was it? I'm sorry. Who's your
My
closest?
uncle.
Your uncle.
Yeah.
Did you ever meet him when he was?
I think he got out of the military in 78, the year I was born.
Oh, so you don't really have do you have any friends that went to the military and came home?
Oh, yeah. I got a bunch of friends that went to the military and came back. They were in Afghanistan, Iraq. I got friends that were in the Gulf War, got that Gulf War syndrome.
Yeah. So
and they talk about
keep in touch with them or no?
Oh, yeah. They're all in my hometown, Spring Valley.
I should have got you to bring one on, because here's
the
thing.
I could literally bring a couple different ones on.
Okay, and this is why I'm going to say that we'll probably revisit topics. I mean, it may not, probably be for a few months.
I'm really enjoying that you're doing this, Waylon. This is cool topic.
Yeah, it's not going to be as serious of a topic every time, but
I know, but I'm glad you're doing something like this, because I like shit like this. Like, out of a lot of my friends, I've talked a lot of my friends down out of doing some dumb shit to themselves. Like, my one veteran friend tried to kill himself, ran in front of a train. He got drugged in front of a train or underneath the train for about a half a mile and survived. And then he was paralyzed for about 2 years and just started learning how to walk a couple years ago.
You go to some pretty dark places when you feel like there's no value left,
Well, what happened is he hit a car. He was drinking. He hit a car, hopped out of his car, and took off running. He was getting chased by the cops and said, "Fuck it, I'm going to kill myself." And obviously, there were different plans for him because he survived.
Well, it sounds like you're a good friend, at least. I mean, you can't put it all on the people.
I'm a good friend to all my friends. Like, I'm the counselor.
Has some accountability too, but it really helps to have somebody who, says they care about that person, follow through with that, and actually check up on them. And again, that still sounds like I'm putting all the work on.
I do that with all my friends I'm friends with that have issues. Like, I'm pretty fucking, I have my PSTD. I learned how to deal with it. I learned how to deal with it through drawing. Just fucking.
So what do you have PTSD from?
Being sick as a kid, being in the hospital, having shit shoved in my nose.
How old were you when you got out?
Well, I was in an incubator when I was born for a couple months, and then a year later, it was like all the way up till I was like 3 or 4. I was always in the hospital.
Well,
and it was just like
I have to
all
come
the
up with
shit and them fucking with me all the time. I don't like people touching my face. Like, that's one thing that sets me off, because even from when I was a little kid, that shit just.
Sure. Well, that's terrible. I'm glad you came out the man that you are. So with that, we're gonna start to wrap it up here, buddy. What do you got? You can go ahead. What do you got?
But I'm like a counselor to a lot of my friends, because I'm like the neutral guy.
You're neutral.
Yeah,
that's good, because you're a good listener. That's what.
And a good talker too. But like, I've had friends that were addicts. I've helped get clean. I've had friends that were gonna kill themselves. Talked them down. Like,
I'd rather hang out in the park like that with veterans than at the VFW, because you feel I don't know what the word is, but drinking starts to become easier and easier in that situation for some reason.
Our VFW don't even have a bar.
Well, that's good. So let me go back to this one more time and just go back through it real quick. Knowing who they are, because some people don't talk about it. Do the research if you care about them. Now, this is something I wish I talked about when everybody else is on. I meant to do this earlier. I'll get better with it. But this really means a lot to me, because if you're somebody who has a family member who's overseas, now, not necessarily someone who was in a war a long time ago or whatever, but during that war, there was so much information coming out, especially because it was the most recent war. So much information coming out about how family members should treat, or how family members should react to the veteran coming home. There was all this training and all this information out for that. And I feel like if you're somebody who has a loved one overseas, it's kind of on you to do a little bit of that research also.
Well, I think one of the best ways is to just treat them like they were before they even went.
Yes and no. You still want to look for signs and triggers.
Yeah, I mean, signs, but as a person, you don't want to step on eggshells being around them to trigger them. You want to talk to them just
That's why I put down here. Try not to bother them with the small things, trying to baby them, or coming to them with all these little issues that could be solved without bothering them. There's a lot.
That's straight up the truth right there, Waylon.
It's like your fuse is shorter for things that to annoy you.
Yeah,
I used to be pretty proud of.
And I understand that completely, because I have friends that are like that. Certain things just get on their nerves really fast, and it's like you just change the subject.
Sure. But with that, Corey, I think we've killed the moose by now.
Killed the moose. I like that quote.
Yeah, I just made it up. Let me see, which one is this again?
But anytime I'll come on here and talk, I can talk about that domestic abuse shit. I dealt with that for fucking years.
We're definitely going to do one of those, because there's a lot of that, a lot of people that have experiences with that. So that's a good one. I really thought that we might end up going over. I was trying to stick to about 3 hours, and we're pretty close to.
Well, you're pretty close.
Not too bad. Not too bad for a first episode, guys. I appreciate everybody who hung out the whole time. I know it was a little bit different than what some of you are used to.
Well, I was trying to get on a little earlier, and I was just busy with my son, and I was like, fuck, I want to get on here.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it, Corey, but we're going to try to really stick to the topics, and you did pretty well. But thanks a lot, man. It's been great. Let's play the outro, and you have a good day, everybody.
You too.
Guys, just a couple seconds of the disclaimer. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the People in the Boxes, episode number 2. And it looks like we already have a new guest down in the backstage here. We're gonna we got 4 of us right now. We got people coming in all through the stream. I got to get over to Facebook and make this public. Let's see here.
Hey, everyone.
Got a lot to talk about today. Let me give us some time to introduce our boxes. Got a new friend with us here. We got our man of mystery, international man of mystery here, Ima. he's just a question mark. We don't even need to go to him right now. But we also have our friend Jake here, who's looks like he's muted. Let me unmute you there, Jake.
Oh, I am.
All right. So Jake, take a minute just to tell people who you are. If you have anything to plug here, would be great, or just your name's fine too.
I'm Jake. I just joined because I got a shit ton of animals, so I have a lot of input on this one.
There you go. He's got a lot of background for us. And then we have our special guest here, Miss Kat K. She is a extreme animal lover, but also has a little bit of history to back that up. Kat, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thank you, Waylon. Yeah, as Waylon said, I'm Kat K. I own and run the animal rescue page, Animal Lovers of Newfoundland and Labrador. And then I also have my page, Session with Kat K. So I thought this would be a great time to come on when Waylon asked me. You know, the two go hand in hand for this subject today. So thanks so much for having me, guys.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna go through a litany of things. We're gonna end up talking about the cannabis, but not right away.
Yes.
It's going to. I have a couple of things on my bullet points here. We're going to talk about in a second. Let me pull this up so I can pin.
Sounds great.
Just want to pin this so that people can pop up if they want to, and I can pop them back down if I don't like it. So, all right, let's pull up the bullet points for today. We'll probably pull up some. Let's see. We want to go through a little bit of house cleaning as well, but this is our bullet points for today. And I know we have some more people coming in. Okay, here we go. Got Jules from Smoke Buddies.
Hey,
Jules, let's hear it. Do you have a fix?
Is it still staticky?
You sound good now.
No, you sound good.
Okay, perfect. It took me like a hot second to find my passcode. Figure it out.
Yeah, that had to be your phone then. But
it was
no,
my
that's
phone.
much better. Good. So I guess I can
see my face.
put him away for a second.
Damn,
Jules,
you got some lights on?
Jules is a returning guest from last week. Ima is as well, but still a question mark up there. Jules runs Smoke Buddies. It's an app on iOS. They have a group in Facebook, but it's actually mostly just a pusher app. But the group is growing too, though, isn't it?
It is growing.
Cool.
Good. Also, I don't know if you'd like to rep your. She does a little food trucking with her husband. I love that.
Yes.
I love the food. I love to go see them out at local events. Let's see. All right. So today's episode, you guys, pets. It was really difficult for me to figure out the title. It's like, man, what am I going to title this? So.
Hey Trent. Hey Matt.
Hi guys. What's up? So pets is a big topic, of course. So I didn't want to just talk about pets. What I want to talk about is like reasons to have pets, and then reasons maybe you shouldn't have pets, or reasons not to be getting pets. And then also we want to talk about that cannabis angle, because let me tell you guys something. I did do a little bit of research on this. I wish I had more time. Speaking of which, I do plan to revisit some of these topics as we get big enough to actually get guests on that have some sort of a professional credential. Kat, actually, you are my professional credential tonight, but we're talking, bigger and bigger and bigger, and eventually.
Oh, for sure.
Yes. Hey, Jason.
Hey, Jason.
Hey, Jason. Much love, everyone. Hey, Katie.
So something I noticed, you guys, about stoners in general, weed smokers, medical cannabis users, whatever you want to call it. I don't know hardly any that don't have pets. Do you guys? Isn't that weird?
No, not that I can think of. Almost anybody
I know someone. I know someone.
Okay. Well,
I know a couple.
That's an interesting point, though. The majority of the people that I know that do use, they have pets.
Right, and I think it goes hand in hand with the same things that people get, have the medical cannabis for. For some reason, I'm trying to make sure my internet connectivity is good. For some reason, it's not. Anyway, back to me. Oh no, let's read some of these bullet points. So on the good reasons, guys, we got mental health, exercise, companionship, and protection. Protection is a little bit of a question mark for me, and we're going to go over each one of these. But what are you waving at, Jules? Why are you muted?
Oh, I was listening to you talk, but also waving to people in the comments.
You can't. No one can see you.
Oh. Well, you should have told me that.
Here, look, we can do this, but nobody can.
I'm sorry.
Do that. So
hey, everyone.
This might that's not even good. That's not good either. So we'll just read the first section here. So reasons to own a pet. You guys, I want you to jump in anytime if you feel like that's not if there's something missing here, because I think that these are sort of bigger categories. So mental health is huge, right? But pets are shown to help that all the time. But here's the thing I wanted to talk to you about, Kat. What do you think when people get like a companion animal or a service animal? Those aren't pets, right? But a companion animal kind of is still sort of like.
Yeah. Well, a companion means a companion. A companion is a friend, So if it's a companion animal, no matter if it's because you wanted that company, it's still a pet or a part of the family. Service animals can certainly be, the same as your normal companion pet at home. It's just for you specifically and not for others of the public and even people in your family and whatnot to be going up and petting and acting like it's just your regular dog that because they're trained for certain things.
Yeah, and I've seen them in public where people get mad if you try touching them.
Yeah, because it can disturb their job, and the person, like the owner of the service dog, could end up being hurt. The dog could get distracted, could lose the scent of what they're trying to do for their owner. There's many different reasons, right?
Right. So, Jake, what's the weirdest service animal you've ever seen or heard of?
An alligator.
A service animal?
Whoa!
Wow.
It was for anxiety.
I expected you to say like just dogs and cats or something, but
no, there's it's down in Louisiana. This old man has a pet American croc actually, and he uses it as stress relief and walks it on a leash and actually takes it into PetSmart and stuff.
That's bomb ass, actually.
That's awesome.
Could you guys give me like 5 minutes? Because I will actually show you my service animals.
Well, yeah, go ahead and get
them. I gotta go get them.
Don't tell me your snake is a service animal. I don't.
Actually, Lucius, my snake is my service animal, and I'm gonna show him off. So hold on.
Let's go see him. All right.
1 second.
Yeah, here with the chat. Keisha,
well,
feel
see,
free to come up. Trent, I know you got pets. Come on up.
But yeah, that's the thing. There's like legitimate service animals that are, put through like the government, put through training, put through all sorts of different credentials before actually legitimate a service animal. You can have a mental health animal, and you can have a I can't remember the other name they use, but it wouldn't actually be like a service animal.
Emotional support.
Yeah, emotional support. Thank you. Yes, that's correct. Emotional support would be the other term. That's not a legitimate service animal.
I think when you think service animal, you think very highly trained as well. So when you said
they are, right?
Wow, I wonder how that's done. But I mean,
I think that one's considered an emotional support.
Yeah, yeah.
People used to lie about it at the hospital. Oh, here we go. Is that fake?
Wow.
What is that? Is that a piece of rubber you're holding?
Is that a bell?
Wow.
He's holding him like a sack of potatoes. You poor guy.
He's
is that albino?
No, he is a Mojave of blue-eye python.
So he's a bell.
Yep. Look at him. He's so pretty.
Yeah, he is pretty.
I have a female banana tri-stripe that I've got some future projects for.
Oh, my butterball python is downstairs. My butterball python, like a pastel yellow python downstairs. But I can't touch her at the present moment because she laid eggs and she hates me right now. So this is my service animal. I know it's weird because it's a snake, but I also have other weird service animals. And they're in my daughter's room, which are rats. I know it's weird, but I have rats and snakes as pets. So thank you for saying he's beautiful. His name is Lucius.
Yeah, he's beautiful.
Lucius
wow,
is
he's so
his
calm
name.
with you.
Oh, he's always been calm. He's never bit me or anything. I don't hope he doesn't, but my other one that just laid eggs, she has been a little bit agitated, so I haven't been messing with her very much. But these guys mated, so I don't know what they're gonna be, but I think they're gonna be yellow and hopefully blue-eyed. So that'll be
you guys
cool.
see my 4 cats at the window, 4 out of 5 cats up there.
The catio. I really like the catio.
This is just their cat. This is just their cat tower. They're just all up here at the window. You see them 1, 2, 3, 4.
How many cats do I have again?
I have 5, but I can only see 4 at the moment.
C4. That's a joke in there somewhere.
Yep, I'm trying to show you guys how long he is.
Jake's on the move. Gonna show us something, Jake?
No, right. I'm not home. I'm actually getting ready to hop in the car and head home. Otherwise, I could show you a zoo.
Okay, we can always follow up on it. That's Jake.
See how long he is? That's how long he is.
Jeez.
And he's not even uncoiled yet. He still has his butt. So
still got a big old butt. So what is that, like 6 foot?
I don't even know. I haven't measured him in a long time. I'm just glad that I know he can make babies.
You know he can make babies?
Yes. Sorry, I have my hoodie on. I had my hoodie on because I didn't know if I was gonna put him around my neck or not.
Okay. Who do we got? Who do we got here? Okay, in no certain order, we got 420. What's up, bud?
What's going on?
420.
Oh, and we got Social Smokes here.
Hi, buddy.
And Garfy, you're cute.
Garfy.
How's everybody doing?
My dog is really annoying me right now, and this is a show about pets. I don't know. We're doing good, Matt. What kind of pets do you have? You got some cool stuff too, Jake. You're gonna like some of his stuff too.
I think Jake's seen some of my stuff, or all of it, really.
Jake he's cutting up a little bit. He's on his way home, so he might pop back on, hopefully.
I actually want him to, because I actually have a question for him.
There's a lot of questions, like mental health we've gone over, and I think it's huge for people, but just in general, there's a lot of statistics that say that you're happier with a pet, even though pets annoy the
Wayland's sex show next.
Hey, you cannot run away.
That could be interesting.
Okay. I will be right back. My snake's trying to run away. I'll be right back.
As long as you're not on a plane, we're good.
Hey, don't be humping my bed. I feel like he's humping my bed. Where are you going?
Oh no!
All right, I gotta go. I'll be right back, y'all. I'll be right back.
Just leave it on and go get him.
Hey, Jake.
That's my cat Speedy to the emotional support. Like I saved my cat too. Like he was on death's bed and everything. So
baby.
He's now 3, and he was not going to make it to 3 months, but he made it to 3. All right, buddy.
Oh man.
How's it going, Nicole?
This is my baby. Come here.
So Jake, I know you make a lot. You do a lot with like your reptiles and like their enclosures and stuff. Have you built a paludarium?
I have. I built 3.
Yeah.
My potbelly toads, my African bullfrog, pixie frog, and
hello everyone.
One of my corn snake.
Bro, that's really cool. So I've been like doing some research on keeping some geckos in a paludarium, like some small like day geckos or something. So I want to have like them and some like the one guy I was watching, he had some day geckos, but he also had like some vampire crabs in the bottom. They would spend most of their time in the water and make their way up on land and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's totally possible. I don't recommend cohabitation though. A lot can go wrong.
Yeah, see, that's what I had thought, and I was, reading, and I talked to the guy. I emailed him and I asked him, I was like, do you have issues like with your crabs going after your day geckos or like anything like that? And he was like, no. He's like, I haven't had any issues. He's like, you'll come up to the tank and you'll see like day geckos laying right next to vampire crabs and they don't have any problems.
Vampire crabs? Come on now. You're making shit up.
Vampire crabs? That sounds like some type of sex disease.
I got Halloween king crabs.
Guess you're right about that. Keisha, we want to see those feet. No, we don't. I'm just kidding.
Oh my god.
No, I'm still getting my nails done.
The hands now.
One of these days, Jake, when you have time, you should send me a message on Facebook or something. I'm trying to figure out how I would go about setting up a paludarium.
There you go, guys. Jake is actually trying to get his little zoo off the ground. Are you still working on doing like birthday parties and things like that, Jake? That's all right. If we lose them,
I have some praying mantises I'll be able to send. The Uthica's about to pop open.
Mantises are cool. You know, I like dragonflies. I'd like to get them, but those aren't pets. You know, it's funny how many things people keep as pets that aren't actually pets. So
I don't even know how to do this way. It's got it backwards on me.
File our nails.
If you go into your settings on the camera, you can switch it the right way.
There we go. Sorry about that. I was asking her if she was filing her nails right now, getting them filed.
Nope, they're doing them all the way up.
Oh, she's getting them drilled. I heard a drill or something in the back.
I know that's like.
Yeah, you're fine. Canna Queenship. That's your. That's the group that you're representing, Keisha.
Yeah, that's a group I admin in.
Sorry, Miss Spooky, Miss Stoner.
Spooky Stoner. I'm in the creepy shit.
Stoner come from?
They wanted us to have nicknames, and I really like scary stuff.
Made it.
Nice. No, that sounds legitimate. Let's get back to pets, you guys. I like the security question, because if you have a dog specifically for security and you go and get him super trained and whatnot, is that still a pet?
Not really.
Depending on how far training you go.
That's what
you mean, like trained to kill? Trained to kill, then no.
I mean, home defense, I guess.
So my best friend, he has a German Shepherd, right? And it's trained to attack, but it's never really attacked anyone.
If you have an animal solely just for the purpose of, you know, being security and being guardian, and, you know, if you still treat them as a family and as a pet and a part of, that's different. But if you have them strictly just stay at the door, they're trained to a certain way, they don't see love and affection, they see orders and commands, you know, that's different.
Like police dogs. I don't know that they see any affection, right?
Oh yeah, they do. They do.
They see a bunch. Like a lot of times they come home with their.
My brother is a cop, and he has a police dog at home that lives with him.
That's literally his
love that dog. Yeah, I love this stupid dog.
My two dogs are super protective. I have like a Beagle Shepherd mix, and then I have a Siberian Husky. So they are super protective, but they've never been trained that way. They've never been told to be on guard and be, you know, in that sort of manner. But they could be your guardians and protection without having to train them like that.
I had
my dad.
A lot of dogs, they have that natural behavior to be protective of their pack, of their family.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Natural instinct for sure.
But then there's also owners, you know what I mean, that it's the same way, but they've trained them commands, you know what I mean, that could be protective in nature, but they're still not just that for that purpose.
Exactly.
You know?
They can still be your family, but you know if someone's going to come in through your door, they're going to protect you, right? And that's the same as if I was in my house and my family member was here. If someone comes in, you're going to protect who's in your home. So
yeah,
pretty good in that sense.
Not every dog does that naturally. Like some dogs go up to the stranger and want to get some pet lovin's.
And who agrees?
I agree with you.
Like someone.
You know, I heard. I don't know if this is true, Kat. You probably know more than I do, but I heard that one of the reasons why cats actually sleep at the end of the bed is a protective thing.
It is.
My cat sleeps in between me and her, right behind my
Yeah, I
head.
heard that sleeping, that's the whole sleeping on the bed thing. Because, you know, when you're up, they sleep somewhere else most of the time. But when you're in your bed sleeping, they sleep on your bed.
One of my cats did that. No, I was gonna say he's right about that because like when I had my cat before she died, like she would sleep on the couch, sleep in the basement, sleep everywhere else, but when we would go to bed, she'd be right there looking dead at the door. And then she would sit there and like if the kids were asleep, I would have to leave the door open because like instinctively she would go into like the kids' room just to make sure they're okay, and then she would come back and lay down. I miss that cat.
Our cat does that. Yeah.
I miss that cat.
So my dad was a canine handler for the military.
Yeah.
And he used to bring his dogs home. And like my mom is a 4'10" Filipina lady who's just soft spoken and all that. And one of the dogs attacked her.
Really?
Yeah, it was one of the all white Austrian shepherds, I think. Maybe.
Yeah.
And had she been around the dogs before a lot or no?
No, he brought the dog home and
that's the first time he's ever done that.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, no, it wasn't the first time he ever did it. It was the first time in a new place he ever did it, but the first time with kids, because me and my brother.
Yeah, your brother.
My mom had
triggered him.
And so, yeah, but because it attacked my mom, they had to put the dog down.
Oh,
and
wow.
He wasn't allowed to bring animals home, but there were like, I don't know, maybe 4 dogs before that one that were amazing. They treated everyone like family, and like one was, it wasn't an Austrian shepherd, but it was another kind of shepherd. But it was definitely protective. Like we couldn't go anywhere without it following us or trying to protect.
Can I say one thing? This is your fault why I'm doing my nails right now. Look what I just pulled out. I done pulled out the drill and everything. Like I'm sitting
How
there
do you
going,
get 7 loners on one live StreamYard? Says the one in the comments.
Cody with the steak and shake.
There's the lone person in the comments.
Gotcha. We won't start that on this live.
That's right. Now, I've never seen Sesh Time have a pet. I wonder if he has pets. I feel like he might be the kid that like uses a magnifying glass.
He's got a cat, yeah.
Yeah, he got a cat. I don't think he's a fan though. It's definitely his woman's cat, 100% that he just puts up with.
So he's one of the
one of those guys. Yeah.
Can you see this?
No, I just saw it. I noticed him going nuts on it.
Trent's here going crazy with the Garfy and some.
Trent's hitting 2 in 1. He's got a companion, and I know that cat helps him relieve stress. You know, it's also protective of him. So he's got 3 in 1 because that cat's sleeping between them.
He's on my shoulders.
Could you imagine if his woman came at him and that cat like jumped on her face?
My cat did that once to my ex. I couldn't have been prouder when she did that shit. She saw him lunge at me and she went, and I was like, aha, you got bit by the cat. Don't be coming at me like that, fool. That's what I said, but another story, another time.
I mean, if the cat has all of his claws, a cat's actually formidable to most dogs.
Dude, that cat tore his face.
See, here in Canada, it's illegal to declaw your cats now. Thankfully, it's illegal here.
It's gonna be illegal here at some point.
Yeah, it should be. If you look at it, it's literally ripping the fingertips off of your cats. It's not just hauling nails. They literally are like. There's videos. There's so much proof. It is literally ripping the fingers and the top of the fingernails and the whole like cat's paw off. It takes the tops of their paws off.
Yeah, there's a lot of cruelty that when it comes to domesticating something into calling it a pet.
Yeah,
it's like wild like sea creatures, and you like in SeaWorld, and you have
marine lands like disgusting.
They have to be watched really closely because it's too easy to cut corners to save some money.
Hey, Sonia.
This is my favorite pet.
All right. I'm tired.
I
like that.
The little leopard gecko.
Oh,
I gotta
cool,
get back to
man.
my camera. I can't see anything.
She'll just hang out.
I had a ferret once.
See, she'll just crawl up on my chest.
Hey, oh, that's cool.
I have a Shetland pony and a sheep up to my mother's house, and my Shetland pony is like 25 years old. Like she'll probably live to be close to like 30, 40
And then this is my
old.
other leopard gecko.
Wow.
Wow, those geckos are so
Pull
cool.
them out of the woodwork. From behind the ear. Here's another gecko.
Just like, and ta-da.
She just hangs out. She doesn't care.
So I had a cat, but I had to get a dog because the cat doesn't really make you get up. You gotta feed it.
My cats
do.
My cats rip
you throw
my
a-
cat until you get up.
It rubs you
My
next
cat
to
will
the
massage my face.
Okay, I could take that. Give
A
it some
cat will
lotion.
meow in my face if I don't get up at a certain time.
My cat, she would just lay on my face with her butt. It's like, I don't need your butt juices on my face.
He still has his claws and his balls.
Okay, so that's the leopards.
All right, we're gonna watch a little clip that I took today. Wait, no. First, we're gonna showcase Matt.
Doggy.
We'll showcase Matt real fast here because I like this guy.
Oh my god, I want one.
Do
you put
What
stickers
is
on the
what the hell is that?
It looks like something that I like. I don't know.
Is that an eel?
It's a salamander.
It's an axolotl.
Are you still?
See?
Is what type of salamander is that? A salamander or whatever the fuck it's called. Is that?
This is my fish.
The water one.
Go back to the alien one. What is that?
It's an axolotl.
I want an axolotl. That thing is cool. Ooh,
I don't know
that's
how
my
I
next
feel
pet.
about that,
That's my next
Kinda
pet.
gives me
It looks
the
nasty and
creeps.
creepy. It's my next pet.
This bee's back. Sharpie, do your job.
Wait, do they just stay in water like that all day?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
And then
I'm about to go
this,
get one.
this is my bioactive tank. Let me see if I can
You
find
got
it.
bugs?
I got yellow.
That's a gecko.
Or did he say he got bugs or geckos?
I got a gecko in here, but there's bugs that live in here too.
Oh, I thought you said you had bugs. I'm like, wait, show me some bugs. What the
Hello,
hell?
Steph.
I'm sorry, I'm getting too excited. It's like show and tell for me, y'all. I'm getting
Hey,
like,
Steph.
Hi.
Oh, there he is. He's up here.
Hi, Steph.
yeah, there he is. Look at him. He's all cute.
All right.
I can't hear you guys.
You can't hear us?
Can you hear me now? Hey, doggy.
So
And he's
yeah,
got his
go back.
little outfit on.
Was that a
He's got
panda?
his little outfit. He's got a hat too. Here.
Oh my God, she put the hat on the dog, you guys. She's like my grandma putting the hat on the doggies. You guys would buying the dogs the outfits. I do not like y'all. Because then I start buying
He's
the outfits
gotta look
for the
good
dogs.
too.
Yeah, but
need,
y'all make me broke because like once you guys start dressing up your dogs and then I go to a pet store and especially if it's a girl and I see like a tutu, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna buy this for my mom's dog. Like, don't do that. I'm the type of people that be buying stuff for other people for no reason. Oh, pretty.
And you got the other two up on the tower.
Kitty.
I want a kitty. I'm gonna get
Simba.
a
He's
cat.
one of the babies I rescued there last summer.
Oh,
that's really good. That wasn't bad.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
I don't know what they said, but she said Simba, so I had to give him his introduction. You should have held him up too when I did it.
I couldn't hear you guys because I had my earphones plugged in. So, so
I just gave him his phone.
Yeah, I couldn't hear anything because my earphones were still in, so I was just trying to show him. And as soon as you put the screen up, he's like, "Let me down!" Trying to jump out of my arms.
Oh, I just sung the Lion King song for him. That's what I did.
Oh, he loves that song. It's his favorite.
All right, let's take a quick look here. Exercise. That's one of the reasons I got this little guy here, was to get get up off my butt. That's what I meant to say. So yeah, I was just sitting around. I was depressed. I had all the other issues we see here, mental health, all that stuff. But exercise, man, just taking that walk every day, twice a day, is that's enormous. I don't think we need to really hit that one. That one's pretty simple.
That was the wrong one.
Dogs. I guess cats get you a little exercise too. Let's see.
Like
bad
a little
reasons,
exercise.
Though. What do you guys think?
A little
Control
exercise.
Freaks? Does control freaks describe like somebody who would abuse an animal?
Yes.
Because they're doing it for control. They're doing it to dominate something.
Yeah.
I couldn't think. I was trying to shorten it,
And people with other types of aggression and certain things like that as well. Like you said, they can adopt or bring in animals to do forms of abuse and cruelty and stuff, which is heartbreaking. But unfortunately, it's what happens out there when animals get into the wrong people's hands. And that's why you should be careful, like adopting out and giving away cats, dogs, kittens, whatever it may be,
She's not lying.
Yeah,
you should do some kind of.
You should always like to buy, or I mean, not adopt from foster pets that have already been in a home environment, because then I'll know if they're okay or not. You know what I mean?
Well, this is the thing. I wanted a puppy, and that's why I got my husky, because I was planning to carry my male dog's his line on, because he's a family dog. My mom had his parents.
Oh wait.
That's the one you're looking at there. This guy here in the grass. That's
Dookie. He's cute.
Sir Ducas Bartholomew Baronius II. But I waited a little too long to. He's a little bit old now. There's still a chance. I'm not going to say nothing. I'm not going to say no. But anyway, the point is, what did you say? Let's have a vote. Okay. Anyway,
okay. Don't you take care of your kiddos?
Huh? Let me lose my
kids need to be taken care of.
I'm gonna go. I just go. Oh, it's so fucking hot.
I don't think it's hot at all.
Husky is on top of me here. Let me show you guys. Look at this. She won't leave me alone. Oh, you can't see it. Now you can see it. Just biting, just nonstop. Oh, I was wanting to carry my dog's line on. That's why I got her. But this is what happened. I got her from Amish country in the area. It's called Arthur, Illinois. And I didn't know that they do something called, what's it called now? There's a name for it where it's in really bad conditions where the mother doesn't even really ever go outside, and they just pump out.
Like a puppy mill almost?
Yes, that's it. That's the one. Puppy mills. And they just, so my mom told me about it afterwards, and she's like, oh, you got to worry about that. I'm like, well, I don't know. This lady had me meet her at a different house. I couldn't go inside to see where the puppies were. So all these things after the fact, I'm like, well, oh shit, that's probably puppy mill. I didn't know. So I guess right now I'll give you guys that experience so that you know. But if the person's, this was during COVID too. So look, I mean, I understood, like, they're like, you can't come in the house. Okay, that makes sense, right? But you really should ask to see where the puppies are kept, right, Kat?
I think so.
Yeah, most importantly, you want to see the parents. You want to know a background history on these parents. You want to know.
They did show me that.
How many times.
Their environment.
Yeah, you want to see how many times, the parents have been bred, how many litters, if there's any other like history with the other animals and puppies that were adopted out. But yeah, you definitely want to see the environment and see how the mother especially is being kept with the puppies, and if they even have the other dog in the house, like the father of them.
I don't think she was ever let outside until I got her.
If they won't show you where the puppies and dogs are too, if they will not show you, there's something wrong.
Are you using an electric filer there?
Oh, me?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah,
I'm like, it looks like it.
I told like Trista and even Kasia, whoever wants to, they could sit here painting their faces while we're chatting.
Well, Kasia started this because she's at the nail salon. So I was like, well, I might as well touch up my nails real quick before I leave the live.
Yeah, just don't go like cleaning out your teeth or picking at your. No offense,
Waylon, it's me. You never know what's gonna happen.
I bet you some people would get a kick out of how to brush your teeth.
It's how to brush your teeth correctly.
So yeah, pets are not accessories, so people get those to just look good. And that goes along with social credit at the bottom on that section, because you want to take pictures and put pictures online, but you maybe don't actually care to take care of the animal. And an accessory is more like in person, like when you go out in public, and then social credit. You just want people to know you have an animal, or when company comes over. So that's
okay. But I love my animals, and still talk shit. Is that the same thing?
Talking shit's not the same thing as mistreating them.
No, I love them, and I love them, and I'd be like, I got snakes, I got this. I'd be like, they so pretty.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, they're people get excited about their pets. So yeah.
Is Cody on the way here or something? Or is he there?
Why don't you could type that in the private chat. Type that in the private chat, boys. So that's for us. The private chat will only be shown by us, just so you know, Trent. I know you might not have used it yet. So what I was saying is all of these categories up here are still true as long as you're taking care of the animal like it's your own flesh and blood, in my opinion. So like, yes, it's an accessory. It's a social credit booster. It's fun, and you do have to control the animal, but
it should never be adopted for any of those reasons. Yeah,
right.
Like if you should go into it because you want companionship. You are responsible enough and financially able to get them the proper vet care and get them, even just when it comes down to daily care of food and toys, treats, like. Anything could happen. Emergencies with animals are crazy expensive. So there's a lot of things that should be took into consideration before just going out and bringing a pet home. But unfortunately, that's not always the case.
You just touched on something.
Basically, she just said, if y'all ain't got money to feed these pets, don't go out and buy them.
So same dream as a child.
And it doesn't mean you wouldn't love them. Like some of the most, there's like homeless people that love their dog, for instance, more than anything in the world. But if they can't feed themselves and whatnot, it is sad knowing that, their dog is there. But that's that companionship. It helps them get through their days, right? So.
Yeah, but you see, a lot of the homeless people, though, they will feed their dogs over themselves.
Oh, for sure. Yes, exactly.
Which is just
I've seen
absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
Like if you're doesn't mean the dog is getting, treatment that it should and all that. So it's hard because I've been through times where I didn't have, enough money to take care of all of us. But, you got to do what you got to do, I guess. Once you already got the pet, it's hard to just give them away. But
I've literally done things to where like I'll gather cans, you know what I'm saying, and go and get money for them if I'm short on something, just to make sure they have food.
Or ask a friend who has a pet. I mean, if you need some dog food, I don't know many dog owners that give you some.
Like I would rather go without food myself to feed my fucking animals.
Right.
Yeah, that is true.
Here's a controversial question. Don't yell at me. Don't get mad, Kat.
Oh God.
What's your opinion on dog treats or cat treats?
Oh,
I thought you were gonna ask me something.
Nope.
Fucked.
I know.
It depends what kind of treats you're getting. Depends where you're getting them from, and
how
you know
often
what
should you
kind of.
treat?
There's nothing wrong with a treat a day or every few days, as long you can get healthy treats, and depends what kind of shape and health your animals are into, for sure. You don't want to overdo it.
You definitely want to research
I
what
will
you're feeding
spoil
your
my
animal.
I spoil mine.
No, I spoiled my cat too, but here's something that she
What is
touched on.
that, buddy?
One thing that you have to like, some of these treats and everything have like unwanted preservatives and things in it that like doesn't make sense to even give to your pet. So I always say to like Google what's best for it. Make sure there's no dyes. Like you don't need to be giving your cat Friskies and all that. Like get them no dye foods. Make sure it's edible. Just like research.
Yeah, exactly.
Because those dyes aren't good.
No.
No, exactly. You don't want things with artificial color and flavoring.
He's not
and all
gonna
that.
like it
You know,
when
like
I
people go
put him on a
crazy
diet.
about what they feed their kids and what's going into the food you're eating or your kids are eating. Like, say, hot dogs, for instance. Like, do you want your dog eating hot dogs every day as their dog food pretty well? Like, it's nothing but garbage, right? So.
Unless you get them from an actual butcher that knows what they're doing, and it's not. I just wanted to make that. I was just gonna say that little disclaimer. If you get hot dogs from the butcher, it's a little bit different. But going to the store and getting hot dogs, oh my god.
Yeah, I'm talking about that like 12 in a pack for like whatever it is. Fucking not worth eating half the time.
Those the little dogs. What do they call them? The little wieners.
Yeah, little wiener doggies.
All right.
The little weenies.
I've set up a slideshow for you guys to watch. It's just my pets. So it's a few minutes.
Awesome.
If you like to take a quick.
Yeah, we don't want to see that. No, I'm just playing.
You're gonna want to.
His paws.
KG, stay up here, buddy. I just want to catch it back for a memory. I'm taking a video. And then you can talk to you. Hi, future Cage. All right, let's get bigger. There we go. Nice that purpose in there. I took this video because he's getting really old, guys, and I want to remember him. I know it's funny. He's like, "What is he doing here?" Oh, I want to remember my boy. You know, royalty. That's why we're hearing this music. Welcome if you got it, guys. Let's take a little small break as this goes. Dude.
Where is it?
Yeah, hush. Oh, there we go. That's skipping.
Wait!
There we go. I didn't realize how long the video was. There's more pictures.
Oh my god.
It's literally their full day adventures.
What?
I miss my dog. Like, I still do. It was just too expensive.
Oh, look, they're kissing. Cheers to that, you guys.
Wait, is it?
The play fight. I like it. That's a good picture.
This goes progressively younger.
Oh my god, he's so cute. Is she?
Oh, look at it.
Look at me the exact same way right now.
Adorable.
Oh, they're all pretty cute. Oh, it was all cute. Oh, stop it. Stop being all cute. Waylon, we are not trying to promote your dating life. Quit doing that.
Oh, fuck.
Don't be showing the cute pictures with the kid and everything while we on this live. I'm just playing.
Waylon, you have some cute puppers.
Oh, shit. God damn. Dude, I love this song choice that you picked for it. Sorry, I was in it. I know y'all probably were like, she's so retarded.
Lay down. Lay down. Turn around. Turn around. That's a good boy. Shake. Stand up.
Oh, you better give him a treat. If you didn't, Waylon, you're an asshole. Wait,
my dog Jack, he was abandoned in like a really bad neighborhood. So that's how I ended up with Jack.
You're cutting in and out. Is anybody else hearing that?
I heard it fine. That she saved Jack.
You can't hear me. I'm sitting here talking to a blank microphone.
I tried my earbud things. They're not working. I can hardly hear you guys. It's like a whisper, but
It's okay. We like to see the
yeah,
puppers.
I was just gonna say he was dropped off. And I didn't have a dog at the time.
So he wasn't an actual rescue? Somebody dropped him off with you?
No. A friend called and said, "Hey, look at this dog," and it was out by the dumpster. And he sent me a picture and everything, and I said, "Well, bring him to me." And he was all mad at it and stuff. And the first thing I did was I took him to the tub and I gave him a bath, and then I dried him, and then I shaved him so I could look at his skin to make sure his skin was okay. And then the next day I took him to the vet. And then come to find out, in my house, he didn't have any accidents. So this dog was housebroken. Who abandoned him and why? There had to be some reason. He does have his issues. Like if there's something by him, you can't grab it. He was abused. He hates brooms. I know he was abused, but he has been an awesome dog. And he's been so cool that like when I have like my anxiety or my panic attacks, he knows and he will get on my chest and just lay there. And I don't know if it's maybe the pressure or the heat or or I don't know what, but he's awesome. And I even registered to get him like as a service dog, so I can take him anywhere I want.
That's cool.
So that's
service.
Jack's story. I saved Jack.
He's not a companion animal. He's a service animal. So he's that next step up.
And that's the day they thought they could call it.
That's right.
Okay, I'm done.
I knew what you were going to say.
I was going to say I'm done. Never mind. I'm done.
I know what you were going to say.
I do think that we all should take one good pup for Johnny. He did win. So,
who? Oh, for Johnny?
Johnny Depp. Here goes my makeup pint.
Don't worry. They'll get back together here
All
soon.
right, guys. I'm just gonna tell my story real quick about Jack. Peace out. Love
Thank
you guys.
Thanks, Steph.
See you later.
Bye. Have a good one.
Speaking of stories, we do have a picture sent to us from one of our friends.
I want to tell you guys, do not feed marijuana to your pets at all. Like real, like dabs. Don't ever do that.
Yeah, that's
what we're getting to next.
Did you guys already bring up CBD treats and stuff?
Nope, we are.
No, we haven't brought that, but don't be giving your pets real weed. You're going to kill them.
So let me pull up this picture from Alisa, if I can. Share screen.
What you want to do? What do you want
Funny the birds, buddy?
to do?
He's looking for his birdies.
Here.
My phone was still in the studio. I was like, why is this? Okay. We want to share the screen. Here we go.
Nah, he's got glasses on.
Elisa, are you still there? You got to be here
so
still waiting on. What was his name again? We'll wait for Elisa to tell us. I think she told me in here, but I don't want to exit out of here. There she is.
That's funny.
So while she's Tum Tum.
He's
That's
9
right.
years old. And
Tum Tum.
That's the one she's talking about up there. Okay, got you. I got my dog.
I gotta tell my story real quick, and then I gotta leave you because I think I'm about to go to the club. I don't know or not.
Well, we're gonna talk about marijuana. You're gonna stay for that part.
Can we do marijuana like right now? Just
That's
for
what
me,
we're
like
that's what we're gonna
right,
do.
yeah.
You have okay. So this is Jules from Smoke Buddies. Everybody, she's got a story. You had your story. You told me a little bit about it, but you almost killed a dog, or did?
Okay,
accident?
this is what happened. So peep this out.
Go
so
right ahead.
I had a beagle, right? All right. The beagle's name was Nixie. I had my dabs on the counter, dropped my dabs, didn't realize it. So she decided to eat my dabs because she was a slow beagle. I'm sorry, this dog was kind of dumb, but I loved her, but she was slow. Like, she was not a very intelligent beagle. Anyway, so she ate the dabs. And like at first I'm like laughing because she was stumbling and I'm like, oh, she's high. But then she started freaking shaking and seizuring and shit. And I was like, what the hell? And she's like, can't walk. And she's like shaking. So I'm Googling like THC with dogs. Like, is it bad? THC, like actual THC, is very toxic to a lot of animals, and it can cause them to die. It's like chocolate, giving chocolate to dogs. It doesn't go good with their digestive. The only thing I was happy about is I took her outside and I was like hand feeding her grass and shit so she could puke, and she did throw up, so she didn't die. But that's all I gotta say. CBD is okay for pets. Like if you go into a smoke shop, they got CBD treats. Make sure though you Google the actual bag of treats, because I will say some of them, okay, are not actual CBD. So make sure you do check and do your research. That's all cool. But intoxicated to cats and dogs. Don't give any THC to your dog.
I've had it happen to my dog once upon a time too, and I also had to help like several different dogs. It's never really happened so much with cats, but I've had to help several different dogs that ingested cannabis or cannabis butter or edibles, whatever it may be. And,
yeah, butter would be a hard one.
Yeah, and if they didn't, get sick or whatever to get it out of their system and stuff, they probably wouldn't have made it. You had to, like, ingest vomiting or whatever you call it.
Oh, yeah, she threw up.
Yeah, Lisa, you're right.
Yep, she threw up. When she threw up like about 3 times, she started to get better, and then I didn't leave her side. I like slept with her and was like not leaving her side because I was scared, because I really like it. You know, it was an accident. It wasn't even like me trying to get my dog high or being weird. Yeah, you know what I mean? It was just like, oh shit, where did my dabs go? And she's got like all my dabs in her stomach. And at first I did think it was funny because she was stumbling and stuff. And then all of a sudden when she started shaking, that's when I was like, what the hell is going on? And I totally freaked out. And that's when I Googled intoxicated to cats and dogs. You can't give real like THC. But CBD is okay.
Yeah,
but make sure you Google it.
Yeah. For sure.
To make sure it's the right CBD. And I believe too, like all pets, even with marijuana or even with just food, I just think you should research the food, research anything when it comes to your pets, because you just got to be careful. And you want them on like their actual diet, not a nasty diet and whatnot.
Well, and it's not just researching the pets, but it's researching the animals. Do you call this an animal, Jake, or would it be? I mean, a snake. Snake is an animal.
Oh, it's a baby.
It is.
A baby albino pole python.
No, she's a banana pinstripe.
Oh wait, bring her up close. Bring her up close. She is a banana pinstripe.
It's not lying.
Oh no, well I just wanted to make sure because like I have a butterball yellow one, so like I know my snakes. I couldn't tell at first.
So what I'm
animated up close.
I'll try to grab my pride and joy one. I mean, I run full bioactive on everything.
Hey, so are you a snake expert or you just have snakes?
A little depends on the snake.
So do you know a lot about ball pythons?
Yes.
Okay, so peep this out, dude. What is it normal for the ball python eggs to shrink?
If they're non-viable.
Okay, so it is normal?
If they're non-viable or the incubator's not humid enough.
So, okay, I have my incubator set at 85.6 and the humidity set at 72. Is that okay?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Now, if the humidity goes up to 85, is that still okay? Or do I need to get the fan in?
You should generally run a small computer fan anyways, just to keep it circulating.
Bet. Okay, got that. And should I be spraying my eggs with water?
I keep really just depends on how humid you have it.
Okay.
I generally if I run a project, I generally have a friend of mine do all the breeding. I just take my snake over.
Yeah, I didn't have one though, so I'm like, I'm kind of doing this by myself. Like, I checked them today. Like, I know that, like, as long as their veins are good and healthy, and they're not looking like, busted veins, they're all good. So all of them look pretty good. They look weird and mushy still, but none of them are hard or anything like that. But I had to ask somebody who knew. So.
If you want to find me on Facebook, and I can send you a person to talk to.
Yep, I sure will.
Or just message Little Egypt Royals.
Okay.
She's my breeder friend. There's
Is she on Facebook, Jake?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, I'm gonna message her because, like, I already know 2 eggs were already automatically bad because my snake wouldn't even sit on them. So I knew she knew they were bad because she like pushed them off to the side. And then I started off with 8 of them, and now all I got is 6.
Yeah, so, she produced my black pewter.
Ooh.
And I'm gonna pair her with my banana tri-stripe, or pair him with my tri-stripe. Yeah, she's a beauty.
Oh my God, she is so fucking pretty.
I actually just rescued 11 ball pythons and only kept her. Well,
That's
mainly
okay.
because she's a $1,600 snake and I'm never going to be able to afford it. But I gave the rest of them to my breeder friend who we were just talking about.
All right, cool. I'm gonna look her up because, like, seriously, I'm like, I got these eggs and I'm like spraying them and stuff. Don't know what the hell I'm doing, but they're still living because I can tell. I can just like tell they're not completely. And then they're forming mold too. So that's another thing. I was like, oh, mold is a good thing because the humidity is good and they'll get a little mold on their eggs and stuff. So I was excited about that. But anyway, okay, I told my story. I gotta go because one, I gotta feed my kids. They're up my butthole.
All right, Jules. Thanks a lot for joining us. Where can everybody find you?
That's what I was just about to say. Everybody's find me. I have 3 pages. So follow Smoke Buddies Illinois on Facebook. Make sure if you have an Apple phone, download Smoke Buddies Illinois, the app, because it's a bomb social media app. And I have the dating involved. So it's like Weed Tinder. So like definitely download the app if you have an Apple phone. Google's giving me problems, but whatever. It's still on Apple. And then Smoke Buddies Illinois on Facebook. That's another group. And then Smoke Diaries with Martha Queen is another one where you can find me at. And last but not least, if y'all want some munchy food, please come to Grill 'em All because we make your food very well. And we will get you the great munchy food that you all need.
Oh yeah. So there you go. Thanks a lot. You have a good night. Hey, listen, when this is over, maybe I'll hit you up. I'm not doing anything either. So
all right, well, hit me up. All right.
Good night.
See you guys. Bye.
All right. So we don't want to make it drag on too long. I'm going to read through this article. But look at these doctors. Are these even real doctors? Who knows? Renaya Galkner. I don't know. Lynn, come on now. Buzzhard. Who knows? Anyway, just kidding. But it's a BCA Animal Hospital. Seemed pretty good. Pretty good article. I was trying to find an article that was on the opposite side, but I didn't. Not in time anyway. I'm sure there is one. But basically, guys, I talked to a veterinarian, actually 2 of them, and then I talked to a veterinarian lawyer's office, and I joined a group on Facebook that's got almost 1 million people that just specifically for veterinarians to answer questions. And so I asked if they could put somebody on, and their response was that was illegal. And I'm like, I don't know. I mean, and we talked about this. Anna and I talked about this, but what they're saying is it's illegal for them to give us advice. But what they could say is they could talk about the subject still. They could still have said, this is the facts on this and that, But anyway, I digress. So the veterinarian told me that he said no veterinarian would want to come on because they would have an unpopular opinion on the subject. And I didn't get a chance to really get into how it's anonymous. I think I did tell him, but he's already past the point of being convinced because he doesn't have to have a video; he can just have an audio and all that. But maybe for next time, as we get more practice to this and stuff, we can get somebody on. But what he was saying is he says that there's no proof anywhere that shows that cannabis is good for animals. Now, like we were just saying, the toxicity. So I guess it kind of goes without saying that you shouldn't be blowing smoke in the animal's face either if they can't be ingesting it, which is kind of funny to me, when you guys were talking about how the dog ate the dabs or if the dog eats marijuana directly. It's weird because for a human, that doesn't even get you high if you eat a bud. Like, it's not active.
It's because the way a dog's or an animal's body cannot break down, cannot break down in their system compared to what a human can. So it's a toxin, right? It's the same as if someone that's allergic to peanuts goes and swallows peanuts.
Right.
It doesn't affect our system, but in another person's. But yeah, and THC is completely different with animals compared to CBD, the same as in humans. Like if I was using CBD and in the correct amount and whatnot, you wouldn't be getting a high or any type of any form of but if it's CBD, then that's completely different. It's for things like arthritis, trouble eating, sleep, and like joint issues with dogs and things like that, and cats. I've seen it do pretty amazing things for elder dogs, especially.
Calming.
So you guys see this? It says increased accessibility to the drug has led to an increase in accidental exposure to pets. And that makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Above that, it kind of just gives a little history of cannabis, which I think is funny. It says it's been in use since 500 BC. Very cool. An herbal medicine. Products such as rope, textiles, and paper today. Cannabis is primarily used for medical and recreational purposes. Okay, so they go into all that. Then let's see, how do cats and dogs become intoxicated? Let's see. Before Twatty comes back.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. It says various ways by inhaling secondhand smoke, eating edibles, baked goods, and candies. Okay, we just pretty much all covered this stuff without even looking at the article. So we were pretty I kind of wanted to see where all of our judgment was on the subject before we even started looking at it. And I guess Jules did do some research. But I'm interested in what Jake has to say with exotic pets. Have you ever had a lizard bite into some like edibles or?
They'd be more apt to eat the leaves, like my bearded dragons or like the chameleon here. Like in Cheech and Chong, they fed the chameleon and weed and got it high. That'll actually kill a chameleon. A lot of animals have more cannabinoid receptors than humans do, and it's very toxic to them. Like my 150-pound dog ate half a can of edibles one time, and he almost died. Actually, I had to give him peroxide to vomit it up, and still 3 days he was out and shaking and peeing on himself and everything else.
It's petrifying. It's a very scary experience. You don't know. It's like your dog, just got poisoned. It's like they ate something outside and just became poisoned.
Yeah. The only thing I give cannabis to is isopods, but they don't have cannabinoid receptors, so they don't even get high off of it. CBD I give to my dog for anxiety, but he's a husky, so he's strong. Anyways, you know that, Waylon. You know how that is. But it works wonders to calm him down.
I do give mine some too, and she eats it, but I don't know. I notice a difference at all. So all right, so that I read the rest of that. It's basically what we already talked about. It's potentially more toxic compared to humans. The small amount can cause toxicity in cats and dogs. So yeah.
I got to take off here now in a minute as well.
Okay, we've basically killed it, guys. Looking into this, they don't even talk about CBD. What are the signs of toxicity? And everybody can look this up. I don't want to, it's clearly on the web. It's free. It's bcahospitals.com. I'm sure there's a lot of them that you can find it on. But let's see how intoxicated. How it's treated. I don't know. I wouldn't recommend to treat it, but yourself. But it looks like there is information out there what you can do. Charcoal. Okay. Like
charcoal is what they'll use at the vet clinic a lot of the times as well, and that just makes the vomiting happen, and it's like to pump out their stomach to get rid of that toxin from the marijuana. But yeah, CBD, I've, had a few different vets suggest it to me, or one of my friends about one of their, like I said, like an elder dog or whatever. But yeah, you definitely got to be careful and only give it in small amounts and make sure there's no THC levels that would be enough to, intoxicate or make your dog or cat feel any sort of high.
Sure. Yeah, and they don't really go over the CBD. So, but
They
CBD
enough. They don't need to nap again.
Yeah, the CBD though is an anti-inflammatory, and well, it does say here one type CB1 affects the central nervous system. CB2 affects peripheral tissues. So they don't talk about CBD. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, guys, I appreciate everybody coming out. I like this topic. Go ahead, Jake.
I do want to add that animal poison control will recommend, if you do have your dog eat any cannabis, to give them peroxide down their throat to make them to induce vomiting.
Okay,
that's a very
small. Yeah, it doesn't take much, just a capful. That's what animal poison control recommends. That's what they recommended to me.
Okay, that's good advice, guys. Okay, well, we'll just start with you, Kat. Kat, where can we find you?
You can find me on the group Animal Lovers of Newfoundland and Labrador, or over on Session with Kat K. Thanks for having me up, Waylon, and have a great night, everybody.
Bye.
Yep, thanks, guys.
Take care.
Social Smoker, is there somewhere you want people to follow you? Just your
I just go off of international stoners mainly. I'm not really a normal streamer. I just jump up for daily lives, chat with people.
You can rep
push
your
out the word, helps people.
Yeah, you can rep your group. That's cool.
Oh, yeah. I'll go live, but I'm still blocked.
Kasia represents the Canna Queen. Matt, you representing the international stoners or what?
Oh yeah, man, Illinois boys.
Illinois boys. All right, cool. Jake, are you representing the zoo?
Yeah, the zoo, and I've been getting ready to start a new bioactive biosphere company. It's
I actually just sent you a link, Waylon.
Let the man finish, Trent. Go ahead, Jake.
It's going to be geared all bioactive tanks straight to animals. So if you have any questions, you can always hit me up. Custom substrates, everything.
Cool. Sounds good. All right, guys. I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
You might want to show the link. If you can show the link, you might want to right now. Yeah. It's about a police dog.
I'm going to message
today,
you
I guess.
on Facebook.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Let's see.
I don't know.
I meant to show off Kat's group, but she did rep it at least. Trent, here it is.
It's like a canine or something.
Apprehends 9 offenders. What's the? Okay. I'll pull it up. I got a few minutes.
Yeah, it's just I just ran by it. I'm like, hey, this is pretty interesting. Talking about the subject more or less.
Let's go over here. I can't really show that much of this though, bro.
See, I don't know how that is when it's off the news, so it's like public.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure how that is.
Yeah, I don't really know. I'm just gonna decide not to do that. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm like I wasn't sure. I just know there was a pretty big thing going.
9 that took down apprehended 9 offenders, 24 hours. Interesting. All right, guys, that's been another successful episode. I think a little bit better this time. We're gonna go out. Okay, we are live. Just waiting for.
Mature audiences. It shows people from all walks of life discussing hard topics in a light, funny, and entertaining way using lived experiences. There may be some adult language, alcohol, smoking, and etc. So prepare, buckle up, motherfuckers.
What do you think? I think that works.
I think so. It's just, I don't know. Can be pretty hard to go at this in a funny and entertaining way.
Comedians do it all the time, and trust me, like, there's a lot of famous cases that are famously made fun of, like the Tom Arnold case with Roseanne Barr, and like this case.
Oh God, there's always some type of memes,
right? And we're gonna show some of those. We got a few funny things, but we're gonna hit the hard topic for sure. But
I'm probably gonna like attack the memes. Be like,
yeah,
okay.
And honestly,
I see why this is bogus as fuck.
Right.
Yeah.
Everybody has a different angle from this too. Like,
well, we got a private going.
Already here. Got Matt in the chat already.
Nina DeFleur in the private chat.
Oh, that would be the person you're next to in the box. Trent. You can't type back.
That's me. That's my gamer tag.
Oh, I don't see anyone in the box.
That's what I use for everything, like my handle.
All I see is me down in a corner saying I'm in the show.
Right, you're in the backstage.
All right,
just chilling here for a minute, hoping that we'll see a couple the other two ladies that are supposed to be here.
I got the supporters on.
That's all right. We're gonna have to get going. Let's see. Pull up the. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome. We got an interesting show for you guys today. A little timely show. We're going to get into that in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the people in the boxes, everybody. Got some new guests. We got some not new friends, but new guests. We got other people that are going to be here in and out throughout the show. Oh, here's one now. Hello, Spooky Stoner. First things first, you guys. We had a really interesting episode last week. I think it was sort of, how do I describe it? Like, I was nervous about it because it didn't seem like it made sense as a topic specifically. But I don't know what you guys. We'll see what you guys think. But it turned out really interesting, man, with all those exotic pets and stuff. That was pretty crazy. We had at least 3 different people with
quite a bit
unusual pets, to say the least. Did you saw that episode, Trent?
Yeah. Didn't I bring up Garthy?
You were on the episode. That's right. Cat,
I can't remember. Fuck, I can't remember.
You did. Hello, hippie girl. We got Matt. We got
people
in the chat.
Hi, Matt.
How's it going,
Hi, Jess?
Hi, Cat.
Cat. All right.
How's everyone feeling?
Good. I was just gonna say that, Trent. How are you doing, man? You're free man. Feeling pretty good.
I walked 10 miles today. Half of it was in the rain. Half of it was in the rain with a dead phone. So yeah.
So you felt like a kid again, basically, trying to walk home from.
Yeah, my feet were pretty much destroyed by the time I got there, though.
Yeah, well, you got to take care of your feet. I learned that in the military.
Yeah, the soles was fucked.
We got Miss Nina DeFleur. I'm sorry, am I saying that wrong?
No, that's right.
You can introduce yourself if you want to, or you can be like our mystery man down here in the corner. We'll go over him in a minute. But you don't have to rep anything. But if you ever come on, you can. This is your opportunity to rep any sort of groups or anything that you're into. So, but go ahead, Nina DeFleur. Where'd that name come from?
That's my gamer tag that I made like 10 years ago on Xbox.
Okay. Xbox.
Means,
listen, I use the same gamer tag I used a long time ago.
I use it for all my online stuff now. It just means flower child in Spanish.
My gamer tab is T slapping.
T slapping. I'm not sure what that insinuates, but
I'm going up. I'm literally shotgunning people with.
Matt, are you asking to come up? We can. Let me do that here. That is incredibly interesting. Okay, here we go.
Since I screwed up my hand, since I've fractured my hand, I have not been playing at all. It's been a while.
Right. Spooky Stoner, what's up, girl?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good. You work today, didn't you? You get the weekends off?
I did work today. Yes, I do.
That's good. Got to work with me here, though. I mean, what's the Canna Queen ship? That's a group, right? That's your group that you're.
Yes. Yeah, it's an all-female group, but it's got somewhere around 30,000 members. They do a lot in promoting
like different causes and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, my I just put the link in like an old live, so I've got to update this real quick. Matt, yeah, you're welcome to come up, bud. Let me just get this put into the stream. So, Ima, have you given any thought to what you might say to the folks at home on the introduction? Anything at all? Nope. What's that? I mean, you are the uniter, they say. So you had a busy week though, right? Edibles. I mean, you're
I'm just really wore out.
Yeah. That's what I was picking up, man, from some of your messages and those that giant what was that? A whole table covered in edibles and stuff. Oof.
Yeah,
I'm not there yet.
That's everything for all these things coming up. All the get-togethers and festivals and groups and shit like that. I'm doing white chocolate Oreo fudge, peanut butter chocolate fudge.
Nom, nom, nom.
Yeah, I saw your table.
I'm doing peanut butter chocolate, Rice Krispie treats. Me and my girl are doing Jamaican fruit drinks, iced horchata drinks. I'm gonna make Fico and I'm forgetting a few things.
What's Fico?
Nerd roast,
share this out a couple
gummies and hard candies and caramels.
Pretty much everything that was on your table. I was like, I know what he's fucking doing.
Yeah, I saw what was going on there, and all I could think of is like a sugar rush and then a stomach ache, you know. But it looks good, so I can't wait. Looks like okay, we got a few people stopping in. Hey guys, if you don't mind, hit that share, hit that like button. You know, we're gonna get into some serious topics, but you know, we're trying to keep it flowing, keep it light. We're just chilling. I want to point out that, you know, and a couple people told me this was not necessary, but, you know, I want to point out that we're just getting started and a lot of these topics. This is our first little tiptoed into the subject. So we plan to definitely come back to some of this stuff when we can. When we get somebody with a little more professional weight to the subject, not just this subject, but every subject. What are you saying, Matt? 30,000 ladies in one group? That's a lot. Okay, well, Matt, don't get too excited now. I don't think they're gonna accept you in. But yeah, no, this is our first little attempt at this, and I found a lot of good information. But it would be cool to revisit this, like say a year from now. We're trying to like sort of go back through and do the same subjects, but better, I guess, bigger. You know. Anyway, so let me pull up here. I pulled this up for everyone. So I found this picture. It's just the American hotline, and I do have the Canadian hotline. Kat says, much love to anyone and everyone who's ever been a victim of abuse.
You can zoom in on his face and you can see the fucking sadness in it.
Now this is a younger picture. The picture behind me, you might not be able to see it. I found this picture. It's a little bit like more recent as them
Rocker. That was when he was walking out.
Yeah, but anyway, back to what was? Oh yeah. So we got this number here, guys. I called the number. Okay. It put me on a wait list for 45 minutes. So I got to thinking, I'm like, this is ridiculous. So I looked into it a little more, and let me see if I can switch it back here so nobody sees my Facebook before I switch here. Oh. We're hearing a double sound here. Okay.
Of my recipes.
I heard you heard that. I don't know what that was. Might be.
It's pretty hard.
Whose recipes?
It was. There was a.
I know.
Or something. Let's see. Where do I start here? This one here.
Oh no! Am I frozen?
You're not frozen, but you're
blacked out. Your camera. That's it.
Crap.
Not sure.
No, we could just
we can hear. Let's see. Yeah, we can hear you. Hippie girl's laughing at you. Now that was Nina. So this is the website that I went to, and there's a lot of good information on here. I'm going to start with saying that, but it got kind of crazy because you look into it, and then I went local resources is where it basically sends you, and then when you do a search, like I have this entire list of stuff.
We have a thing called Safe Haven here in DeKalb.
So it sounds like there's a lot of resources, but that doesn't mean they're all good, so it's hard to figure that out. I think some of these, they're not just phone numbers, they're just like other websites that you can look at. And then I went further into this. She's back. Okay. So there's a lot of really good resources here, but so like the title says, we have all been watching this unfold. Even I have been seeing some of this trial, even though I barely tried to look at any of it. Did anybody here watch it? Now we do have somebody that may show up tonight that did watch it a lot, so I'm hoping that we'll get a visit from them. But otherwise, did anybody here watch a lot of it?
Yeah, bits and pieces of it.
Yeah, bits and pieces.
You almost had to, right? It was like all over your news feed.
Yeah.
That, and a lot of it was during the day where some of us are just busy during the week, during the day.
Right. And then who's going to go back and watch a live stream of a trial? All you have to do is wait and see the memes or the cut videos that came out after it. Which, speaking of which, I do have some, but we'll look at some of that in a little bit here. Kat watched a little bit of it. Yeah. She did. Sarah, she did say for us to bombard her, so maybe we should all tag Trista in. Anybody down? Let's see.
Yeah, I thought this was her idea.
No, I think she was dealing with some kid stuff too.
No, she specifically said that we're all gonna have to bombard her.
Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial means that give an alternate perspective. If you're not in the full screen mode, by the way, you can zoom in on your stream.
I actually didn't mean to show that yet. That's going to be a little bit of comic relief later on after we get into the seriousness of it. So what I wanted to look at was this one here. Kat says it was intense, a lot of slow areas, but Johnny's team did a great job. Yeah, slow areas and very weird areas too. Like
the sentencing, when they were like talking about it all, that was kind of confusing.
like what I didn't get is, I mean, there's so many weird things that the judge was like, deal with, you know, from these supposed elite type people. You know what I mean? It's pretty funny. But let's see, this whole website, like we may not read it all, but just defining the what we're talking about is in general is good. I mean, like it says here, domestic violence, also referred to as intimate partner violence, IPV. See, I've never heard that. Has anyone else heard that? Intimate partner violence. Okay.
Yeah,
that's new to me. Dating abuse or relationship abuse. So even someone dating, I mean, a lot of times you think of marriage or something more like that, but it's a psychological situation that even a few months of dating can become. So it's a pattern of behaviors used by one partner to maintain power and control over another partner or an intimate relationship. Yeah, so I don't know if they define it like this, but you can be, you know, domestic violence.
Just read the third paragraph more or less. That'll define it more on it.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't discriminate. Okay. Multiple forms of abuse. Okay, so we can look at a form of abuse. We're looking at domestic violence, but honestly, it's all really close. I mean, abuse. Browser history, okay. Yeah, this is the other thing about this site. So I go through it, and it warns you that it's going to look at your browser history. And I'm like, well, okay. And so I don't know. It's like it's very connected, and it's almost like it's recording what you're looking at through the site. Yeah. Anyway, back to the types. Let's see. You got emotional, verbal, sexual abuse, financial abuse. Wow. Digital abuse and stalking. Those are the types. Interesting. That is crazy. Oh, by the way, I know we have some Canadian folks in here. I did pull up
international domestic violences.
Where was it? I found a picture of the Canadian hotline number. I'll have to find it in a minute, actually.
It was just there. I thought I just saw it down there in the bottom.
It might be on one of these pages here. No, it's
in that other one.
Anyway, it's something you can be looked up. I did actually look at this. This is actually really interesting. It's Canadian statistics, and we have for anybody who doesn't know, we do have a lot of Canadian viewers and Canadian friends that are within our communities here on Facebook and online. So I wanted to make sure that I found some information on that. It looks like there's information probably for every country, but it's crazy how this is back in 2015. So you see how old the data is. They clearly don't go over this all that often. So, but it's saying that 92,000 people in Canada were victims of intimate partner violence, representing 28% of the victims.
That was in 2015, and that's the ones that came forward.
Right. Now there's stats on that somewhere. 4 out of 5 victims of police reported intimate partner violence were women. So yeah, it's mostly one-sided. I'm not going to disregard that for sure. Representing about 72% female victims. Now, to your point, Trent, a lot of this reason is because of the unreported. Like men feel a lot of times.
I bet you a lot more men are going to start reporting after this Johnny Depp situation.
Maybe, and that's kind of why we're talking about it. That's one reason that we want to keep that highlight going on that specific portion of it. So, okay, I should take that back because that's pigeonholing this into a problem for men, and it's not a problem for men. It's a problem for people. You have, you know,
just men are more susceptible to getting violent.
Well, also the old school way of raising a man a lot of times was to get you to hold in your emotions and to bottle it up and to not show your weakness and this and that, and you know, it's just.
Rub some dirt in it.
Last one here. Victimization by an intimate partner was the most common form of police reported violence or violent crime committed against females. 42% of the female victims. So yeah, in other words, it's a big problem. Back to the types of abuse. These are all things that can happen between a spouse and or between spouses, but also between friends. And I mean, I've had friends,
work buddies.
yeah, anybody that over time is manipulating you, and the violence comes after that. The violence comes after the control. When they find that they can't control you, that's the next step. Does anybody agree with that? Like violence comes after they try.
No, not always. No.
Okay, you're probably right. But if they're starting off violent physically, I feel like that's early. Like they usually lure you in over time.
Yeah, but a lot of times you feel like you want to be a caretaker at that point too.
Okay. So
yeah, but that's still having that control.
I don't know.
Yeah.
In my opinion, in the beginning, it's always the manipulation part.
Every case is different in that part, but the manipulation is pretty much the same.
Every case is different. That's why I'm asking for the opinion, because I'm not
It's usually a manipulation involved. Definitely.
I've been at the receiving end, but I've also been a child in of a relationship that was like that, and of course the children receive it too.
See, I can't relate to that.
Right. And so it's funny because the children, in my opinion, usually get the physical end because it's easier to do that to a child. With the adult, you sort of have to get them play these mind games and stuff. And when I was
break them down,
I had an older girlfriend. That's who I had my first child with, and she knew all those mind games already, and I didn't know anything. I was like, oh, so yeah. And there was physical, but it was funny because for this Johnny Depp case, it got physical from her to him and vice versa. But a lot of times it's different for a man. I don't know about what you guys think. I mean, Trent, I'm sure
very
like there's this physical violence towards men, but also there's that other aspect. Would you ever see a man say, oh, if you don't do this, I'll hurt myself and tell people that you hurt me? Like that whole aspect of things, where there's that threat of I'm going to tell people that you
No, I can't personally relate to that because I've never said that. But I'm sure there's been some people out there. Yeah, definitely that
like
happened.
my daughter's mom threatened to suicide with.
It happens a lot. When boyfriends or girlfriends are breaking up, they go suicidal most.
Or she actually she got in my car one time and
the depression
wouldn't get out.
A lot.
She had I had the keys, but I was trying to get her out, and she wanted a bruise so that she had something to.
At that
look
point,
what you did!
System. You need a support system.
Sorry about the chat, guys. I'm trying to get back to
you need a support system when you're in that type of situation. Definitely.
Yes, Kat.
Kat says, in my experience, I'd be fooled, love bombed for the first year or so. Yeah, I mean, I feel like once they know they've gotten, and I think narcissism really runs deep in a lot of manipulation.
Narcissist, yeah.
I would try
gaslighting.
Yeah, gaslighting for sure. That's where that can a lot of times get you to not report because they make you think you're crazy, or they make you think it was something that you did or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like power
manipulation and the gaslighting turns into a bunch of shit.
Let's see. Oh, I should
in a lot of cases, alcohol's involved too.
Oh my gosh. So when I was living up north,
some type of drug.
There was I lived in townhouses. And in the unit that was behind us, the next morning there was a bunch of police tape and stuff. It turned out that the guy who was actually in the military had beaten his girlfriend to death with an upright vacuum. The 2-year-old kid wasn't there because they were being babysat.
Wow.
And it wasn't a PTSD kind of thing. It was he was overseas and he came back and there was a lot going on, I guess.
Yeah, that's
you never know.
Yeah, for sure. It can be a snapping point for anybody, not just veterans, but that's been that's an obvious story. I think if you're somebody who is dating someone who came back from the war, I think that should be an obvious point of like, hey, I should pay attention to these things. I should read up on it. But a lot of family members don't, you know. And that was we talked about that last the first episode with me. But luckily, maybe not luckily, but I'm more of a imploding person. Like I don't want to go and like hurt someone else. You know, that's not good for me either. So, but you're right. A lot of times, people who have been through trauma, they become much more susceptible to wanting to control, wanting to abuse. And this was, we're talking about domestic violence, which typically ends up in physical violence.
Trauma can completely.
Well, it was the intimate part,
right?
Because I guess she didn't want to have sex with him that night, and he killed her over it.
It's sad.
Do they count that as a crime of passion? Do you know? Or I mean, because it's so ridiculous how the
that would be sexual
the military courts took it over, so none of us really know what happened.
It's like
they didn't disclose any of it.
They put it away and no one knows about it again.
See, stuff like that's really sad. There was a couple right in the next town over, like 10 minutes away, and apparently there had been some abuse going on, and she wanted to get away from that. So she was seeking help through this other man, and he was trying to help her get out. Well, apparently they get into like a relationship or whatever you call it. Like, I don't know. Dude ends up going over to their house and perceives it as his girl is cheating on him and proceeds to shoot her and him. And then he left and then took his own life. And this was like just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that's actually funny to think about the difference between a crime of passion and domestic violence, because that's clearly domestic violence, but it's
a passion.
What you normally think of is an overtime wearing down over the relationship and people getting really nasty with each other and stuff. But there's so many variations. I mean, you can get
just down the street here, about like 4 blocks away. What was it, like a year or 2 ago? The boyfriend killed his girlfriend and hid her in the closet for a week.
Okay.
Like, there's few cases around here like those situations where the girlfriend gets shot or something, and it hasn't been the other way around. Like around here, it seems.
And if you think about it, it's like that's that last bit. Looking at control here, go back to that's last bit of control that somebody can have. Really, is over their own household, right? over their own quote unquote their woman or their significant other,
using male privilege. Yeah, treating her like a servant. Yeah, that shit's bogus. Like, you guys are equals.
Yeah, it's like a polygraph. Physical
violence, and blaming. Isolation is a big one when you're trying to hide people. Hide everything. Keep it all behind closed doors.
That doesn't help, does it? Let's see. What if I do this?
Intimidation.
Oh, it's on a website, isn't it?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah. I don't know what it's really saying. There's no it's not saying that one's over another, but it is definitely pointing towards the male side of things. You see how Like, I mean, because like I said, you can definitely use a female privilege in the respect of, and if any bruises, any marks, they can.
Everything there can be a female. Every little bit.
Yeah,
right.
And that's what
it's not man versus woman here, guys.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to point
It's
you
literally
out. I'm just trying to keep it level.
Sides. Like,
Now, but yes,
fun.
but to keep it really real, the men probably do it more than the women, and it's probably more physical coming from the men.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the other countries.
Well, I would, but that's going to be a whole other. That's going to be a lot to
yeah.
So, trying to stick to
no,
it's still fucked up.
I know it's on the topic of like, not really. It's not really man versus woman, because I do agree that it needs to not be like one-sided like that. It needs to just be people in general.
What is
people
the
in general can be
financial
abused, and people in general can be abusive.
What do they call that?
The fact that
That's
you can
like, so financial abuse, like, I have a friend who is a stay-at-home mom. The guy works.
Yeah.
But she doesn't have her own bank account. She has to do everything through him. So if he gets mad at her and she wants to go get a beer or something like that, he holds it against her. Like, no. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she wants to go
like
do something. He's like, oh, can you afford that? No, because she's at home taking care of the kids. She doesn't have a job.
Yeah.
So it's
here
things like that. But even a male, stay-at-home dad, they go through that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Talking down, that's dwindling one's ego.
This one here, it says that it's rooted in power and control still, which I think a lot of these forms of abuse are. But some of them are externalities, like we talked about with veterans and things like that.
My ex is controlling you is one of those. If I can't have you, nobody can.
Read it, Trent.
Oh, that. There are many different. Which one?
Oh, I thought that's what you're reading. So, as with all types of abuse, financial abuse is rooted in the desire of one partner to have power and control over the other. Partner who chooses to abuse will control their partner's finances, of their ability to provide for themselves. So, like you were just saying, where was I? Through their partner's finances. So through a job or public assistance they receive. The following examples are not comprehensive list, but give an idea of how a partner could be financially abused. Okay.
That could be the same situation if you can't, like, if you're immobile, like if you can't drive or anything like that, or they know it, they withhold or whatnot. Like same way, like friends, it could be used in many situations.
Control thing for sure. How will you go somewhere with no money or no gas or whatever? It's BS. Yeah, no, I mean the vehicle is definitely, I think, a form of financial control because that limits you on jobs. Like it says up here, joint bank accounts. If your partner gives you an allowance and you are only allowed to spend that money or what you need, yeah, that's pretty extreme.
I don't know. I feel like a joint bank account is good in some ways, but that just runs into too many issues.
This is what I usually did. There you go. That's what I usually did.
Just give her the card, huh?
Just pick and choose your battles.
Partner affect your ability to work, right? And it causes you the consistently late or preventing you from going to work same day, leading to issues or potential firing. Yeah, that's similar to the vehicle issue. Your partner receives your public assistance check and refuses to give it to you. That seems kind of messed up. Those joint Facebook accounts.
I have actually seen that before happen in older cases where the family members have withheld the money purposely because they wanted to get more when they died.
Can I tag myself?
It's like an insurance fraud type shit.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be going to help them, but they're slowly pocketing it.
I think if I tag you guys, it would also go to your Facebook profiles, right?
I already shared it off of mine. I know that.
Yeah, you got to.
And I linked my other account.
It was a thought I had. off topic there. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, okay. It takes any money earned from you. Yeah, no thanks. I don't think I'm, but there's ways. So this is, it says it bluntly, but there are ways that your partner can take money from you without you knowing it. Like them saying, I need more money for this, I need more money for that, constantly keeping you sort of under water on bills, sort of things like that. I mean, there's a lot of signs. Like, I think it should be equal, but definitely if one partner makes more money, that's how I feel like it should be, a percentage sort of gain. I think anybody who stays at home and does the stay at home, parenting or stay at home household, they should get equal respect, because that's a huge job by itself. It just doesn't, it doesn't mean that
it can be harder.
Pay half the bills though. Yeah, it can be harder for sure. But the bills thing is where we used to have this situation where, yes, the cliche is the man telling the woman to go in the kitchen barefoot, to make a sandwich or whatever. But honestly, the reality was, life was so hard that you sort of had to make this pact, this marriage pact. Like, hey, if you go out and kill some animals for us to eat, or to, go out and forage, or go out and find us some food, I'll stay here and take care of the kids so that they can, get old enough to help us work or whatever. Like, there was this, you sort of had to work to help each other. And now we have this whole weird dynamic where both people can work, but both people have to take care of the house. It's very strange. Matt, could you mute next time you do that? That was a little loud.
Was it?
No problem. But yeah, no, it was a pact because out of necessity. And now, you don't necessarily need each other in the same way. You need each other more emotionally. And you guys both know, or you guys all know, emotions aren't our strong point yet as human beings. I think Kat says, I think whatever works.
You're saying yes.
Well, maybe one day. Well, Elon Musk will put a chip in our heads, and shared money, separate money, etc. But it should be both people's.
They're going to learn about gun laws if they get near me with a chip in my head.
Well, it won't be like that. It'll be, your kids will get used to it, and a couple of generations down the road, it'll be like, that's normal. I don't.
Chip in my head.
How'd we work before that? That's how it's going to be. Anyway, let's see. You guys ready for something funny? Go to check some. Sarah, pardon me, Nina and Miss Nina DeFleur, everybody. Did you want to weigh in on this at all? I know you're got your kiddos there.
Yeah, I just don't like to interrupt. I don't know. No, I never know when a good time to jump in is.
What I do is I put my foot in a little bit, and then I stop, and then I let everybody else stop so that I can continue. That's kind of how it works. But go ahead.
A couple of things that I've come to find is, like, not so much that it's pinned girls against guys, but that there's different traits in each. And like for girls, it seems like it's kind of romanticized and normalized to be like young and crazy, quote unquote, and acting wild and stuff. It's seen as like cute and things like that, but it's really abusive, or because it's a girl, it's like not taken as seriously when a girl is the one who is abusing someone.
Right.
Which I think is another reason why it's hard for guys to be taken seriously with that sort of thing.
I think that's changing a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. But growing up, like, even people my age, people think that it's like kind of cute to be crazy and toxic. And another thing is, I think that most of it is like people don't grow up as a child and say, I'm going to be abusive when I grow up. But if you don't fix yourself and like work on the things that you need to work on, ultimately it turns into that for some people because they're so overwhelmed, and that's what it leads to, is like anger and aggression. So I think it's important.
Though. When you said they don't grow up that way, what do you think about kids? Like, do you think there are signs that parents can tell, like a kid is abusing their animals, or like burning ants with a magnifying glass or something? Like, is there a obvious? Watch to see.
I don't think that there's like a set amount or like a set rule thing to it. I mean, some kids are just different, but then most of the
Some are
time, people
literally
that
born pure evil too. Like there's just some traits that can just.
I guess being mean is different than being a abuser in a
like
emotional way, you know.
Yeah, I feel like when they grow up, it's like neglect has a lot to do with it. So if you're paying that much attention to your kid and like you care about their self-awareness, I think that you can avoid it. But usually it comes from people who didn't have that growing up.
Let's just say there's no angry. There is no angry dogs. There is only fucking bad trainers.
Yeah, and it's not all the parents' fault.
I think a lot of the times it has a lot to do with relationships in general because they never really experience what a healthy relationship is. And that's why it's always tied into some type of neglect or abandonment. So that's why they use those domestic tactics against their partner because it always leads to the same thing, them not leaving. You know what I mean? They don't want that partner to leave. So they're going to do whatever they can to control them so they don't. You know what I mean? Now, all those different types and that's just my opinion, though. You know what I mean? I think a lot of that is due to that. And sometimes it happens while you're a child and you grow up with parents and that relationship forms because they teach them that power and control can get people to do what you want to do. And then other times it's with relationships in general, no healthy intimacy, empathy, compassion, and things like that.
I would push back a little bit on that because sometimes you get the opposite. Like you get a father who's an alcoholic, and so that kid ends up not wanting to touch it, never touches the stuff, you know, or like my father was mean to unnecessarily mean to my siblings and I, like in stupid ways, like Like I used to sit around. I was a wrestler in high school, grappler, you know, Greco-Roman style, not naked, Matt, just with the Speedo thing, you know. But
so you've worn a Speedo before?
Yeah, okay.
But do you?
We would sit. Go ahead.
Do you believe that alcohol influenced how he would have normally treated you when he was sober?
Well, my dad wasn't an alcoholic. That was just an easy example. I said it, and then it sounded like I was equating it to him, so I apologize. He actually didn't drink much at all, but I sort of jumped over to my dad there because my dad was so dumb about it that I would sit around with my wrestling buddies before like a meet, and we would do our stretching, and we'd all sit around and just sort of waiting. And I would have my own little voice for my dad, you know. He's no longer with us, so he's up there or down there somewhere, who knows. And he would do stupid things, like he would ground me and tell me to take things out of my room that were unnecessary. Because like I'm like, Dad, you know, I could just take the power cord from this thing, and I don't need to take the whole like little just stupid things. I don't care. Take the whole thing. Like so. All right. So my friends would just
your
laugh
objects as punishment.
He would just go unnecessarily harsh about things when he was like, it didn't make sense, illogical. That's all I'm saying. Yeah. So, but
well, I mean, that's kind of tied into the same thing, though, isn't it? Because think about it.
That's what I mean.
He wasn't properly parenting you because he probably didn't learn that as a child.
You're right. Well, his mom was pretty strict, but I think he was just narcissistic a little bit, which I
parenting's hard, and we're not taught that. We almost not, in my opinion, most people that I know, I had my son young. You know, my son's mother had her other kids young, and we weren't taught. We had to learn on our own. You know what I mean? From the mistakes of before, and that all depends on the people that are doing that themselves, like how broken we are ourselves. Did we fix our issues and problems or learn from that on what healthy relationships is?
Your parents don't teach you how to deal with those things. They try and control you their way, so you go out and learn it your way, and you're going to get blamed for doing it the wrong way.
Well, sometimes I'm pushing back on this because sometimes you don't always damage your child.
It's not bad. It's just
sometimes you're doing it wrong, but the kid still comes out figuring out the right way. Does that make sense?
Shit happens.
So what do you? You're saying that for the most part, it's going to turn out badly. I'm just saying that I guess every now and then you still have like. I think I turned out.
I don't think. See, I think it's getting a little too far into parenting. Yeah. We're supposed to be taught, period, what healthy relationships are, what healthy communication is, what healthy resolution is, and all that stuff. All these things are tied into the same thing. And when we're not taught that as kids, of course you're not going to learn proper parenting because that's a balance. You know what I'm saying?
But back
between
to the
discipline,
thing, you can learn that. You can learn abuse later in life.
No, you can. My argument is your parents should start teaching you those things as a child.
For sure. Our relationships in general need to be worked on. Like there should be a whole class on how to interact with people or something. I don't know. And that would be programming for sure.
Your parents should also be adding their child to their credit card so they have a built and established credit by the time they're an adult and they're not.
Now that's a huge subject about money that we're not taught, which is what we should be taught in school.
It's a good idea. Add your kids to your card. They're going to have credit when they're older.
Yeah, right. That's like the first thing we should be learning about in school is money.
What do you think? What do you think the title would be of that episode? Things we should be taught at a young age.
Yeah.
That'd be a good one.
We'll work on
adulting. Do you know how to?
Adulting.
Well, and I mean, they do somewhat now.
No, the things
I don't
they
know.
didn't teach you in school.
Well, I don't know how they did it, like when you guys were in high school, but now they do have like consumers ed classes and everything else, and they teach you like how to like budget and how to like do your taxes and how to do like all your stuff like that. They teach you like methods of saving money, stuff like that.
Yeah, because we could figure it out ourselves. They can't.
They do kind of teach it now, but
I'm hitting the like button for us, you guys.
A lot of times. Right now, there's a lot of misconception out there with the school books and learnings. Like they're learning a lot of nonsensical bullshit. Right. Like I learned more in Boy Scouts than I did anything.
Would we agree that bullying is like a domestic violent situation if you have like a neighborhood bully real close and kind of grow up with that person?
It's a huge thing.
I don't know.
But also bullying can happen because they're not getting anything at home, so they feel like they need to bully people because they're getting bullied at home themselves.
Well, but that goes back to domestic violence as a couple. You have sometimes where a man, a lot of times, okay, we won't even say gender, but because both people could have an externality like a shitty boss or a terrible job, something that's just that makes them not a good person to be around, and then they end up taking it out on their significant other. And in this situation, I wonder if the celebrity factor is a big part of it. Like these two celebrities, they both have huge egos. Can you imagine the arguments they have at home, like over whatever it is, the brand of cheese? No, I want
the movies.
Fame would be
I'm just
weird.
picturing Johnny Depp doing fucking movie voices and
Trent, you gotta start
all those.
You gotta start listening when someone starts talking. Try to give them a minute.
It's multitask.
I know. I'm trying to help you. Go ahead.
Fame, just being known and famous takes away from the normalcy of life in a way I couldn't even begin to imagine what that would be like.
That's why I really wanted to. I didn't want to watch the trial, but if we can get our guest on later.
Trial. Well, yeah, I'm imagining Johnny Depp doing a bunch of different voices during an argument.
You know one thing? Look, I love Johnny Depp's films. All right.
Like
the one thing I don't like that he said continuously in all his interviews, he doesn't watch his own movies.
I've not heard him say that.
He doesn't need to.
I hear a lot of them say that though.
Yeah, I find that so odd.
Would
you want to see your work?
Looks different. The behind the scenes, like it doesn't even look like the movie. Like it's just a bunch of clunkiness.
Yeah, I mean, to them, it's probably way different when they're watching it too.
Yeah. That's why
because
I
they're
would be
seeing
watching it,
something different. Like they see everything else that's there that we don't even see.
Yeah, and they probably also see their flaws as they're watching their
I don't think he
Yeah,
wants
it's
to remember a lot of them too, because like you could think of Robin Williams' case, like he's a fucking famous guy, fucking great movies, everything, but he was sad and all this stuff that happened. He could have been watching his movies over, seeing it, and just getting farther in depression.
That's
Anything
an
can
interesting.
happen. Anything can happen.
That's an interesting dynamic too, right there.
And Amber Heard is still on her way up, more or less. I mean, she was pretty big celebrity, but not nearly how many movies Johnny's
Money
been in,
can
sure.
do drastic things to people.
Yeah, so she's probably looks at him as a competitor at times, you know.
But as far as like, I mean, just Johnny Depp and the films he's done and the versatility of different fucking characters, it's just crazy thinking that, you know.
Edward Scissorhands to
Yeah,
fucking
Willy Wonka.
Fuck.
Yeah, those are somewhat still.
Yeah, I
different.
Secret Window was one, right? That was like a serious role.
That one was a weird one.
Caribbean movies, fucking fuck.
Now those were, I think that they were going through a really rough time at that point because he had such an alcohol problem. I mean, he still does, I guess. But
I heard him.
They kicked him off. They had a really hard time working with him on the set. I remember hearing about that. I wonder if that's where he was really just taking it out on his job, you know.
I heard him talking about, so I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was a magazine or something like that. And he was talking about during those movies, he wasn't really that happy.
Nina, did you say you couldn't hear? Can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear now. I got it worked out.
All right. Worked it out. Good. So
I think another thing on domestic violence is like you have to look at generational cycles that get passed down in the household, especially with like drinking, like you said earlier, alcoholic parents. I had alcoholic parents growing up, and they had alcoholic parents growing up, and their parents, and like so on and so on. But aside from that, just things that like, it's really hard to be that person that makes the change in your family. And I feel like a lot of that doesn't happen for people because they're comfortable. Even if they feel a lot of guilt about what they're doing, they're just comfortable. It's easier to stay kind of in that comfort zone rather than make a change. And then, so I think a lot of it stems from that, just people passing things down, and they'll say things like, oh, well, you know, back in my day, we did it like this. Well, back in my day, we did it like that. And that doesn't leave any room to change anything.
Fucked up.
Yeah, right.
Well, to your point, though, go ahead, Anna.
I held myself back earlier from saying it when I was talking about earlier, but I personally struggle with that. I take care of several kids, and I struggle with the things I learned as a kid. I catch myself trying to enact that type of discipline constantly, all the time. It's hard, you know what I mean? Because I had an abusive childhood, you know what I mean? And I wasn't taught, and it changed because I grew up with different parents throughout my childhood. You know what I'm saying? So I had several different ways of learning discipline and things like that. And I agree with you completely. If I'm learning that and it's so easy for me to struggle with it, of course other people are, you know.
Wouldn't you guys think that that natural rebelliousness as teens, like, I don't know what the percentage is. It's definitely higher percentage on the side of what you two are saying. But I think there is a percentage of us that rebel, and when we rebel, a lot of times that's actually towards the good side of things. You rebel against maybe the nature of your family that you don't like, and you rebel towards, you know, okay, well, I'm not going to drink at all, or I'm not, you know, like for me, I think, you know, it's probably good to say that I'm addicted to the cannabis. I call it my medicine, but it's still an addiction. I think I could be easily addicted to something else if I didn't have that. So I have to worry about that in my family too, because a lot of my family is that way. But we're talking about it's so crazy because that's still domestic violence. It's just more of the direct physical kind rather than the manipulation, the long term, because the manipulation side gets physical too, but it doesn't always, it's mental and it just breaks down. But let's go over to something funny here. Let's look at this. Maybe funny, maybe not. We'll see. So the 50 best Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial memes. They give an alternate perspective of what's going on. I thought some of these were interesting. Like this is the start of the trial versus now. It's definitely looks a little bit like he's got a little pep in his step now, right? Maybe a big weight's been lifted off his shoulder. He's seen a lot of support, I think. From
You should show a picture of me 6 months ago from now.
Well, he lost the UK one.
The bits I did see of the trial. The bits I did see of the trial in that meme you saw, right? When we were talking about earlier about the normalcy of life and being famous and all that and how it'd be weird. We saw like some realness there in that trial. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they to an extent, all their layers had to be peeled apart, right? And
maybe not so much her realness, but
yeah, that's true. She kind of never did, from what I saw.
I want to see that.
I don't know. I mean, she drank alcohol and snorted coke.
Yeah,
and pot pills.
True.
Lawyer, did you see what happened after you left? Johnny says, I wasn't there after I left. It must be something that was said during the trial.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He didn't show up to the last. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Johnny wasn't at the very last meeting that they had.
Right.
He was, he wasn't there.
Oh.
This is kind of funny that they equate the Ninja Turtles with Johnny Depp.
I saw that a while ago.
I do not see Johnny Depp as Master Splinter. I'm sorry.
No.
I like Johnny Depp, but Johnny Depp's only a slightly more serious version of Pauly Shore in my book. And I really, don't get me wrong, I really liked both of them. But,
I just wondering what kind of role Johnny Depp played that would be.
Okay, if he was one of the turtles, which one would he be? I'm going for Michelangelo.
Michelangelo.
Mr. Depp had his. Why did they redact it?
This one says, question, Mr. Depp was trying to urinate in the foyer, right? Malcolm said, no. I don't know who Q is. Question. Mr. Depp has his penis out? Question mark. Malcolm, I think I would remember seeing Mr. Depp's penis. Not sure. That's not really that funny. It's probably a real line from the, I like this one. If Johnny Depp wins the case against Amber Heard, he should also sue Warner Brothers for removing him from Fantastic Beasts. I just like the fat Spider-Man.
I didn't know he was in Fantastic
Beasts. The fat Spider-Man.
His character was good too.
What's that? Oh yeah, it wasn't bad actually. It actually sort of made that movie, in my opinion. Amber Heard.
Which one?
To use the Fantastic Beasts movie.
Oh yeah. I liked him in that.
I'm not going to read them all. I'm just sort of looking through some of them. Oh, that's a young picture of him, huh?
Yeah.
So that Twitter thing, guys. Anybody here use Twitter? Anybody in the chat? Nobody in the chat use Twitter?
Twitter just seemed like one of the apps I wouldn't be interested in.
I don't know. I don't use it.
I think ever since I found out Trump Twittered, I was just like, no, thank you.
Do you tweet now?
There are people that are still on Twitter that like cut heads off and whatnot. Like,
wait, what?
Like much worse. Amber Heard. The Ayatollah is on Twitter. Like anyway, moving on. I'm being pushed to open a Twitter account, but we'll see. I like this
Amber
one.
Heard is just Elon Musk with a wig on.
Isn't it? Isn't that funny?
Oh, Elon Musk cloned himself.
I'm dying.
Johnny Depp is the one guy that could have used an Amber Alert.
Oh, wow.
That's kind of.
I actually have not heard that. That's actually good.
I don't know that I like how funny it is because Amber Alerts aren't all that funny, for sure. Do you have any history?
Yeah, but I've never heard it. Wait.
I have a cousin who still supports Amber Heard.
I got dark humor though.
I love that dude from Parks and Recreation.
Pirates of the Caribbean and the escape from that sadistic bitch from Atlantis.
Oh my gosh. I want to see that one.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that one looks good.
That'd be intense.
We live in a society where Will Smith is canceled for hitting Chris Rock at the Oscars, but Amber Heard isn't being canceled for abusing. I don't know. I don't see a lot of.
I don't
people
think they can cancel a
her.
fucking movie like that.
Yeah, I don't see her getting a job very easily.
I haven't heard that she's been kicked out of the Aquaman. She might have been. I don't know.
What's that bottom picture?
Hi, Donna. I'm getting.
I believe she was dropped from Disney Plus.
No, it was shortened.
There is a little background noise, Donna. It's probably just in general. There's a lot of microphones on.
Johnny Depp, after seeing all the children he entertained for years, standing up for.
And there's a lot of just phones.
That's just no.
Hold on.
Let me just see what happens if I mute it.
Oh, she is
Literally
lost
most of it.
her script.
It's super short.
Oh, okay.
It's you, Matt.
You're getting a background noise, Donna.
What is it?
Your microphone might be too sensitive or turned up too high.
Hold on, let me see if it's my fan.
I don't hear anything. I feel
my fan is like around the corner.
I have headphones on, Trent.
Is that
You're not going to hear it. That's better.
Okay, yeah, it was my fan. My fan was all the way across the room. I don't know how you could hear that.
Donna and I could hear it. I just thought it wasn't that pronounced. But when my viewers have a problem with the sound, we're going to work on it. Okay. Actually, our viewers. I'm sorry.
Or screen time.
After seeing all the children he entertained for years, stand up for him. Oh, yeah.
I'll be back.
Kitty.
That's kind of dumb. All right. I think I'm about done with these memes. I'm not a big meme guy anymore. His career, the internet.
Mimi.
It's not Mimi, Trent. Why did you say that?
It's just that's what I just do.
Oh, they're gonna replace.
It's like you said.
I know it's a meme. I just always say Mimi.
I like this one, you guys. It's a good idea. They're gonna replace Amber Heard with Johnny Depp in the Aquaman.
That's just creepy. That's just
that would
creepy.
be funny. Could you imagine if he got that job just to spite her? It'd be funny.
That is creepy as shit.
I bet he could play a woman.
Better call Depp.
Yeah.
Better call Sal.
That's
Saul.
hearsay, I guess. I'm learning. What Kat says, I think you believe it. It said Mimi. You're probably right, Kat.
At one point, yeah, definitely. And then I was corrected, and I just don't fucking care.
No, you're good. You're not causing.
I appreciate it, Donna, because I need that feedback. You know, of all the four of you watching, one of you has got to tell me.
Say what I want to say when I say it.
Well, I don't know if we're gonna end up getting Miss T on or not. I really thought she would be able to walk us through this. Let's see.
A few weeks ago? No. Long time ago. I just keep to it.
Oh.
I'm going to keep to it for a while. I'll probably say that for the rest of my life, honestly.
Oh my God, that's such a dad thing to do.
No.
Yes.
No.
Any father has that one thing that he says every day, all the time, anytime.
I'm trying to think of what my dad says right now that you're saying that. I'm just trying to think what he says. What does he do? Yeah. If I told you, I'd have to kill you. He always said that.
It's funny. Every dad has their little saying, and it's like.
But he wasn't abusive or anything. Like, shit. I woke him up once in a argument with my mom and everything, and he wakes up pissed off or whatever. He comes up and he wrings my shirt and doesn't know he's choking me. So I punch him in the gut and then in the face, and I leave for 3 days and come back, and we've been closer ever since. Just one of those fucked up things. He wasn't aware, and I'm like, hey, pay fuck attention.
Cat says, "Oh, say whatever you want to say then."
Right?
Blurt it
Mimi.
out.
Mimi. It's Mimi like the Roadrunner. Like the Roadrunner.
Should I aid him?
You got to do it in the Mimi voice, like Roadrunner. With the high pitch.
Oh, wow.
My dad always should have
that's pretty. That's rough.
Their bones are soft. I've told a lot of people they should have been the sperm that went down your mother's leg.
Oh my god.
I'm like, or you should have been swallowed.
Wow.
There's a few cases. You got to get dark and humorous sometimes.
Okay. Yeah. Seeing if I get a response.
My dad always said should have ate us while our bones are soft. Fuck.
Yeah, that's pretty messed up, Cat.
That's literally from a scene out of what was it? There was a scene. A troll said that. In some movie, a troll said that. I'm trying to think what movie that was. So, Shrek.
Whoa, right, who just said Shrek?
Yeah, but I'm
just putting the kiddos to bed. We can wait a few more minutes. So let's recap a little bit here. Back to this website, guys. I want to point people back to it. It was called thehotline.org. Can you see that when I do this? Yeah, thehotline.org.
He should have got rid of us while he had the chance.
It doesn't seem like it's an easy process. Looks like it takes a little bit of time. So I think that could be also a barrier when you think, I need help. But then it says here that you should call the police. Actually, it said it on the phone. You should call the police if, something is more immediate. But that's not always an option either, I know, especially if the person is nearby. When as a kid, we had to move out while my father was at work at least a couple times. We would have to move everything that we could within that amount of time and get out. So it's I know time is definitely an issue, because when you call and you hear 35 minutes, that can be pretty daunting to somebody. That can be pretty disheartening when you're like trying to seek help, and what they
35 minutes. I'm gonna die as soon as I fucking turn off this phone.
Yeah, and they always says something like, due to higher than usual call volumes. Bitch, no, that just means that you're shorthanded, or you want to cut down on cost or whatever it is. It's not about higher call volumes. Yeah. I mean, maybe, unless people are just calling about the Johnny Depp trial all day. That seems a little bit messed up.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, my phone died.
Oh, no. You want to have that plugged in, bud.
Yeah.
Take a lap, bud.
Give your balls a tug.
Oh, snap. Even the girl had to say that to you. That's
Give your balls a tug? Yeah, you're supposed to do a little slap and tickle.
I went with the more PG version, but she went straight to the give your balls a tug.
Here, I'm gonna turn off my camera. There.
Okay.
Now you don't have to see the white thing.
Either way was fine. Yeah, there's a lot of
resources. After we're talking about that,
it's
like, here, I gotta turn off my camera.
Everything on this list was just to my specific, from my address. So there's a lot of resources, but man, how do you pick one? Just go down the list, grab the first one, then grab the next one.
Meeny, miny, mo.
Shelters, you got different advocates and crisis intervention counseling. Alabama Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Alaska Network on Domestic Violence and Sexual Abuse. I mean, there's so many. I feel like this must be some kind of racket. What do you guys think? Like, do you think there could be literally dozens and dozens of these that none of them are scams? There's got to be something out there that's just.
For what?
Does it not say in here, Cody? Should say. I guess
today's stream is the fuck you say about my mother.
Okay.
That's weird. When I put the title in, it doesn't show the title anywhere on the
No.
post. That's stupid.
But no, it's about
Oh dang, I was muted.
domestics and cases of different forms of abuse.
It's a timely topic because of the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. We want to use that as our little gossipy topic center point, but we're really talking domestic violence in general and signs and the reasons why and places you can go to get help. There's this pretty good website I found, at least on the American side, the National Domestic Violence Hotline. Let's see. Here's the types. So stalking is considered a domestic violence. That's
yeah, you can get court orders to be ordered to be away from. What is that called? Restraining orders.
Restraining order of protection you can get.
Yeah.
But those things don't, and we haven't talked about this yet, but police sometimes are too far away when you're living with the person who is, quote, causing you harm. So that can be tough too, like getting away from that person long enough. Yeah, neighbors can help. You can try calling the phone number, but again, that was 35 minutes.
Well,
public.
My boyfriend's
yesterday being at the game because it wasn't cannabis related.
Nothing happens in public.
Well, we are smoking plenty of cannabis, so the couple of groups that I didn't share out all the groups. What are you trying to say, Cody Mon? Cody Mon, Mr. Cody Mon, you can hop up here. I'm sure you've been abused at some point in your life.
Okay.
So
in a different stoner group, yeah, probably if you shared to a different base stoner group where they only take like stoner type things, you were at an actual baseball game, not weed related. So yeah, I could see it actually happening.
Yeah, no, that's kind of bogus though for being somebody who live streams on a regular basis, I think.
And depending how many times you share, you might only get one a day on some pages.
I feel bad about that too. Sometimes I'll share more than one from different reasons.
Like, sorry, my shit didn't work the first time.
So how do I I can't go back here. Financial abuse we were looking at. Okay. Safety planning.
How about let's do a blaze?
Probably a good one. Yeah, let's blaze it. Okay. Cat's still here? I don't think so, but she might be, might not. 3 people. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
So my boyfriend's brother got arrested because him and his ex-girlfriend got into a fight, but she was like trying to stab him and like hit him, and he had picked her up and carried her out the door. And because he did that, he was arrested for kidnapping. He was arrested for abuse, even though she was the one that did it. He had to go to like classes or something every week and all kinds of shit. And like he didn't do it.
So that's what Kathy's alluding to here, is that sometimes the laws can work against you when that comes up. So I guess that's a good idea.
The domestic referral program.
Hey guys, if you haven't yet, if you don't mind, hit the squish the squish button.
Kathy, that would be the domestic deferral program that you are speaking about. And it is a nightmare.
Where's it for us, Waylon?
Where's what? The like button?
Yeah.
On Facebook.
I don't know that you can. You might have.
We have to be. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, Matt, did you say they can back out, or are you just using their computer? Probably.
I'm on my computer.
Yeah, you guys want to know what the domestic deferral program is? It's a program that lets your significant other come back and continue doing it for a year while you're hiding it because you're afraid of other things again, or a bunch of other things. It's a nightmare.
Also, you can build up a case in that time as well.
Because they can't do anything to you or anything while in that. A noise complaint, anything will literally get you arrested.
When we went to court for custody battles and things like that, she would try to bring up every little tiny thing that possibly that could be done to try to make the judge think I'm a bad person or whatever it was. And I've even heard the judge say, I don't want to hear any of that. I forget how they put it, like that junk, that whatever she was talking about. I remember what it was, but yeah, it was something that he doesn't want to hear that bickering back and forth. So if you're somebody who's out there who's trying to work up a case, it's not going to be the little things that annoy you. It's going to have to be some real substantial things.
No,
I will be back.
The deferral program, literally, you have to turn in monthly basis stuff to the judges, and if you don't, you are violated. There's a whole strict guideline. It's like being on probation, but worse.
Oh, because they're going to be watching you too.
No. They're literally if a noise complaint happens, it does not matter what the fuck it's about.
Well, Jules, you can come up and tell us your story. I know you have a pretty interesting story. We need you to fill in some time anyway.
There's a bunch of weird things, really.
Come on up, Miss Thing.
It's sort of weird how it is.
You'll get your reprimand later.
You find your peace in all the chaos during all that because for a fact they can't do anything because something
should be pinned, girl. Is it not pinned?
So there's that fear behind it.
I feel like there's such a focus on what? I feel like there's a big focus now on helping people out of domestic violence situations, which is really good, but there's not been a lot of focus on preventing that, getting people affordable therapy when they're young and things like that. It's not really accessible unless you have insurance or bukus of money.
Mental therapy isn't covered.
Yeah, there's not a lot of preventative measures that go into it as well. People look at what's been done and helping people out of that, which is really good. And there's nothing against that, but you have to look at the before, heavily, if you really want to put a dent in changing the behavior of people. And so then you won't have a reason to, try to help people out because there will be less of it. It's kind of like the thing where it's they teach girls to look out for certain things in public against men, or vice versa, when they should be teaching that the people who are offending, not to do these things and how to treat people.
Well, and that's a big problem with our rehabilitation programs in general, especially domestic violence abusers. They just get thrown in like a normal any other offender, when what they're dealing with typically isn't just I just like to hurt my significant other. That's not the core usually of the issue.
You can also get domestics abuse or hard by keeping kids away from parents because you just want to hurt the parent.
Yeah, it becomes a leverage thing or just one more thing to manipulate with. Jules, what happened? Where's the link? It's pinned. I just checked. My Facebook doesn't want to react.
Like you can see those vindictive
It's
cases.
link. It's in the chat. It's the only thing there.
But Cody, you know all of us.
I also sent it to you in your Facebook Messenger.
Yeah, Cody, you know all of us.
You actually do.
Yeah, you know everybody up here, Cody.
You don't got to be shy.
Where's the link? The link is the
she has
very
two.
first
There's
one.
one in her messenger and one in the pin link. Got Jules coming up. Jules has an interesting, very traumatic story to tell.
It's spicy.
Hey, this banner is really helping.
Did you guys hear that?
No, I heard her talking, but
oh, okay.
I heard some type of woman in the background talking. See, right there, something about treats.
No, I had him try this new barbecue sauce. It's called like Redneck Willie's or something.
Nice.
And he's like, it's really good, but it's spicy.
Oh my god.
All right,
sorry.
So that's okay. I needed a minute anyway. I like this, you guys. Let's see. Can I make it bigger? No, I don't want to do that. I want to.
I mean, you can read it like that, kind of.
You might take Cody's message off
Okay,
the
now-
screen and it'll show
Okay,
better.
stop. Okay.
Yeah, you're right.
And the squish the like button.
No, I'm leaving that up. I like that. Okay.
Yes.
Teach safe and healthy relationship skills, social emotional learning programs for youth. See, we already talked about this without even reading it. The social and emotional learning programs for youths. I mean, boom, right there. And then healthy relationship programs for couples. See, we literally talked about that already. Engage influential adults and peers. Okay. Men and boys as allies in prevention. Okay, so that means, I guess, we need to police ourselves as men, and women may be the same. Bystanders empowerment and education. What does that mean? Bystander
I guess
empowerment.
stopping what you see, maybe, or addressing it, maybe. I don't know.
Family-based programs. I get that. Hi, Stephanie.
I feel like a lot of my situations that I got put into were because of poor character judgment growing up. Because I didn't really get help as a kid with what I went through at home. So when I got to start dating, it was really hard for me to cut somebody off because of a red flag. Like I would stick around for a lot of things because I had poor character judgment and kind of like a pushover sort of attitude towards it. And I think it's important to teach kids boundaries, to have respect for their own and other people's, because that's a big part of it. When I was in therapy, they taught me about assertive rights, and I had no idea what those were growing up until like I was 24 years old, and I learned about them, and I was like, wow, that makes a lot of sense.
What
Like
are assertive rights?
So they're just like your right as a human being to have boundaries, to respectively like say, I'm not comfortable with this or comfortable with that, and without feeling guilty over respecting your mind and your body and telling other people like this doesn't work for me. Because growing up, I just like would feel guilty for telling people no, or telling people like I don't want to do that, or I'm not comfortable with that. Like I had a really hard time saying that to people, which led to a lot of people doing whatever they wanted to because I wasn't sticking up for myself, because no one ever like put that in my brain like, hey, you can do that and that's okay.
Right.
If that makes sense.
They didn't give you those options. They didn't show you that there's another way to do it, or there's that you do have power, that you do have your own you have yourself to worry about. You can't just
And also, like, when you stand up for yourself, you get called a lot of things like, oh, you're stuck up or bitchy or like things like that. And it kind of makes you not want to stand up for yourself because of the backlash that you're going to get for it, which is also like, I mean, that goes both ways. But just being a female, I've had a lot of guys I would be like, no, I'm not interested, or no, I don't want to do this. And they like hit me back with like a lot of crazy rude things to say, and I'm like, man, am I really that bad of a person because I don't feel comfortable putting myself in this position or this situation?
That's gaslighting. That's well, no, I don't know if that's gaslighting. That's more manipulating you to think that you're wrong for not doing what they want you to do, right?
Yeah. And I mean,
Smoke
it happens
buddies, I think your signal is kind of low or something. You're frozen.
I'm about to come back in because it's weird.
I hear you. Okay. Video definitely was frozen. Go ahead there.
Give me 5 minutes. I'm coming back in.
Okay.
I guess, and I don't know, like, I'm not a guy, but I've heard my girlfriends in the past say things like they expected their significant other to like buy them things or do a certain manly things, which is like toxic masculinity or whatever you want to call it. And that's like abuse in itself, because that's not giving that guy his assertive rights to say, well, I don't want to do that, because it's not like, it shouldn't be required to step out of your comfort zone for somebody else to make them happy.
I don't know that that's necessarily toxic masculinity, but it is a level of masculinity that a lot of women, especially in the traditional sense, I think expect from their man, or hope that they can find a man that has. And that's not because they just want a guy that, burps and farts and talks about sports, but it's because they want a guy who can do those natural the natural role that a man is supposed to provide. Maybe he can lift heavier objects. Maybe he can do the harder labor, the fixing of the house, the things that women can do now. Yes, with all sorts of new thinking and the new training and tools and all kinds of things we have now. So that's why it's getting muddied. The lines are muddied between the traditional roles, because you don't have to go kill a bear every day. Some places, maybe you do, but that traditional role of a man, because of his physical differences, isn't necessarily needed anymore. So to your point, some women are still attracted to that masculinity, but not every man feels the need to be like that anymore, because it's almost unnecessary at times. Right. It's going to suck though, because I said this before, and I'm not even going to go over that, but I did say a famous quote. Let me try to think of how it goes. Hard times make hard men make easy times make weak men make hard times. It's something along those lines, where you have to have this balance, and it does go along with this conversation, because violence a lot of times can be an outlet for a man's natural aggression that he just can't handle, can't deal with now, because a lot of men, we can't deal with like office jobs, and you might see men in those positions, but not a lot of times are those going to be the alpha, let's go fight a bear type of guy. I mean, I don't know, I'm stereotyping here, but you get what I mean. Like, there's a generality difference in the amount of aggression we have to use now in our day-to-day lives.
Right. I also think that a lot of people that I've met, it's been embedded in them to think like the man needs to keep the woman happy at all times, and vice versa, but more or less like just not sticking up for himself, because if the woman's unhappy, it's like, oh, the whole house is going to be unhappy. And I think that builds up a lot of aggression in a man, not being able to like express himself and be like, hey, you're part of the problem too, and you do these things to me too.
That starts a fight usually.
A lot of females are, and I'm sensitive to my emotions, but I know how to, sift through them in a mature way. But a lot of women will overreact, and I'm not trying to be like that towards women, but we do, because we do have that sensitive emotional aspect. And if we don't know ourselves and we're not self-aware, that leads to jumping to conclusions or being not in control of that sort of thing.
True.
Which
I agree.
Yeah.
So Jules, Smoke Buddies there. You want to just introduce yourself real quick? Just coming in late, but not never. So we appreciate it. I know you have a good story to tell. Hey.
Yes, I am Juliana from Smoke Buddies Illinois group, repping for them and me and everybody that smokes weed. I don't know. I'm kind of lost where we're at, but if you want to hear stories, I have actually three.
I can catch you up real quick.
So
we did go over. Well, we went over. I talked about the domestic hotlines and a bunch of different resources people can go over. We talked about the Johnny Depp case a little bit. Yep. We don't have our local expert on yet. I think she's going to be showing up at some point, taking care of the kiddos.
I can give you experts on
that
case. With the
well, if you have some, well, there you go. We because I was hoping, I'm hoping to get Trista on, because I know you guys will have a back and forth about that, because you both have pretty good knowledge on the case. So, but can you give us an overview? Because I didn't watch much at all.
I'll give you an overview of the case.
What was the specific charges that they were trying to bring against each other? Just I hate him, he hates me.
No, it wasn't even like that. What happened was, I'm just going to get to the point of this whole situation. When Johnny Depp met Amber Heard, he was going through a situation with the mother of his children. I personally feel like, as any woman would with Johnny Depp, I'm just going to be honest. If you see a man that is down and out, not happy in a situation, especially if it's Johnny Depp, because I'm sorry, he is sexy as hell. She sat there and manipulated her way into the situation. And because she was not a well-known actress, she thought that she could take his career and put it towards her career to build it. But she did it in a way of narcissism. So here's what's problem with Amber Heard is she's a narcissist, but she also has bipolar disorder as well. Also, she's probably borderline personality disorder. With all of her fits, the way she acts, the up and down mood swings, she has mental health issues. I do believe at one point she did love Johnny. That too. I do feel like at some point she did love Johnny, but at the same time, for her, I feel like it was all about the money. She wanted to take his career down so she can build she had a hidden agenda about it. So this is where I like to call the narcissism trait of wonders, I guess. I don't know. It's in a lot of women and men. It's in a lot of women, and it's all about control. She took Johnny Depp's past, his childhood, the domestic abuse from his mother, the not loving of his father, them not being a close family, his trauma. She took that, used that against him by controlling him to the point where he mentally and physically just couldn't handle it. And she took that and she recorded things that did not need to record. She posted things that didn't need to be posted, but she all did that for her hidden agenda. She knew that she was going to at some point divorce Johnny Depp. Why? Because she moved from Johnny Depp to Elon Musk to James Franco. When you move up the ladder to multiple people, you're having affairs on your husband and stuff like that, you're just being a narcissistic bitch. No offense, but that's the truth of it. And what she did was she made it really bad for real domestic abuse survivors. I'm not going to say victims, I'm going to say survivors, because this is exactly why cops today, instead of arresting just one person, they arrest you both, especially in the state of Illinois. And
Kathy was talking about that earlier. There's
right.
And Trent, what did you call it? The program?
Yeah, it's like a
hang
programming
on.
thing.
Hold on, Trent, hold on. I was cutting out your background noise. Go ahead, Trent.
I'm the victim. I wasn't arrested. The city arrested her.
I know, but what was the program you were talking about earlier when
domestic
Kathy brought it up?
deferral
you said
program.
Right, and they do have that too, but it also depends on the situation.
She's allowed to live here for a year, but if any type of noise complaint ever happens, you're arrested.
But see, you're being nice to her.
No question. No question. That's like
that's being literally nice.
Me doing the exact same thing, but
to your point, you're saying that they've changed now to where they just arrest both partners.
And this is why I'm just gonna say this is because I just was in a situation.
If there is no blood showing on the other partner, I would have been fucking arrested.
Yes, he would.
God-given fact, I would have been arrested.
Scratch. If he would have scratched her, if he would have even had a bite mark, if she would have had a little bruise.
No, I'm saying what I'm saying is if I didn't have anything on me, I would have been fucked.
No, that's not true. That's not necessarily true.
In my case, it is because it's the exact same as Amber Heard. It's the bipolar. It's all of it. It's all of it. Everything
where do you
just
live? Are you in Tazewell County?
I'm in DeKalb.
Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
We got the domestic deferral program where, like,
you guys got that here.
Therapeutic, like there's med, there's everything being forced, everything.
Yeah, Tazewell County, we both going to jail for 26 hours, and it better be on a freaking Sunday so I can see the judge on Monday. Anyway,
yes.
And I'm gonna get to that. But with Amber, what she tried to do was she tried to basically boost herself up, and it didn't do anything but make her a Lifetime and a Hallmark actor. So there you go.
Yeah, she was using very cheesy in the courtroom. I think because she didn't have a director, she didn't have 1,200
I can legally say that's all on public record.
Okay.
My dog got stung by a bee. What the fuck does that have to do with you saying that Johnny Depp hit you? And that's the thing. It's all defamation of character. And people do need to stop doing that because it's not just domestic abuse. It's slander, period. Anybody that slanders anyone's name, actually, it is a federal freaking crime. It's a federal crime sometimes, depending on the person it is. So
look who we have here.
They call it defaming, though. They call it defaming.
Look who we got here.
So when you have someone slandering
your name,
Sam?
Like,
I have people talk about me all the time, right? I could literally sit there and sue somebody just because they said all these lies and did everything they could to ruin my career or ruin how I make my money. And that's what she did. And in the midst of all that, she ruined her career because she definitely gonna be on some Lifetime movies. Definitely.
Is this true?
Hallmark will pick her up, but that's about it.
Did she get 13 million? And did he get 50 million?
No. It was only like $1 million difference after when it was all over.
Right. It was $1 million difference. The judge settled. She got like a little bit of money, but she's trying to appeal it. And it's like, girl, you don't need to appeal nothing. You need to sit down and try to focus on your child, how to sneak cocaine back into the court because you was doing too much shit that some people I personally know would do in court. I'm just saying. Anyway. But let's talk about my domestic abuse because I'm gonna get to it. Because I want to talk about because I've actually been in multiple domestic abuse relationships, but the one that really
we don't want to hear the super details.
No. It's not even
general,
that.
Gotcha.
It's just like this is like it kind of sits with the Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. It goes with it.
Did you poop on somebody's bed, Jules? I want to hear it now.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. Right. I would never go that far. When I heard that she pooped on the bed, I was like,
"Oh, girl."
I've been angry, but shitting on the bed is like, damn, you couldn't I would have rather her through a glass or something. That's a little weird. But anyway, let me not get off topic. That's like the next, that's literally like me going, God damn it, Waylon, fuck you. And then I go, and it's like, what the hell? You might be like, are you okay?
Yeah, I'd be.
You'd be like,
Samo, can you share us out on your for us? If you guys don't mind, share us out. We're gonna be getting to it here. Jules gonna get down to the nitty gritty.
Yeah, I'm gonna get down to my story. So I was in a relationship with someone. I will not reveal his name because I'm not gonna do all that because it is like, you know,
we're on YouTube right now too, just so you know.
So yeah, and that's why I won't say his name or anything like that. But I was in a situation where it escalated. So he was very controlling. I was more of a free spirit, but the problem was he wanted me to be a free spirit on his terms. So I will say that he rode a motorcycle. I will say that. And his mentality, I had to dress slutty. I had to, you know, be that girl that was on the back of the motorcycle, just looking hot all the time. He was very, very possessive, jealous, one of those people.
Unrealistic expectations.
Exactly. Just unrealistic whatsoever. Nothing made sense. I tried to do my best and I did care about this person. The problem is I'm the wrong person to be in a domestic dispute with because I fight back. So here's the issue.
Is your phone on your lap?
My phone?
Yeah. The camera moves every time you start talking.
That's because I'm on my bed and
okay.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so I will tell you this story. This story happened where I was in a bar. Someone looked at my tattoos and wanted to look at them closely. I walked up. I let the person see the tattoos. He did not like that. He said, I'm ready to leave. I said, well, let me finish my drink and we will leave. It's not that big of a deal. He made it a bigger deal and said if I wasn't on the motorcycle in 5 minutes, he would just leave me there. Mind you, I had no phone, no cash, no nothing on me. And he literally got on his motorcycle and left me at the bar. So what did I do? I bummed a ride to my brother's bar because where else am I going to go? You know what I mean? Like I have no phone. I don't remember anybody's contacts. So I went to my brother's bar, helped him close it out. My brother dropped me off the next day, like in the morning, you know, we closed it out and I rang the doorbell because I had no keys, no nothing. He had all of my belongings. And when I walked into the house, he out of nowhere told me that I had to get out, and I just proceeded to say I didn't leave anyone at the bar. I said I'm going to bed. We can discuss this at a later time. He decided to escalate the issue. When you escalate the issue with me, I will defend myself, and when I defended myself, it caused a case where, you know, my nose was broken. He broke my nose. I still have to go to surgery to get my nose fixed on this side because I can't breathe right on this side. But he also suffered injuries from me as well. So this is where the cops come in, okay? When the cops came in and they see my nose like this and his face like this and his eye like this and my nose and face is just like this, they're like, what happened? I told my story. He told his story. And they literally arrested the both of us just like they did with the Amber Heard and Johnny case. They both had to give testimony. They both had to go in. When I went in and gave my...
because they went to trial. They did not take pleas.
And that's what I'm getting to because we went through the same process. I was not taking a guilty plea for defending myself, and he wasn't going to take a guilty plea for defending himself. So it did end up going to a trial.
Okay? So this was a domestic violence trial.
This was a domestic abuse, defamation of character trial
so
that I actually
just to be
went
clear,
through.
I would have done testimonies against my